I'm James Gosling, and this is a Star 7.
Hello, dear Devoxx community. We are glad to welcome you today at Devoxx Ukraine Online. This year we have a special occasion to celebrate, 25th anniversary of Java, the technology that united all of us together. And of course we wish you were here with us celebrating this day and tasting this delicious cake we have. Unfortunately, it's not possible, but we believe that if now all of us will make a wish together, it will definitely come true. So let's do it together and celebrate the happy birthday of Java.
Okay, all right, congratulations, Java community. Hello, everyone. This is our third edition of Devoxx Ukraine. Despite all the difficulties that we had this year, we make this event possible, even though it is so online. Can you even imagine, we have almost 10,000 of registrations. Wow, right? And we are grateful to each and everyone who made this registration. Without you, it wouldn't be possible, and your support is priceless. Thank you. And now I want to welcome on our online stage a person without who this event wouldn't be possible. A Devoxx founder, Voxx Days founder, co-founder, Devoxx Belgium organizer, and also a father of the Devoxx family, Stefan Janssen. Stefan, hello. Hello, Kiev is calling. How are you?
Hello. Good morning. Very good. Thank you.
Hi.
So yeah, this is great. Thank you very much for organizing this. I really want to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank everybody from the steering committee, from Devoxx Ukraine, the program committee, of course, the events company, and also all the speakers who are willing to actually do this virtually today. So thank you very much for making this happen.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Nice hoodie, by the way. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Stefan. And now we also would like to give a word to the head of program committee, who worked hard on preparing all these talks and communicating with the speakers. Oleg Tsaltsaliko. Oleg?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. To be honest, I'm super excited that we managed to organize Devoxx Ukraine this year, despite all the current circumstances in the world, and while most of the other big conferences got postponed to the next year. To be honest, the online format became a challenge for us, but we managed to do it, and now we are live here with 10,000 participants, 35 top speakers from 15 different countries around the globe. Right? I want to say thank you to all of the program committee members who did really hard work, carefully selecting best talks, best content for you guys, and I hope you'll enjoy that. This year we have three streams, and one of the streams are almost fully dedicated to deep dives and small talks. I'm very happy that so many engineers around the globe joined this conference today to get new knowledge and collaborate with each other, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be fun. we have like only 40%, I guess, participants from Ukraine, which makes Devoxx Ukraine really international and global conference. As you probably also know that we are celebrating 25 years of Java this year, and we have more Java champions and Java rock stars than ever before. So I'm pretty sure you will enjoy this 2 days event together with us. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you, Alex.
Awesome, awesome.
We are very excited to start. And also, we would like to thank our partners, the companies that supported this year Devoxx Ukraine. Without you, it won't happen, so thank you so much. Our gold partners, Slugsoft, Infopulse, NX, Sigma Software, Svitla Systems, Lunatech, Playtika. And our silver partners, Grid Dynamics, DN Simple, and Itera.
And also, we have a platinum sponsor and co-organizer, EPAM, which is supporting us every year, and also this third edition of Devoxx Ukraine. And with this, you know, we have very nice tradition each year. And this is a tradition when head of EPAM, Central Eastern Europe, and Vice President of EPAM, Yuri Antonyuk, is coming on stage and saying a welcome word to the Devoxians, wishing best of luck and great 2 days of the conference. And today is not an exception, so I welcome Yuri to this online stage. Yuri, are you with us? Hello.
Hi everyone, and thank you for invitation. Yes, I'm here and hope you hear me well and see me well. It's absolutely new experience for myself. Okay, thank you for confirmation. It's absolutely new experience for myself because all these last years when we supported Java community in Ukraine, in other countries, and last 3 years together with the Devoxx brand, it was absolutely huge, exciting to come morning, a big crowd of young and mature engineers, see all this spirit. And now, as we all see, it's online experience. So definitely for us as co-organizer and a big supporter, and me personally, a big fan of Java community and Java technologies, all modern technologies built around, I definitely would like that we help together and we work together with communities, with experts, with gurus, with all speakers which will be, and you share this knowledge and you get this knowledge. So we still very welcome everybody and hope that all this, as was said, 10,000 big engineering community across all the world, these 2 days will get maximum value out of the conference. And I am very happy that it's not just a regular event, it's a 25th anniversary of Java, and 20 plus years ago, being a kind of like a already mature developer and learning Java and deploying in projects, I definitely didn't even understand that in 20 plus years, that such a big communities across the whole world and millions of people and billions of programs implemented will be working and developing new technologies based on this framework. So really very happy on this. By the way, it's a good occasion that EPAM in Ukraine also has celebrations this year. It's a 15th anniversary, and I hope that all this year we were good supporters of software engineering industry, development community, developers communities, and promoting new technologies internally and externally across the globe. And I hope that next 5 years we will be happy to see all these new challenges and all these new endeavors which we have together with communities, with the Devoxx brand, and with the EPAM. And definitely, I don't know, nobody knows, as we didn't know last year when met online, offline, in live, and as we don't know today what will be in 1 year. But what I can definitely confirm that EPAM will support the Devoxx brand, will support software communities in Ukraine and in Central Eastern Europe, across all the globe. and definitely we will be very, very happy if you guys get as much as possible new and exciting things. And personally myself, and I believe organizers, we are very welcome and waiting your feedback from this online event. How make it better? Nobody knows what will be next year. Nobody knows what will be in few years. So any crazy ideas, I am really very glad to hear, to understand what we can do better, how to promote better support for conferences, for communities, together with Devoxx, together with the PAM team, together with all sponsors. And also I would like to join Stefan and Oleg in thanking all organizers, all teams, because nobody believes that it's possible to do. We've done, and we definitely are happy to welcome you to Devoxx Ukraine 2020. Thank you and enjoy.
Thank
Thank
you,
you so much
Yuri, very
for
much.
your support.
Yeah, and I like crazy ideas. I like this point from Yuri.
Don't go crazy. Don't go crazy.
Okay.
Okay. And now a bit of organizational information. So you are watching this broadcast from a special user page. We gathered all the links to the streaming, to the chats, and prize raffles from our partners in one page. The streaming is done through the YouTube platform and is done in 3 parallel tracks. So you will be able to switch each stream during the day at any time. Under the streaming, you will see the chat. You can communicate in the chat with each other, with speakers, and also see some important announcement from the Devoxx team. Also, the chat has several rooms for each stream, so please be sure that you switch the stream before typing your questions to the speaker. Also, please note that the speakers will not be able to see your questions during their talk. So if you want to ask them, you can join the Q&A Zoom rooms after the talk. You will find the links also under the stream. And in these Zoom rooms, you can turn on your video, audio, and actually communicate in person with each speaker. Also, our page at the right side of it, you will see the information about our partners, the companies who support this event this year. And our partners has prepared interesting quizzes and games and prize raffles for you. So please register via the links you will find on this page. And the winners of the raffles will be announced at the closing ceremony at the end of the 2nd day of event.
And also, we want to remind you, don't forget to vote for the best speakers and best talks in the Devoxx Ukraine application. You should download the Devoxx Ukraine application in App Store or Google Play Market, and go to the application, choose your favorite speaker, choose your favorite talk, and please vote, vote, and vote.
Yeah, and the winners, the best speakers and the best talks will also be announced at the closing ceremony. Okay, so we are almost ready to start. We also encourage you to post the photos, how you watch Devoxx Ukraine online, using the hashtags Devoxx Ukraine, Java 25th anniversary. And we will select the best photos, the most crazy ones, and you will get the present from our Devoxx team. So guys, let's start.
Yeah.
Cool.
Ready, steady,
Go! Hi.
All right. That was a start,
Okay,
right?
and I'm glad to invite on our virtual stage our first speaker, Sven Peters. Hi.
Hello.
Hello,
Hi,
Sven.
welcome.
How are you today?
I'm doing actually fine. I'm looking forward to the keynote and to speak here at Devoxx Ukraine. Big props to you. Thanks for organizing all this. I know it's a huge effort, so thanks for doing this for the community.
Thank you for supporting our event and joining it. So, okay, the mic is yours. Please start.
All right. Ooh, okay. Thanks for joining the keynote about effective software development. The effective developer works smarter, not harder. My name is Sven. I work for MongoDB, and I'm a developer advocate. So if you think about what is an effective developer actually doing, I have some ideas here in my mind what actually is effective development. So, for example, they write very, very smart code, right? If you look at the code, you think, wow, this is amazing. I need to find out what this code is doing. And then you look at it for 1-2 minutes and say, wow, this is so smart. So these effective developers write smart code. But not only that, they're also fixing bugs immediately, right? If they have a bug, if there's coming a bug in their issue tracking system into Jira or GitHub Issues or wherever, they just grab it and fix it, right? And it's done in 5-10 minutes. So they jump on bugs immediately, very, very effective. And also, they just adding new features. So they just grab it from the backlog, and just 1 or 2 days later, the feature is done, it is deployed, and it's running, and people are using it. Amazing how fast they are. And then also, they never stop. They're always hacking, right? Always hands on the keyboard. If they stuck somewhere because they have to wait for a designer or someone else, they just grab the next issue from the backlog, work on that one, and then once the designer has done their work, they come back and work on the previous task. So they're always on it. And they actually live and breathe code. They just inside out. They know exactly where to look at. If they have an issue, they just know where to look at, which class, which line of code actually. So they know the code inside out. Very, very effective developers. Well, that was me kind of. Maybe not that cool, but I was feeling it in 2003. So 3 years after I graduated. Yeah, sorry, I'm that old dude. But I thought I am super effective. I know the code inside out. I can program. I can do everything. But then looking back from now, I just asked myself, was I really super effective? I would say no. So let's take a look at these things that I just talked about and see them in retrospective. So I was writing very, very smart code. It was actually so smart that even I don't understand it anymore. So I said, please don't touch. I know it's working and it's cool and it's great, but I don't know why actually anymore. So, and then I was fixing all the bugs, just like very, very fast. Someone reported a bug, I fixed it, maybe in the evening, but I actually never got the time to work on the root problem. I should have actually taken the time at that time and just fix the root problem so less bugs would have come in. But I was just like, I want to get this done. Adding new features, same thing, right? I was just wanted to do new features at that time and just grabbing features and then switching to another feature if I got stuck. But you know what? Some of those features got actually, I wouldn't say never used, but they were rarely used. So I didn't really take the most high priority features or the features that had the most impact. So I was just adding features. And then I never stopped, right? As I said, designer needed to work on the task. I stopped and brought and worked on another task, right? But that was a lot of context switching. So I had to stop working on something. And we know when we switch context, it takes us maybe 20 minutes, maybe half an hour to just get into the same flow. So it would have been actually better to use that time to really think things through, to fix things first, and then work concentrated time on that. I lived and breathed code. I know every line of code in the code base. I was thinking I know every line of code, but hey, I had the feeling I know everything. But what I missed was actually the broader view, right? Where is this software going in 1 or 2 years, right? What is our vision for the software? I was so in the code that I didn't see, right, the purpose of the software and where should it go. So in other words, I was super efficient, right? I was working on my efficiency. I was ticking the boxes. I was fixing issues, adding features, all the things. But effectiveness, I would question that actually. Well, if you want to work on efficiency, right, then you can do a lot of things, automation stuff, blah, 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 but you actually need to work harder, right, to be more efficient, to concentrate more. But what we actually should look at is to work on our effectiveness and work smarter. Now, you must say, Sven, yeah, you were telling about something in 2003. Sure, things were different down. You know, you had this waterfall processes, and I was actually doing waterfall in the beginning of my career. You didn't have really repositories. I was actually checking in my files on the on my source code files on a file server. So we had some conflicts there when we were working with two persons on the same file. And then also we worked in silos. We had QA departments and all these things. There was nothing like DevOps at that time, right? So really, if you look at this, what we have now, times have changed, Sven. So now we are agile, right? And we have continuous integration, continuous delivery. Everything gets deployed to the cloud automatically. We just change the line of code and press the button and boom, it's there. Right? No big release cycles and stuff like that. And we work closer together with the ops guys, right? We know DevOps. Actually, we run our software ourselves these days and don't throw it over the wall to the IT guys like back in the days. So times have changed. Did we not become more effective? Well, actually, there's more, right? We work now in cross-functional teams. We have actually product managers on our team. So we work closely together with them and designers on our teams and IT persons on our teams, right? And then we have the cloud, which makes it so easy now to just use things from the cloud and deploy everything to the cloud, right? So these days, we should be super effective. We changed so much stuff in software development the last couple of years, right? Are you feeling you are super effective? You're working on the right things. You have enough time to learn, to work on stuff? Okay, this talk is then for you, the effective developer. And I want to talk a little about how we can work a little bit smarter, but actually not harder. Right, sounds stunning. Let's get started. And the first thing I want to talk is about code. And I wrote down this line here, and it says team code. Why team code, right? Because we write code together as a team. There's just rarely people that just work on the code alone. So most of us work together with other folks on the code. So it's actually a team code. But let's take a step back. So actually, writing good code takes time. We know that. It's not just like we can put our hands on the keyboard and it's flowing and then good code is on the screen, right? It takes time and we know that. Well, I once had a boss who said, well, why do you spend so much time in making your code look good, feel good? Actually, the machine doesn't care, right? It compiles everything to machine code and then gets executed. So the machine doesn't care how the code looks like. It is actually the humans that care. Why should we write code for humans? Don't we write code for the machine to get executed and have great apps, right, for the users? Well, unfortunately, we have to maintain code. So once we've written code, it's not done. It's never done, actually. So actually, we read actually code more often than we write code. So actually, when you write code, it's just like a fraction of time that people coming back to that code and reading it and trying to understand what this code is doing and then change it, because we're changing code frequently, right? Once it's written, it's not done. It's never done. So we have to think about that we read code more often than we write code. So it's good to invest actually time in writing very, very good code. And if you look at code like this, you think, whoa, what's going on here, right? It's really hard to read that code. So when I got this, when I open a class and see this, I said, oh my God, I don't understand it. So who can I blame? So I just look at the original author and go to the author and say, hey, come on, tell me what is this code doing? But then I found out, oh, it was actually me writing that lines of code just a few months ago, and I forgot it. But I know, okay, it was a hectic time, and I had to write this code, and it had to be delivered, right? But that was not a good choice, right? So there's a lot of stuff wrong with this code, but I would just like point out something out here, print income information, we should use camel case here. Then the indents and the lines, it's just like super not aligned. It's really hard to read because of this. Then we have the curly braces that are sometimes on the same line, sometimes on the next line, no consistency here. We have this, okay, I don't want to touch on this magic number that is in that code, but we know the variable and the constant is just like, which way around is that now? And it's really hard to get your brain adjusted to one or the other. There should be rules for that. And then also the variable names are just like, what does it say? Deduction A, deduction B, temp. I have no idea, right? So we should work on make that code look good. So we should actually go and refactor this and make some formatting things. And it's important that we as a team agree on certain coding standards. So because when you read that code, it is like seeing matching patterns, right? You can just see it and you see some kind of patterns when you are in that form, when you are doing the same formatting for the whole code and everyone agrees on some coding rules, right? Because actually what the human brain does, like the human mind does not read every letter by itself, but the word as a whole. We can read this, right? We can actually understand this. And it's the same with code, right? We just look at it and we understand what's going on, and then we can dive deeper into the weeds of the code and look at the lines and what it's doing exactly. But we can just, from a glance, just see what it's doing if our mind is trained for this coding standards, right? So have formatting standards. And tools make that easy to automatically format stuff. I know that, but also go beyond that and say and look at what you can actually format, what you can agree as a team how your code should be formatted. It helps a lot with the readability. And we also know that meaningful names, not temp or A or B or something like that, and for variable methods helps also for people to that need to understand that code, that need to read that code, and helps with the understandability. So I was actually talking about my smart code that I was writing. I call it now here clever code, right? Why do people write that super clever code? Maybe they want to show off, I don't know. Maybe they want to protect their knowledge, I don't know. But it's actually not a good thing. You should actually just look at it and it should be readable, it should be understandable. The code. So I would say it's make your code more simple. Make it more simple. Add one line more if it helps people to understand what's going on, right? So I would go for simplicity over cleverness. So make your code more simple instead of trying to show off and show how clever you are, right? It should be very, very simple. Why? Because I told you this. We are working together on the code, right? We're working together. Someone is writing it, the other one is reading it, and code is our common language. So we need to make it understandable for all the team members in the code. And if you write clever code and maybe some super senior cool developers can understand it, but your junior developers don't understand it maybe. So let's talk about code. Is your code simple enough? How can you find out? And I just read this blog post from Trisha G, and she actually suggested to do something like the canary test with your code to find out if your code is actually simple enough. So like canary birds back in the days in the coal mines, when people were working in the coal mines and they had this canary bird, and the canary bird is just falling down, you know, the air is poison and you have to get out. You know, actually, you give the code to your junior devs. And if they actually don't understand what's going on, your code is not simple enough. Your code is not readable enough to have a common team code, right? We work together as a team on the code. So how do we actually give code to the junior devs and try to understand, let them try to understand what the code is doing? Exactly. Code reviews. Invest time in code reviews. Let every line of code be reviewed by a peer, by a coworker, right? It ensures you that you have a consistent code quality, that you have this formatting standard, that you have readable and understandable variable names. But it also helps not just to check if the code is simple enough for everyone to understand, but it also helps to inspire junior developers. developers, right? They see and they learn through code reviews. Now, I've been telling that a lot in my talks, that invest time in code reviews are important, blah, blah, blah. And I get always the question, we have actually problems with code reviews in our team. Not everyone wants to do it, and then there's a lot of ranting going on. So I have here 5 rules how to do code reviews right. And this is more about the team interaction in code reviews. First, if you read code in a code review, try to understand what's going on. So seek to understand. This is super important. And the next thing is, like, if you criticize something, if you're not agreeing with something in the code, just don't criticize the people that have written the code, not the person that has written the code, but the idea as itself, right? Say, maybe I would do that differently. And that's the next thing. Don't rant, right? Don't say, this is ugly code. Just make suggestions how to improve the code. But don't just say, do this instead. Spoon feeding is not good. So don't spoon feed. So don't tell people directly what they should do, right? Just give them suggestions, give them hints, how they should improve the code, how they can make it better. And also important, just for senior as for junior developers, comment on positive things too. It's actually not just you. You should have a positive feeling. Code reviews should leave a positive feeling, right? So also comment on positive things and say, this is a great way, great. Or, oh, I didn't know that. I learned something here. It helps really to make code reviews enjoyable, right? It should be an enjoyable thing to read through code from other people. And the people that give the code, they should just say, oh, great, my code gets improved when you do the code review. So this makes you actually super effective, because actually your code gets more readable, so it's more maintainable and more understandable by the whole team. So also if new team members join, you know that they can dive relatively easy into the code if your code is good. So write team code. All right, let's touch on the second thing I want to say to talk about today, about being effective as a developer, right? And that's learning, right? So when I came from university and I looked at the code base that I had to work with, I said, wow, cool. I didn't know that this is possible. This is so great. My learning curve was so steep. I learned so much. I know it was hard because all the new things just came together, but I found that it great experience, right? And when we look at our industry right now, and it doesn't stop. I'm here since, as you saw, 20 years. Which is a long time. Oh my God. So new technologies are still showing up all the time, and we get excited. That's why this conference is so successful, because we want to constantly learn new things, right? We want to constantly learn how to improve, right? But then there's this tension in the industry that we all say, "Ooh, super exciting, a new technology. We have to use that in production. It's the newest ever. So let's go for it." Well. That's nice, and I really love new technology. But when you're starting from this excitement, you also get a little bit like, oh yeah, this new technology that we actually used in production is not maintained anymore. So maybe we jumped too fast on this bandwagon, and now the train has moved on to the next cool thing. So you get a little bit like this person here, right? So, you know what? I will also survive the microservice and serverless hype. It's going over, and there's something new coming. Oh, really? A new front-end framework? Again, I've seen so many. Or Scrum boards. That for me. I already know what's important. Don't tell me what's important on the Scrum board. I already know what is important to me. Or code reviews. My code is perfect. I don't write code. I don't need to do code reviews. So with other words, you actually, over time, become a little bit grumpy. Maybe this person is very extreme and rarely to find that is such a grumpy, but I have this tendency sometimes too that I say, yeah, great, thank you for new front-end framework. I will wait and see where it goes before I actually think it's cool, right? There are some technologies that would stay, some not. But you get this tendency. But we we have to get over this and constantly learn, because actually being in this industry and being in software development is a constantly learning experience. So how do we keep up with all these new things that's actually happening around us through the whole day, through the whole week, through the whole month, through the whole year, right? So what I do actually, when I commuted to work back in the days, I was listening to podcasts and audiobooks. Nowadays, I'm stuck here at home, and I'm doing some workouts in the morning. So I'm doing that during my workouts. I'm listening to some good software engineering podcasts, and also listening to some audiobooks, just to constantly be up to date with what's going on, what's cool, and dive deeper into some of those things. Meetups are cool things. Also, now in the virtual world, there are a lot of meetups that you can attend. So I hope we can meet in person again, because that's actually the thing that meetups do. They're just like the networking thing, and we talk to each other and we get to know people. But still, they are still happening, and we should still support them. We should go them also to constantly learn new people, learn new opinions from other people, and open ourselves, right, to new things. What we do at MongoDB is actually our developer relations team, Lauren Scheffer, actually, she actually invited us to a book club. I'm not the book reader. I really have problems just constantly reading a book. But this book club helps us, because we are reading a chapter each week and then meet for 1 hour each week just to talk about what we just read. And it's not just like that I got to read a book, but I'm also discussing things, and we have this intense discussions about certain chapters that we read in this book. So just try to start a book club and meet regularly. What I also did was I was actually organizing this Video Fridays when we're all sitting in an office. So on this Video Fridays, we actually looked at a video on YouTube that we want to see, a talk from a favorite with an actually interesting topic. And then we met at 3 p.m. On a Friday afternoon, just before we went into the weekend, watched the video, discussed it, and then went into the weekend. That was a regular thing. Also here, same as the book club, we take time as a team, and that helps us to learn, right? Sitting alone at home, but doing it as a team just gives us a little bit more like motivation to learn, and it has this regular thing. So I can just recommend, we need to constantly learn. And you're here at Devoxx Ukraine, so you know what I'm talking about, right? You're here also to learn. But I hear that sometimes from junior developers, Sven, why should I learn, right? Why should I actually learn? Because if I have a problem, all the answers are in Stack Overflow. I just go to Stack Overflow and look it up. So why should I listen to a whole book about this topic? I can just copy and paste the code, right? This is how we do it. Maybe it solves the problem short term, but you don't really understand what's going on. Someone else solves it for you. So first thing is always try and solve the problem. Try to understand the problem, and then try to solve it yourself, right? That's the first thing. Sometimes we got stuck and say, I can't go on here. I'm stuck here. So what should I do? Yeah, you should ask for help. But before you go to someone and ask someone for help, ask yourself for help. This is a technique called rubber ducking. So you just take the rubber duck and explain the problem to the rubber duck. And it's amazing because you just step a little bit back and just think about the problem from another view. And all of a sudden, some answers are popping up in your brain and say, oh, I can try this or that. So this is actually a technique. Before you go to someone else, tell your problem to the rubber duck. Sometimes the rubber duck doesn't help, and you can't come up with an answer. So third thing is ask actually someone for help. Don't be shy. Say, I don't know what to do here. Ask someone for help. That's a great way if you work in teams together. We are here to help each other. And then this also helps us to understand the problem and to dive deeper, because actually this learning experience makes new connections in our brain. We know that. And it helps you if you run into the problem again, use that connection to solve the problem. But not only making new connections is important. And coming back to this grumpy developer, right? actually getting rid of some of these connections is actually also important. We need to learn to unlearn. As I said, I was actually learning waterfall methodologies. That's the best thing. I was learning this in university. Waterfall is the best thing to develop software. We all know that having this big chunk of work in front of us, working on it and showing it then to the customer is not a good idea. Software is way too flexible. So a little bit more agile approach is way better for most of software development teams. I needed to unlearn that. That was pretty obvious to me, but we also have learned some stuff that we need to get rid of it, because actually we need to get rid of some connections and also learn to unlearn. Now, how we become a little bit happier is also to give our knowledge to other people. And I know that a lot of you are actually not junior devs. You're probably also on the senior dev after 2 years in this industry. You have seen things and you become more a senior developer. And I want you to help the junior developer, because we are actually getting so many new developers, because we need so many developers in our community to help them actually to overcome this first 2 years, right? And so please become a mentor. Become a mentor, and mentoring is very important. So give your knowledge, pass that on to the next generation of developers, right? So how to become a mentor? It's a little bit like this rubber ducking, right? Rubber duck needs also to listen. So let people speak, because same thing as the rubber duck. It helps people to frame the problems, and maybe they can't come up with an answer themselves. Ask questions, go deeper, ask the right questions, and then maybe if they don't come up with their own direction, give them some pointers. Also here, like in the code reviews, don't spoon feed, just give them directions where to go, and then always have an open door. Don't say you can come back next Monday and then we can discuss it again. Say, if you can't move forward here, just come back to me. My door is always open. And actually, I had to learn it the hard way. I was thinking I can do it faster if I do it myself. But actually, just taking the time and listening to this people, and it surprised me with what solution they came up with. I wouldn't have chosen that solution. Sometimes I'm thinking, oh, if that is a good solution, but then it works out, and I'm just like, I'm super surprised, a little bit ashamed that I didn't come up with that solution, but it's great. So they actually surprise you. It also helps me to continuously learn that there are some other ways of doing things that are maybe better, maybe equally good. So, but this learning is actually a constant thing. So it's an infinitive loop, right? We learn and then we unlearn. And as I said, mentoring is all about advising people, but there's one ingredient missing here. And this is just like to experiment, to see, because learning is about like what other people have told you, and then maybe try something out. But experiment is really something that gives you another push, pushes you in another direction, right? And that's the next thing I want to talk about. How can we be better in experimenting, trying new things out? Because when we look at what we do day in, day out, it is, well, all our tasks are on this board, right? We look at the board and all our tasks are on that. Well, maybe not all our tasks. The rest is in Jira. I know it's already full here, but the backlog is even more full. So all of the tasks are here. That doesn't leave room for any improvement, anything new, any cool new stuff that we can try out. And we know that not all the tasks that someone has written on the card are the best solution, right? We know actually that there might be a better idea actually for this task that is on the board. So how do we actually come over this known unknowns, the things that we know that there is something that might be better or might not? How do we know that? So we know maybe there is a better solution out there. There must be a better solution out there. Or we're missing a better solution out there. maybe a new technology can help us there. I don't know. I haven't tried all the new technologies that are in the world, and I don't know. Maybe there is something that can help us. And also, we're missing some opportunities here. Maybe this direction, this cards, is not the right way to go for the software. So how do we overcome this known unknowns? Well, don't be shy. Just try. Try out better solution. Try out new technology. Try out new opportunities. And that's just carving out time, because this is what we don't have. We work day in, day out on this board, but we need to also take time to experiment, to work on this known unknowns. For example, what I do is with my team is we're doing coding sessions. So we're trying a new programming language, or let's say we want to try TypeScript, or to find out if that can help us, right? And then we're doing 1.5 hours, 1.5 hours a week. We set the time aside with the team, and then do some coding together. We're doing this as a team, and this helps us to really stick to this time and to learn together as a team. So let's say this is 1.5 hours of improving. So seems to be good, right? So 1 hour of improving, we can invest that. Then all the tools that we're using, dive deeper into the tools that you use. Do you use all the features? Do you know all the features? Do you know what's actually what this tool can do for you? And then also, what are other tools out there on the market? Are we using the right tools? Should we use something modern or some other tool? So go and find out and try those tools out. So for example, go and try GitHub Actions, right? Try them out to see if this is something that can help you, or try another IDE like this new online IDEs like Gitpod, where you have your whole environment built in the cloud, your workspace environment. Maybe this can help you to boost some productivity. If you never try it, you don't know, right? You don't know if this is a better way to do things, if you do the same things inside out. So do a little bit of tools training, not just your own tools, but also try to use some other tools. Let's say half an hour a week, or even more, I don't know. So add half an hour to this timesheet, so it's 2 hours of improving. So this is also just all trying things that other people have thought before. Where are the other opportunities? Where are the things that we don't know? The innovational things, right? So how can we improve our software? How can our software be better? So what can we do to try things out with our software that we're building, and spark some innovation things in our software? Well, first I want to talk about what not to do, right? What not to do. These are not good things, and I've seen that in actually some kind of a lot of companies, that some people think like, the boss is the genius. So the boss knows what to do. The boss tells us what to do. We trust the boss. The boss has to say what we're doing. So the boss is the genius, comes up with these new ideas. Not a good thing, because we all have good ideas, right? Same as the lone genius. This person that sits in the corner and thinks about new things and tries new things out and give that to the team and say, we have to try this. Yeah, there are maybe people that have great ideas, but other people have great ideas too, but maybe the voices are a little bit lower, right? But maybe you think about, there are some people with all these great ideas, so why don't we put together them in a team, right? A team of geniuses. Also not a good idea. We tried that actually when I was working at Atlassian. We had this team of geniuses. The problem was that the rest of the organization said, oh, innovation is happening in that team, right? We don't have to think about new stuff, but good ideas can come from everyone. The problem is not that the lack of ideas, right? Everyone has great ideas. What is the problem then? The problem is the lack of time, right? As I said, we're working on this board day in, day out, trying to please the customer, but we're missing some opportunities how we can really push the needle forward, probably by taking time off and trying some innovative things. So how much time actually do you need for innovation? Is it 40 hours? What if I give you 30 hours a quarter to try some innovation? But what if I give you 24 hours, right? We all maybe doing this, or we want to do this 24-hour hackathons. We're doing this at MongoDB. we actually have done this at Atlassian when I was there. And we were actually kind of the first ones that did this 24-hour hackathons. We called them FedEx days at that time because delivering in 24 hours, right? You have to deliver your idea in 24 hours, FedEx, right? Delivering in 24 hours, this makes sense, right? But we had to rename that because in the Google results, we were just in front of FedEx, the company, with our FedEx days. So they asked kindly to just rename it. So we called it Ship It Days. Anyway, small anecdote here. But we actually put that together in 3 phases. So it's a planning phase. Then it's the event phase. So what are we doing during the event? And then we have a follow-up afterwards. So let me dive a little bit deeper into how we organize these Ship It Days or these hackathons. First, we plan the dates actually 3 months in advance. So everyone knows all the schedules, release schedules are planned around this hackathon. So everyone knows these 2 days we're doing a hackathon, right? Then we announce and tell stories. So we don't just go into a hackathon and say, well, now it's time for a hackathon. Let's collect some great ideas. No, we're preparing this. So we actually write stories, what we want to do and what we want to reach. And also we use these stories for pitching it to other team members because some team members may don't have time to think about great ideas. So what we do is we organize some brown bags 2 weeks before the event, and then we pitch our ideas to the company. And then we say, oh, we need some designers and maybe some marketing people to have a great slide deck for the presentation at the end. So we pitch these ideas to some people, and they can jump on the team. Then the hackathon starts on a Thursday afternoon, 3 p.m. The time is ticking. It's a little bit pressing, right? Because you have to deliver, or you want to deliver in 24 hours. So it's a little bit like very exciting, and it can be a little bit hectic at the end. What you should keep in mind is just like having fun. This is a fun thing. It's about doing something that you're passionate about, that you want to do. It should be fun, right? It should be a fun event to work on your own ideas. Then don't forget to get energized, eat and drink. Actually, when we did that in an office, obviously, there were not a lot of people staying overnight. So no one really did 24 hours. But there were some people that stayed until 10 p.m. and then came back at 6 a.m. So they had a short nap at home and then came back. Do whatever you like, but just get energized and drink. So, and then 3 p.m. on Friday afternoon, so 24 hours later, we need to deliver. We should just show off what we have done, right? Give all you got. It's also about the presentation. Then we vote for the winner, for the best ideas, for the best presentation, whatever, the most innovative stuff. And then we celebrate together. And then we look at it and say, what can really go on the product roadmap, what makes sense. The coolest ideas is maybe sometimes not the best ideas to give it to customers, but still can win and be the coolest ideas. But there are some ideas that really could turn the needle, right? And then we plan for the next hackathon. So we say in 3 months, there's another hackathon, this date, and then the planning cycle is done. So we have this problem that not everyone actually could participate on these hackathons because it was more like a software engineering programming thing, right? So all the marketing people, legal people, designers, they also wanted to do something. So feel free also to involve those folks. They don't have to write software. So here's an example where someone came up with building a hidden whiskey bar in the office, and hopefully people can go there soon again in Sydney. So it's a socializing place, and it helps to bring everything together. So everything that improves collaboration, improves the software, is cool for a hackathon. So let's do the math here. 24-hour hackathons, doing them every quarter, gives us 0.7 hours a week on our timesheet. That's 2.7 hours of improving. Now let's put a little bit more hours in here, because we also have known knowns. So, these great ideas, maybe some ideas don't make it to the product roadmap. What are we doing with those? And maybe we didn't really get to the point of showing what's really capable with this idea. Or there are this small other things, right? I call them paper cuts. So these are really small things that is a little bit like hurts a little bit, like paper cut. It hurts, but it doesn't really end up on the roadmap because it's too small and doesn't have a lot of impact. But if your software is full of these small things, software get a bad reputation. People don't want to use your software because it's just full of the small little things, right? The small paper cuts. And maybe you heard the term of death by 1,000 paper cuts. Your software can be so good and so innovative if there are so many small things that really hinders the people to do a great job. Well, you should fix those, but they never end up on the roadmap. So what could you do? Here's the thing, right? Instead of 20% time, which we also tried and didn't really work out for us, we did innovation weeks, right? So every 8 weeks, we took a whole week off. I know this is a big time investment, but you're working on real things for the software. It's not like hackathons where you try things out. You really come up with a plan and work on these innovative things for the software that doesn't make it into the roadmap. And you work on paper cuts, small things that hurt the users, and you fix those in those innovation weeks. And this really this can turn the needle. And it's also good to do it as a team, and that's the difference, 20% time and innovation weeks, because you as a team take time off. So where 20% time is about the individual, and this is about the whole team taking time off. All right, this is actually a big add to this timesheet. So 5 hours of in a week make 7.7 hours of improving. You should invest time in discovery. It's so important. You should invest time in this one to help you move things forward. It's like training for soccer players. You should also invest time in discovery. Where should the software go? What are cool things to do? And use this time. But now you must say, Sven, my calendar looks like this. It's full. Where should I put it in, right? I barely can come to my real job of doing programming stuff. Where should I carve in some innovation time? My boss won't allow this. And I've heard this a lot. It's time to reduce the overhead, to really spend time on innovation stuff and also to work on what matters. So reduce your overhead. Get rid of some of those meetings, right? Get rid of those. So, but which meetings should you cut, right? You should ask yourself, actually, do I really need that meeting? Is that something that I really need? And especially about recurring meetings, like one-on-ones, weekly status meetings, daily stand-up. I wouldn't put that actually in the time of them we're all working from home into this kind of necessary. If you're working in an office, we could question if we need stand-ups, right? But weekly status meetings and one-on-ones, you may don't need that. So here's an experiment that a colleague of mine did. He actually canceled all recurring meetings. He just said, okay, I'm going to cancel it. Let's see what's happening. So first thing, I'm going to write to the person, is it still necessary, this one-on-one? Do we really need that? Let's stop it for 3 months and let's review it. If we miss something, maybe we do monthly, but do we really need this weekly thing? Another thing that you can ask is, am I actually still the right person? I know once I was the right person. Am I the right person in that weekly status meeting? Maybe you should invite someone else. Or am I actually always required? Should I be there the whole time, or do you just need me for 5 minutes, or just for certain meetings where you cover some topic that interests me, or that where you need me? Actually, just invite me when needed. So cancel all recurring meetings. That was an experiment that he did. Actually, it freed up a lot of time for him, and he didn't miss so much things. So also replace recurring meetings with status reports. So the Confluence Cloud team actually did this status report where they actually did this weather report. So every part of the Confluence Cloud team, engineering, product, marketing, did this weather report, put in their current weather report. So it was sunny or rainy or something, and put in the status update. So everyone knew what's going on without having a weekly meeting. And then if something gets stormy, they called in a meeting and said, hey, we have to talk about this, right? Because it's getting stormy here and we have to align. So just in case that something needs to be synced, they synced. If not, they got the updates through this weather report. So also stand-ups, as I said. I think it's at the moment it's still important that we meet and that we talk to each other. But there are some other ways, like having a Google Doc where you write in your daily stand-up, or Stand-Up.ly here as a tool for Slack that you could use. Try to see which meetings do you really need. Do you need that daily to carve out time, to have more time to experiment, to learn, and also to do concentrated work. Actually, you should ask yourself, do I have to call in that meeting? And there's this decision matrix, and there's a link at the end that you can jump on my webpage where you can get this decision matrix. So let's go through this decision matrix to see if it's really, if you should call in the meeting. So you want to make a decision, solve a problem, get feedback, generate ideas, right? So we call in a meeting for that. Let's say we want to generate some ideas here. Does that need to happen in real time? Yes, I want everyone in that meeting. So does everyone have enough background information to get it done? No, actually, I didn't share any information with them. I just wanted to share that in that meeting. Oops, fix that first. No meeting. All right. So I should send around the background information first so people know. Makes sense. So use this matrix to decide if there's a meeting or not. But at the end, maybe you come down to boom, schedule it. We're doing a meeting. Woohoo! Try to make it as effective as possible, right? Write down the agenda first, have meeting notes so people can decide not to attend, but still get the information out of it. So having meeting notes somewhere on a Google Doc, in Confluence, wherever you want that, so everyone is on the same page. At the beginning, introduce the agenda and ask people to leave. Do you think you have something to say today? If not, leave now, and you can use the time better than sitting in that meeting. Of course, physical meetings, close your laptops, but also in virtual meetings. Don't read Slack messages, don't answer emails. Be fully focused on the meeting, use that time efficiently. And then also in meeting rooms, we have this here. It's a rubber chicken, not a rubber duck, a rubber chicken. And once a person gets off topic, you take this rubber chicken and say, and all of a sudden the person said, oh, sorry, I went off topic. Let's concentrate on the things, right? And squeeze the rubber chicken. Nowadays, you just have to hold the rubber chicken in the camera and don't squeeze it, and people know, oh, sorry, I went off topic. So this is a good thing to just have a concentrated time in the meeting where we all concentrate on the things, and maybe carve out time. I know nowadays, we need to social interact a little bit more because we're all stuck in our home office. So reserve some time for some social interaction. But if you want to talk about something, then be concentrated on it and use maybe the rubber chicken. And I'm actually, these things can actually help me a lot using my time. Right, I'm wasting a lot of time by meetings, email, and Slack. Right, I call them time sucks because I spend so much time in them that the day goes by and I get nothing done. Right? Why is that? Because it's easy. It feels like we're getting stuff done if we answer emails, if we go to meetings, if we answer Slack messages, and it avoids a little bit thinking about the harder stuff. Right? The hard stuff. But this really needs some concentration time. I can answer a meeting, an email. Just between two meetings, that's easy, but I cannot come up with a new concept or really dive deep into coding, into a coding session. When I know in 10 minutes I have a meeting again, or the Slack message pops up and I'm distracted again. So carve out time actually for deep work. And I can just recommend to try to carve time for the whole team for deep work. So the whole team takes time off and concentrates, right? So what we did is actually, we said from 1 p.m. to actually 4 p.m., we have this sign on the door when we were working in an office. Now we have a Slack status message. We're not available. We are back at 4 p.m. We have deep work time. We concentrate as a team. So all the meetings were in the morning, and in the afternoon, we took time off. And that actually spread it throughout the organization. So nowadays, a lot of people are doing deep work time, certain time at a day, and people are looking forward to this concentration time. But some people have to make support, right? So have one person maybe that need to react, that can react. So just one person in the team that maybe is answering the Slack messages in the room, in your Slack room, or is the one, if you're working in an office, have a flag on the desk and say, I'm the support person, so talk to me, and then rotate the support person. So not one person has to do the whole duty, but one person a week has to do the whole duty, right? So a support person can answer the first level support things, and then maybe can talk to the team, but the team is not, the team can work concentrated on things. What I also do often is getting stuff done day. So reserve a whole day as a team to work on one topic. Like we need to refactor, right? We know that. So just reserve this one day to refactor, call it a refactor day. You're always looking forward for that day. Turn off your emails, turn off your Slack messages, and do just as a team refactoring, documentation, whatever things lay on the table that you said, oh, we know we have to do that, but we need to concentrate on that, right? So just reserve one day and then getting stuff done day. So this is actually helps you to get this hard stuff done, right? But Sven, what is actually the hard stuff? Okay, that's the last thing I want to talk about, to work on what matters to be more effective. Let's give you this here. Let's say you want to work in you want to build a factory, and maybe a solar panel environment-friendly factory, right? Where you build your solar panels. There are experts talking about automation and chemicals and stuff like that. You don't know, you don't want to dive in, you trust those experts in these meetings. So yeah, do your thing, that's great. Automation, yeah, do your robot thing. But then the conversation comes to this here, the bike shed. And all of a sudden, all people in that meeting have an opinion about the bike shed. What color should it have? How many bikes should there be in there? And that's called bike shedding, right? If people talk about spending too much time on things with low impact, who cares about the bike shed, right? Let's put it in a bike shed. But everyone has an opinion about that. And it's also called priority delusions. So we're talking about things that are not a big impact. And we need to spend more time on things. I've been in a lot of projects, and a lot of people just say, oh, we need this button to add a user here. I say, you need to, yeah, that's great. Let's put in a task, or a project or whatever, to say we need to add a user here. But why should we do that? Is there validation data that people have really a problem and need that button right here? Or are there other solutions? Maybe it's not smart to add buttons everywhere, so people get confused. So talking about the real problem that we want to solve, we don't take enough time to do that. Maybe one person has thought about that, but not the whole team. But the whole team have to buy in if we work on a project to understand what the problem is. So what we do is actually we fill out that project poster. We've worked a little bit on that. Also, links are back on my page to download the project poster. And we worked on the questions a lot. So there's questions like, why are we doing this? How do we judge success? What are possible solutions? And before we start with the project, we need to fill out that project poster. And we're not just done. It's a living document. So also validation data ready to make it. So once we have that, we have a common understanding of the whole problem that we want to solve, right? And this is super important for projects to have this kind of information handy. Also to hand it over to people that actually want to know what's going on, right? What are you doing here and why are you doing here? You can just hand over the project poster. Now, and that breaks down actually to also user stories. So if you write user stories like this one, as a user, I want a new statistic button so that I can see the number of data sets, right? It could be a user story for MongoDB, so people want to see how many data sets are in my database, and I just want a statistic button to see which time did they get added. Great. But this is already the solution. That's not the problem, right? What do people really want? So you should work also on the user stories to carve out the real problem. So not as users, you should name the user as Yasmin. You want to know the number of data sets so that I can plan for growth. This is what I want to do. I want to find out, do I need to add another chart or another database so I can plan for actually growing my database. So you should think more like your users, right? Like Jasmine, as I just said, like Lucas and Tina. These are all different users with different stuff. So maybe Jasmine, she's a developer in training, wants to have the statistic, but Lucas has some other requirements too. So think like your users. Think always, when you talk about the features, you should always have the users in mind. So learn your users, and we're using not real users, we're using personas that represent users. So we have this personas. And when we talk about a new feature, we talk about, how would Jasmine solve that? How would Lucas solve that? So we have a sheet where we talk about how their education is, what they're doing, how their knowledge is. So we have that users in mind, and we should get reminded of these users all the time and actually everywhere. So you can't really escape from our personas, right? They are literally everywhere. Now that you have all those user stories, right? What user stories should you work on first? Think about the happy path of your software. This where 80-90% of the people spend their time, right? So this is actually the happy path. Fix this first before you fix the corner cases. So how do you find out what to fix in your happy path? Well, we do a technique called journey mapping. So we write down here, what is the journey that a user takes? So on every step in that journey, we write down, and then we write, what problems do people have? And how do we solve that? So we have a good understanding and fixing those things, so we make 80-90% of our users super happy, and that makes our software much better and much more enjoyable. And then do that for each persona. So different personas have different journeys. So you have a good understanding of how to improve your happy path in your software. Now, I've been talking a lot about features and how to improve software from a product perspective, right? But we are here, we are all developers, we think about code, and you, Sven, you have talked about all the product stuff. That's actually should be done by the product manager, not by us developers, right? We are just responsible for the code to get this done. Yeah, so this quote here, I wish engineers spent less time understanding the problem and more time coding. Who said that? That said nobody ever, right? We need to understand the problem, the underlying problem, what we solve there with our software. We need to understand that to make decisions on our own and help the product managers, right? Because we know what's possible. So let's go hand in hand with the product managers. We actually should become product engineers, right? So also as an engineer, work close together with the product side of things. So maybe you're a junior developer, that's fine. Care about the code first, and then learn more about the product. If you're more than 2 years working on the product, you should actually become a product engineer, if that is your thing. I know it's not for everyone, but think about it, becoming a product engineer. So what things can you do? First things, do hallway testing. I know the product managers do the user testing, but you could just, with a prototype, run around and show it to your coworkers and say, do you think this would work? And get some feedback immediately, right? Or go on support. We actually had this program where we sent developers for 1 week a year on support to help with support cases and get to know what the real issues are with real users. So that also helps actually to understand the user better and to improve the software where the user needs it. And also become a data detective. Don't just look at the performance data and stuff like that. That's of course, you should do that too. But also go in and see which features are used the most. Should we spend time on the least used features, or should we spend time on the most used features? Obvious question. Sorry for that. So it's important to work on the things that matters for the customers. So become an effective developer. Okay, let's wrap up here. My hour is almost over. Think about team code. You code as a team. Have coding standards, coding formatting standards, so people can actually simply read the code. Learn, constantly learn. Do a book club or whatever. Constantly try to improve. Become a mentor, right? Think about that, to become more effective and pass on your knowledge to the younger generation that can actually do the work so you become more effective. Experiment, try new things. This really turns sometimes the needle. The things that you haven't thought of, not the obvious things, right? Try to carve out time for experiment. This is a little bit on the efficiency side. Reduce your overhead, kill meetings, whatever. Try to have deep work time, and also work on really what matters. This is also important. Work on what matters, and this really turns the needle, and this makes you super effective as a developer. Now, this is a windy road. There's no approach, and you can't really. It's hard also to measure these things. It's not like efficiency is pretty much straightforward, right? If you think about efficiency, it's pretty much straightforward. So you are faster, you're better, you fix more bugs, all those things. And don't get me wrong, this is also super important. I know at the beginning I was a little bit ranting about that, but it's super important to work on some automation stuff, to automate things that you do twice or three times, and then you should automate it, right? Know your tools, know your command line tools, right? Try to use the command line, be more efficient in that, be faster, be more efficient. And then also deep work, and I was talking a little bit about that, carve out time for deep work to be more efficient. But when we talk about efficiency, it's to get more stuff done. We get more stuff done if we be more efficient, if we automate stuff, we have more time for doing some else things. But being effective is more about getting the right stuff done, right? Getting the stuff done that is super important. Or with other words, efficiency is about the output that we generate, where effectiveness is about the outcome. So think outcome first, be effective, and at the end, get shit done. Thank you so much for attending my keynote. And I'm now jumping, I think, in the Zoom room to answer questions. Is that right? I think so.
Hi again. Thank you a lot for your talk, Sven. And we invite you to answer the questions from participants and to join our Zoom rooms. So once again, thank you for supporting our event, and we were glad to welcome you on this online stage. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Dear participants, we know that we are experiencing some technical problems. We are very sorry for that, and we are working hard to fix it and to bring you back to the streaming. So you have received an alternative link to the user page via the email, with a mail letter, and the link was also published into the Facebook and Twitter channel of Devoxx Ukraine. So please follow this link, and you will see the user page as you saw it at the beginning, and I hope it will work for you now. And to view the schedule of the program, please use the mobile application. Download it for iOS or Android, and it will reflect the relevant talks schedule. Okay, and now I want to invite you to view the presentation from our platinum partner, EPAM company. And we have a representative from EPAM, Evgen Mospan, Senior Solution Architect and Head of EPAM Java Competency Center Services. Evgen, are you with?
You grow. You grow when you have a desire to become better, to learn new things. When you listen to a webinar, a conference, a talk, go to courses, dozens of courses, then you are the one who speaks. You grow. You grow when you get up to speed. When you focus on your work, on your customer, on your team, then you become a part of something big. When you raise the bar and take responsibility for your work, whether good or bad, when they ask you for advice, When you create a small revolution or speed up an evolution, then you grow. You are growing because growing matters to you. You keep at it until it's just right. To be honest with yourself and others, to further educate yourself, to become an expert. And if it matters to you, it matters to us. APAM. Focus on your growth.
Hello, Evgen.
Hello, Devoxx.
Hi. So how are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. I'm so excited that we started Devoxx Ukraine Online today. So please, your welcome word.
Hello, Devoxx participants. And let me tell you about something we do at EPAM in scope of competencies. And today I will focus on Java competencies, Java Competency Center and its services. And before I start, let me tell you about something about myself. So my name is Evgen Mosman. I am a senior solution architect. Now I am a head of a Java Competency Center at EPAM. So I am more than 15 years in IT, have a different experience in the different business areas and expert areas. And here you see the contacts with the help of which you can find me via email or LinkedIn. And so today I'm going to talk about the competency centers at EPAM, specifically Java, and the services we do for our customers and for our contributors. So what is basically competency center at EPAM and specifically Java? So it is an organization which consists from experts who can provide some service in scope of a particular technology. And speaking about Java, we have a quite big range of representatives from location perspective at EPAM. So as you can see on the slide, we have presence in 16 countries from 30 plus EPAM locations. So we cover the biggest one in terms of engineering centers like Ukraine, Belarus, and so on. And so we do have core experts all over the world, which who help us to build the services and deliver the best support for the clients that require some technology consultancy in scope of Java technologies, so who are looking for the innovation and services. And we do have more than 300 contributors from these countries who are being supervised by these core team experts. And if we talk about the services, so we tried to basically split them in 3 streams. So first is mostly oriented on our customers, and it is called pre-sale support, where we do different stuff like helping our pre-sales team to propose the best solution in Java world. We help to create this proposal, we help with discoveries, create some POCs, and so on and so forth. We also focus on development and production and help to kick off the projects, to supervise them, to help with architecture design, review, and so on and so forth. And we, of course, focus on our competency growth inside the company. And that is why we have knowledge base for our engineers who work at EPAM. We help them to get up to speed in terms of recent standards we require from our developers running the pre-assessment and assessment services. We do a lot of interviews. We also share our knowledge through webinars and tech talks. We do have partnership with other Java big companies like Azul or Lightband. And we, of course, run the certification process. So we promote the Java certifications, which are popular all over the world among Java engineers, and help them grow professionally. So in 2020, we just listed below some highlights from the customers we did really support. Not all of them we can share in this audience because we have NDAs. But what we can also mention is that we do support educational programs of EPAM, like master degree program in software engineering, and we run a global Java mentoring program in our own tool, which is called Learn and Development. So this helps us. This helps our engineers to grow professionally. And just to show you that it is all real, and we do really have a support from our colleagues inside EPAM. So this is the statistics that we gathered for the first 3 quarters in 2020. And despite the fact that we live in a new normal, we didn't stop any of the services. So we do have the requests. And on the left side, basically, the amount of requests shows that most of the requests are dedicated to the competency growth, which is pretty obvious because we do have a lot of engineers. They want to get a new level. They want to go through the certification process, but these do not require a lot of time, which is shown on the right side. So basically, we see that the time spent by our contributors are being split really smooth. And most of the focus we spent on development and production because this is where the things are happening. And we want to make the expertise real. We want to make it be helpful for our customers. So what else I want to say? So I really want to say thank you to all of you that you continue to grow professionally and visit such conferences like Devoxx. If you are interested in what we do inside Java Competency Center, feel free to contact me, and I will be more than glad to help you. So going back to the main stage, guys, do you have any specific questions?
Thank you, Evgen. Unfortunately, the participants can't join and ask questions directly to you now. So, guys, please, if you enjoyed Evgen's presentation and have any questions, feel free to contact him via LinkedIn or any other channels. So, thank you once again for your presentation. And
thank you for giving me a chance to talk.
Thank you. Hi, and we are back at Devoxx Ukraine Online, and our next speaker, Adam Bien, who will present 2 talks today, and will join just in a few seconds. Hello, Adam.
Hi.
Hi, it's Kiev Colin. How are you today?
Perfect. Thank you a lot. And you? How is the weather in Ukraine?
A bit dark and rainy, but we are so excited we started the conference, so we are great. Thank you.
Perfect.
Yeah, is it your first Devoxx today, or you have spoken before at Devoxx?
So I was at a couple of Devoxx, never at Ukraine. It's unfortunate. I was invited several times, but it was too far to travel, or it cost too much time. So I'm really glad it's online, so we can meet online right now and save a lot of time.
Yeah, we are glad also that you supported our online event. So, okay, the mic is yours. Please start your talk.
Thank you. Hopefully my keyboard as well. So I can just start. My screen is shared, right? Can you see that?
Not yet.
I shared that with Zoom. I asked whether it's okay. Is it right?
Yeah, it should be on the streaming now.
Yeah. You should see my screen.
Yes, just... yeah, our tech staff is saying that you need to share your screen in Zoom.
Yeah, I shared that. This was the question and I shared. It is sharing right now.
Yeah, could you reshare, please?
Okay.
Yeah, you know, with these online meetings, first 5 minutes are spent on, do you hear me? Do you see me? Do you see my screen?
I see everything but my screen. Wait a second. How to? So I'm on Zoom. Screen is already shared. I will share again. Wait a sec. Now it's shared again.
Yeah, we just need... Yeah, now we see it. Okay.
Oh, perfect. So this matches perfectly the talk, because I would like to talk about the non-functional stuff and robustness. So share the screen several times until it works. Okay, so thank you for the invitation for Devoxx Ukraine. I'm really glad that I'm here. I was invited for several years, always had to say no because of date intersections, whatever, and now it works. So what's funny is the title. So the first idea was the non-functional parts, but I thought about that. This is actually a really bad title, because there's JavaScript, the good parts. And if I will submit a title, yeah?
I'm so sorry for interrupting you. Yeah, you're sharing the wrong screen. So we see the website Devoxx.
Yeah, sure.
UA.
But this is it's going to be better. This is just,
Okay.
This is the right screen. So I have lots of screens.
Okay, then I'm so sorry for interrupting your
no
better
problem.
and
I just
epic
would like,
start.
I would like to promote Devoxx a bit more. And, and I submitted the first idea was the non-functional parts, but there is a book, JavaScript, the good parts. And I thought, okay, probably people know, the attendees will assume non-functional parts means something that doesn't work. But what I mean by this talk is this part which are particularly important or relevant for non-functional requirements. This is what I meant, not the shiny JSON or whatever. So what happens behind the scenes and what is useful for robustness, exception handling, logging, and stuff like that. Okay. So now let's start with the talk. And this was why I changed actually the title from non-functional parts to non-functional features. So with Jakarta in a micro profile, and because the talk is slideless, I would like to start with some slides. It's exactly the same, like, serverless requires some servers. Okay. Now, about me, I really like Java. And since 1995, I really enjoy it, and it's getting actually more and more exciting. So it's not like something slows down or it gets boring. And I actually really like the Java SE programming language. The Java programming language, not only the platform. Okay, I'm writing a blog, and delivering online courses a few times a year. This year was 3 times, I think, because of the project request and load. I spend most of my time in project as a developer. And therefore, if you have any questions, just feel free to ask. And I try now to answer as many questions as possible. And I have also a podcast with we just freestyle conversation. Okay. Now, what I would like to talk today is about fault tolerance, concurrency, open API, open metrics, health checks, and then exceptions, robustness, observability, and whatever comes, whatever makes services, applications, Java application more robust. And if you like, there is some workshops around the corner. There's a micro profile is probably the most relevant. Is in December 10th. And next year is building event-driven application with streams, logs, and messages is more like Kafka-related topics. And micro frontends with web components is actually more relevant to the next session. But if you like, this is online workshops. They were at Airport Munich, but they were canceled. Okay, and this is probably the most useful slide for you. So if you have any questions left, AXDV, first Monday of the month, join and ask questions. You don't even have to register. You just prepare your questions, ask the question, I try to answer them. But don't send me questions via email. That's the deal. Okay, and this was the last slide. Okay, now where is my terminal? So we need that. And what I forgot, this is the last slide, but this was the Devoxx website, and I would like to talk about Jakarta microprofile. And whatever I do is on this repository. So I already checked in the slides, and this repository is GitHub, Adam Bean, Airhacks, and I will live commit both examples for both sessions, yeah? And I prepared also some links if you are curious. But briefly, what Jakarta is a set of specification, just APIs. And I would say for this talk, not a lot are relevant. What I will use is JAX-ORES, a little bit of CDI, and will talk, not use the Jakarta concurrency utilities, and then spend more time with microprofile, but not with with the functional features rather than non-functional features. What it means is like health to increase the robustness, metrics, fault tolerance, a little bit open API, and just talk about open tracing. I don't think that we get the time to start Jaeger from scratch, but I already prepared something for you, so you can just check it offline. Okay, this is basically it. These are the specs. Now the question, what is the relation between both? Not that relevant. Most of the runtimes are supporting both Whitefly, Payara, OpenLiberty, whatever server you get, they're supporting Jakarta and microprofile at the same time. Then the next generation runtimes like Quarkus and Helidon, they tend to support full microprofile, everything from microprofile plus parts of Jakarta, and parts means whatever is interesting for the users or clients. That's the story behind. Okay, now I think we covered that. And I just kept it open because I asked, the Airhacks community whether they have additional questions, but there were no questions. So I can also close that and then proceed with coding. So what I would like to do is to implement 2 microservices which already communicate with each other and just make the communication a little bit robust and see how this behaves. So what I would like to do is to create a Quarkus microprofile application. The group ID is Airhacks, and the artifact ID is going to be slow, and version doesn't matter. Yes, I would like to have a REST resource, and the class name is fine. Everything is actually fine. Then slow. Okay, so what we have here, we have a empty Quarkus project with, by the way, we have no time for tests, and this tests, I don't use these tests in production anyway. We use microprofile REST client, actually. We can try it as well today. So, and we don't need the REST assured, so make it a little bit leaner. So now that's all. This is a microprofile application, but I would like to start it immediately and clean Quarkus dev. Quarkus dev. Okay, it started, and just thinking maybe it is better to open here another terminal. So, and now let's see whether it is working. So it should work on with hello. So it works. Now let's check the first feature, which always comes with microprofile, is metrics. And there is nothing here because, in contrary to in the opposite to let's say Whitefly, Payara, or all the runtimes, Quarkus comes with extensions. So I will have to install the extension on the fly. So let's do this. And whatever. Wait a sec. Strange. Oh, now it's different keyboard. That's a problem. So add extensions. And I would like to have metrics, and I add everything at once, but for this session, I think it is better to show you what happens now the metrics are activated. So what happens behind the scenes, Quarkus recognized the new extension and the metrics were activated, but the applications metrics are not available yet. You see 2 or 4 no content. So let's see how we can improve that. So what you can usually start is to see whether it's working before I add system out println or Java util logging. We can just add counted, for instance, which is a nice annotation. And with counted, so if I just, sorry, this was the wrong one. Actually, I wanted to have the hello again. Hello. And this is the hello. And if I go to application, now we have a new timer. And do it again, and it just increases, which is useful because we see whether the application is actually working. Regarding logging, on most runtimes, I mean, tested with Quarkus, Helidon, and Payara and Whitefly, you can just use Java util logging. So there is no need for additional frameworks. So what we can do, we can actually say, I would like to have logger log equals logger get logger, and the name is hello resource class get name, and this basically it, and then say log info, let's say called. And this is good enough because you don't have to configure the logger to output additional files. This is pointless in container environments. So this is good enough, so we can remove a couple of frameworks. SL4J, stuff like that is actually no more needed. Not actually, I don't see the point anymore. So let's see, now it's going to be a little bit harder. So we have to switch the terminals. So let's start that. And it should actually, so you see, this is a nice, this is airhex. It was abbreviated hello resource executor threads 198 called. So this is logging works out of the box. Okay. So now we have it. Now let's add additional non-functional requirements API. And what I would like to do is to test something different and go with health. So if we do this, so 404 not found means, okay, there are no health checks. So why we need health checks? Mainly because of Docker and Kubernetes. I think Kubernetes started with it, but Mesosphere and Docker and all the other providers already had support for liveness and readiness probes. But so let's create one. So first, again, because of Quarkus, and by the way, why I know health? Because it was actually predefined in microprofile, the URIs. So I exactly know metrics are the technical metrics, metrics/applications are the business metrics, /health are the all the health checks, health/live and /ready are liveness and readiness probes. And Kubernetes uses the probes to check whether the application is actually operational and whether the application is ready to receive traffic. So that's both probes. So let's start with one. And what I would like to do is to create a new file and call it live probe. Oh, wrong. Before we do this, I will have to add the extension, a extension. And this is called health. Now, if you ask me now why I know which extension is the right one, and whatever starts with small y except REST client are the actually right ones. This is the microprofile. And this is unique for Quarkus. If you would use Helidon, all the extensions or all microprofile APIs are already there. The same is true for Payara, Whitefly, OpenLiberty, all the servers. So, okay, small y health, I would like to have that. And what happens behind the scenes is actually only an additional dependencies added. Where are the dependencies? Somewhere here, REST easy, JUnit, small y matrix, and health. So we could also, of course, edit this. We don't need this support from IDE. So Now we have the health. What changed is, hopefully, you see this was actually what happens behind the scenes. But what changed is that the actually I think we have to restart Quarkus, let's say, because what I would expect at least. So we have now one generic probe. So Quarkus already says I'm there. And this is like, the default probe provided by Quarkus. So the endpoint was activated. So and let's create a basic probe, and let's create our application specific probe. And I would like to do this with live probe.java. And this is going to be application scoped. You can use whatever scope you like. And then this is liveness. And then I will have to implement health check, and then we will have to implement an interface called call, exactly, and then just go with the return health check response app and up. And what I usually do is I will just call it basic, because it's actually pointless. It just says I'm alive. So what we are actually testing here, just whether the the rest point is available, whether the system is roughly operational. So okay, if I will repeat that, I should see basic is up, and this is the live, I think, the live probe, and there is no ready probe yet, so this is empty. So what it could also do, of course, create a readiness probe Java, and this readiness probe is exactly the same. Implements health check, that's right. And I would like to implement here as well, say here return health check response app, and also basic, and say here this basic is just a convention, application scoped, and this is readiness. So the readiness probes are a little bit more interesting, because what usually you should do is you should decide whether the application is ready to receive traffic. For instance, if you have some Flyway DB migration, whatever, you can incorporate them or check here whether it is ready. And then if you say I'm ready, you will receive traffic. If you don't say you are ready, you won't receive traffic. So if your liveness probe is not ready or not successful, and what successful usually means 200. This is actually, you can define it in DC, deployment config on Kubernetes, but successful means usually 200. And if it's not successful, the liveness probe, the pod gets killed and restarted, which not always makes sense. Okay, now we have that. Let's see, so ready. So we have the ready, and we have now all probes. This is 2 probes, ready and liveness. So this is usually what I see in projects. And by the way, I promise you something, right? So what I should do is say hello Devoxx UA, and then probes implemented, and we push this to the, and now you have the code. So live. So we have now the readiness and liveness probes. What I see in projects, that the projects are just say, okay, now I have the probes. What I usually expect, if you get more complex microservice, as a complex microservice comprises several subsystems, and for each such subsystem could expose one probe, and they are automatically aggregated by a microprobe runtime. Here is an example, Quarkus. So what it means is, if one probe is not successful, the entire chain is not going to be successful, or all others are going to be successful, but the entire, the response is going to be not 200 exactly. And I use also the probes for debugging, because let's imagine, actually I did it in the workshop where I implemented a block engine. So I created a probe to check whether we have enough file system space to store the block entries, and if not, we should not be able to receive any traffic, or because now if you restart the pod, it doesn't going to be better usually, right? Okay, so now I think we covered liveness and readiness probe, and let's see whether we can improve it in a second. So now the next thing is, this is our slow service, but it's actually really fast. So what I would like to do is to slow it down, thread sleep, because it should be slow, otherwise the name is wrong. So, and now we will have to surround it with try and catch. And by the way, if you have any questions, just feel free to ask in the chat, and I would answer all the questions after the show. This was the deal with the organizers. They wanted me to answer the questions after the show. So let's do it. So now I have that, and now what I can do, I can say, okay, I would like to protect this microservice because it shouldn't be overloaded. So if this method, takes too long, something should happen. And for that, I need another microprofile API called fault tolerance. Fault tolerance, small I. This is the standard microprofile implementation. I would argue this is implemented by Whitefly, Quarkus, Open Liberty, and parts of Helidon. Something like Weld for CDI is a small I for microprofile, roughly. So okay, now we have it. And what I can do right now, use a nice annotation called bulkhead. And bulkhead was really popular at the beginning of microservices. And I would say bulkhead with one, what it means, I only allowing one processing thread. All others will have to wait. And I say, okay, in case this is going to be too slow, then I would like to have a fallback. And the fallback is another method, and I would just call it this time nicely, fallback, and fallback method, and I will call the method overload. So this is the name of the method, and then we need the method, public method, and this is going to be overload, and say overloaded. Don't call me. Overload. Okay, seems to work. So what it means is it actually, so what happened so far? So if I just replace that, so health is obviously still working. I can go invoke hello, and it's also working. And now the first difference is metrics application. And what you already see is that we got additional metrics, and this is not nicely visible. So let's change the view to JSON. Application, JSON. Oh, there is no application header. It's called accept. So now we have the JSON view. And you see, so what we got now, we got the bulkhead concurrent execution 0, so nothing was invoked concurrently, calls accepted total 1, and then we have the duration metric. So they came, these metrics are contributed by the fault tolerance. Okay, so now let's generate some load, and for that, I would like to use the worker because the AB Apache benchmark is a little bit buggy on Mac, so sometimes it stops, and this just works better. So I will generate the load, and at the same time, switch here and do the curl again, and this time try to get the hello too slow. Here I need the hello, and I think it's already done. No, it works. Don't call me because it's overloaded. And I think, where is it? So it is still running. So I would just stop that. It is healthy. And then what I wanted to say is to invoke hello again, exactly. And you see it recovered because I stopped these stress tests, and it's just a little bit slower. And the reason why it's slower because of the 500 milliseconds. But what interesting stuff happened was we can just switch to metrics/application. Oh, this is better. And what we see is there were fallback calls total. So there were 97,000 fallback called because the server was overloaded, and now there are no concurrent executions. So what we get with the bulkhead, almost like a similar matrix, like back then's EJB matrix or pooling, because we saw how concurrent the system is currently, And what you can already do, you could, for instance, and by the way, almost forgot about that, what we can do right now is the following, but for that, I would like to use another terminal. We can actually say set up Prometheus and get here micros localhost 8080, now call it slow scraping is 5. So because it's YAML, I'm not able to live code that. So I actually created a template which creates a YAML file for me. Otherwise, we would spend the entire session just editing the 3 lines of YAML. So we have that. And let's see. And I can just run Prometheus. And I always forget the port, almost forget the port. So let's see. Is I think 9090. I wanted to double check that. 9090. Yes. And then these are the metrics. And what we could do is now concurrent executions, execute and see what the metrics are. They were not captured yet, but if we start the, let's see what we can do now. We can actually change that to, let's see, 3, and then rerun the worker. And then take a look at Prometheus. As you can see, we have 3. So it's still overloaded. And we can also create another metric and say what I'm interested in is the concurrent calls rejected execute. And as you can see, we see, that there are more and more rejected. So with that, with just one notation, we get actually a fairly decent feedback, and we could create alerts that if the service is overloaded, we get automatically notified, which is, and this is Prometheus from stock Prometheus setup. I just have locally installed Prometheus as a Go library, which consumes the YAML. Okay, now we have it. I would like to stop the test, and I can just close that. And okay, this is working. Oh, this is also slower because we use the Java util logging. Okay, fine. So I think we can use this or just keep the service running. And what I just would like to do is to change the port, and because I would like to introduce another service. And this was Quarkus HTTP, and then port, and now go with 8282, so I can easily remember that. Okay, now let's keep this open. I think it's better. And then create another service. And I would like to create a service with the name create with the name, how to call it? Hex unstable, more fun than stable. Unstable, and yes, actually should be stable. So I would just stop Prometheus because I forgot that, and then I would remove the data. This is the time series data from Prometheus, because now I can check it in again. FT explained. Okay, now let's create the other one, and this was unstable, and just open the Visual Studio Code. So what I would like to do here is briefly, I would like to create a slow client, and this slow client is going to be an interface, and I would like to register. No, you see what I forgot? We need extension. And this is called REST client. So and I would like to say register. Let's see, hopefully. So first we have, REST client was actually added. We don't need that, and also we don't need the test Java. So and then I think it's called register REST client. Yeah, right. Register REST client, and then we need a config URI, config key, and this is let's call it slow, and we could use the base URI, but usually you want like to hard code that because you can override it easily in the clouds. And how to override that is with microprofile config. So I can just do the slow URI, and we would like to talk with a localhost h2h2, and this can be overridden with deployment configuration easily, and you will only have to use, instead of slashes, underscores, and write it, everything is uppercase. Okay, now we have it, and what I also would like to do is to say the path was standard. I think it was hello, and then start with string message, and just say we are only interested in, of course, get, but it was media type. This is what media type. Oh, produces. This is what we need. Produces media type, and this was text plain. Text plain. Okay. Text plain, the text plain type is not a string. So we have the text plain, and this is the simplest possible thing. And now let's see whether it works. What I should be able to do is just to inject that. And this is with inject. This was REST client. This is the qualifier. And slow client is the unstable calls slow and this client message. This is what we want to do. Okay, I think we can start this one. Maven compile Quarkus dev, also dev mode, Quarkus dev. And we get the error because both servers are running, both are opening the debugging port, and there's a conflict. So, okay, so I would like to open another terminal and just do the curl. So this is what I think I will have to need to restart the other one. I think I forgot that. Yeah, this is 8080. The other one still runs on port. Wait a sec. Unstable, slow, Mr. Slow has to be restarted. And then, yeah, and this is not even started. So let's do it again. So the problem was not the debug port conflict of the now we have the debug conflict and it didn't even start it. Okay, now we fixed the problem, and as you can see, unstable calls slow and hello. So now what also works, I can actually write on the client. So write on the client. Communication is working. So now we have it. You have the code now. So now the communication is working. What we can do right away, and that is actually really interesting, we can say, okay, I would like to see whether this was actually called. So what I can do, I can say count it, how often this client was invoked, and for that reason, I need again metrics. So I have to edit metrics. takes long. No time until it thinks about adding metrics, so we will have to add it by hand, sometimes faster. Quarkus, and this is wrong. It is, I think, Quarkus, small Ri metrics. This is the scheme. Okay, and now let's try that. Again, and where is Quarkus? Somehow I accidentally deleted this. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is working. Then metrics application should also work after adding the annotation. And we can, of course, add metered as well, or simply timed, for instance. Another one is lesser known. And let's do it again. So we call that, and then we see that this call was roughly a half second, which is true because the other call we slowed down to half a second. So looks right. Okay, now what we can of course do, we can also implement here very easily retry. We can say if something goes wrong, just retry. And for the retry, we need fault tolerance again. So they're the same, you know. We can just edit. And I think just do it in Maven. So, and this was fault tolerance. And with the fault tolerance, we get a retry, simple timed, and we get here retry. So, and with the retry, in case something goes wrong, it is going to be automatically retried now with a predefined amount of times. So I think 3 times, and then we can get and add the fallback again. So now this is sensible. So actually we can go with it. What's more interesting, what I could do here, I can say I'm actually only interested with additional information, and with that I can actually switch to here and say instead of doing this, I would like to, for instance, say I only need response, and then say here the response, there is read entity, and I'm reading this by hand. And with that, I can count, for instance, the status codes. And how to do that? Fairly easy. I can just say inject, then metric registry, and then registry type, and the type is going to be application. So, and with that, with the application registry type, I can just do the following. I can say I'm only interested with registry and counter and service slow communication status. And then add the status here. So response get status, and then inc. So what this does is it just creates counters on the fly and increases them. So that's the deal here. And let's see whether it's actually working. So I would like to call the application first, and then check the metrics. As you can see, service slow communication status 200. So now, what about exceptions? Let's say I would like, to sometimes throw an error. How to do that? So I would like to switch to slow again to hello resource. And actually, what I see in projects is that projects are creating exceptions hierarchies, which is actually no more required because JAX-RS ships with Jakarta and microprofile already with ready-to-use exceptions. So what I could do, for instance, I could create my own exceptions. Don't have to, but I could, and say, too early exception. And then this exception extends web application exception. That's the point. And then I can just here say I'm too early exception, would like to have a string message. And then say here super, and then a response status. Let's do 200 and something, 205. No idea what it is, but 400 will throw a processing error on the other side, and I can just add additional headers and say info is message, and then build that message, and then build that. So we have it, and now the hello resource will throw here. Throw new to early exception and say good morning from Ukraine, or to Ukraine, but yeah, it's exception, doesn't have to be accurate. Okay, so we have, and now let's see what happens. So I will call it again, and the problem is we have the fallback here. On a fallback, it invokes that, which, so we have to remove the fallback. Works too well, it's too stable. So do it again. So, and now we got input stream was empty, and the problem is here. So we say, let's fix that very quickly. This is the status, var status, this is the status, and we have to add the status here. And then say, okay, if status is not 200, return don't understand your status. Okay, should be better. So now if we call that again, don't understand your status because it's not 200. And if we do it several times and then check the matrix, you see status 205. It was invoked twice. If I go here and say back to normal, no exceptions, so just do this. And by the way, this is the way how to throw exceptions with Jakarta in microprofile. You don't in any exceptions mappers and whatever extraction. You just throw the exception and declare what status it is supposed to be. So now we have it, and switch to here. Okay, now we have it, and what I should do here is the following. Just repeat that. And you see we had 2 calls with 205 and 1 call with 200. So for every response type, we get a counter which is automatically increased. Again, I could use Prometheus now and to create custom matrix. So this seems to work. Now the last thing, git add exceptions. So the last thing I would like to share with you is a small thing, but very useful. It's also supported actually by all servers. So let's see whether the extension is working. So once again, I would like to get the Open API. So, and with the Open API, we get a defined endpoint Open API always is automatically generated. I don't know why the Visual Studio Code is so slow today. No idea. So we do it by hand. It's easier anyway. So it is going to be, I think it's more right, Open API. Open API. Just try it. So if it works, so what we should see, Open API. and refused is not good. Oh, wait a sec. I think what I did before as well, I just, killed Quarkus by killing, the output. So it actually, yeah, this was my fault, sorry. Maven, it happens already twice, Quarkus death. And yeah, this is in projects. I usually, add the dependencies at the beginning and not incrementally. So this is not my usual flow. So now it started again, and then we should see the Open API. So this is the metrics, and this is the Open API, exactly. And with that, what we should also see is if I switch to localhost 8080 Swagger UI, I get it out of the box, so I can just test my microservice, try it out, and get it for free. So where is it? Exactly, unstable calls, slow, and hello. So I think we are done. I'm open for questions. So if you have any questions left, feel free to ask now, and we have some time to answer the question. So I'm 3 minutes faster than actually planned. So thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, you are even behind the schedule. So we unfortunately don't have an opportunity to ask the questions now, so I will invite you to the Zoom room, to join the Zoom room, and the participants will ask their questions there. And you have a second talk just after this one, so you will have just 15 minutes for the questions. And yeah, dear participants, stay with us and join the next talk with Adam.
Perfect. I'm already in Zoom. Exactly.
Okay, great. Okay, and now I would like to announce the next presentation from our gold partner, Svitla Systems company. The presentation will start just in a few seconds. Okay, welcome back, and I'm glad again to introduce our gold partner, Svitla Systems company, and the representative, Natalia, who will give the short presentation about the Svitla Systems.
Hi everybody, my name is Natalia and I'm talent hunter at Svitla Systems. Let me tell you more about us. Svitla Systems is a multinational software company. Our head office is located in California and business and development offices around the US, Mexico and Europe, Poland and Ukraine. We have 600 plus developers and provide a wide range of development services for such well-known companies as Ingenico, Ancestry, Thermo Fisher, AstraZeneca and others. What I love most about Svitla is the freedom to choose your work location. And thanks to schedule flexibility, you get more time for your hobbies, family, and less time commuting. And what is also very important, no micromanagement. Moreover, there is no bureaucracy. Any question is solved quickly and easily. We care about your comfort. We do everything we can to help you focus on your work and your personal life. We truly appreciate our developers' work-life balance. We enjoy vacation days, national holidays, days off, sport activities, family days, and splendid birthday presents. We care about your education. Svitla constantly organizes in-house and public tech webinars named Svitla Smart Talk. You can visit our Facebook page to see the schedule. Also, Svitla covers tickets for others' IT events and courses. Svitla is well known not only for its family-like attitude, but also for a big number of most innovative projects. I'm going to show you several projects we are especially proud of. For some of them, we are hiring now. The first one is a leading traveling platform. Each month, it helps over 400 million developers to make their trips across the globe. The app is available in 30 languages and works across 50 countries. Yes, leading team collaboration platform like Skype and Zoom, it helps enterprise users stay connected. It is used by thousands of companies and sends over 500 million messages daily. Multinational US technology company focuses on e-commerce, cloud computing, digital streaming, and artificial intelligence. Next one, a biotechnology leader, American provisioner of scientific software and services to healthcare, life science, and biotechnology. Safety observations solution, trained to recognize construction risks in photos and other projects' data. It creates an automated risk assessment. Global leader in robotics, enables self-driving robots development, deployment and operations. Works in 40 plus countries, serving the mining, military, aerospace markets and agriculture. Of course, we have more projects to tell you about, and we will be happy to do it personally. You're welcome to learn more about us on our career page on svitla.com. And now for more exciting part, our prizes raffle. Take a chance to win our awesome backpacks, AirPods, thermocups and t-shirts and more. Go to the Devoxx website to see Svitla systems page. You will find two options. First, simple fill-in form, and second, advanced Java quest. If you wanna challenge yourself and solve our tricky tasks. Again, links to raffles at Svitla systems page at Devoxx website. Thanks for your attention. I hope to see you at Svitla. Take care. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. Very exciting projects you're working with. And yeah, guys, very exciting prizes, new AirPods. So just solve the Java quest from Svitla Systems and take your chance to win. Thank you.
Thank you.
In Itera, we are specialists in creating digital business. We have a proven track record of developing innovative solutions that bring great user experiences and high business value. Our method is to work in cross-functional teams, combining our skills of business development, service design, user experience, development, testing, security, DevOps, and cloud platforms. We are always excited about collaborating with new, innovative customers and have high ambitions for common achievements in areas such as designing excellent user experiences, scalability and cost benefits improvements through our hybrid delivery model, providing more for less, increased operational effectiveness through smart use of technology. And this is just the beginning.
Okay, welcome back, and we continue Devoxx Ukraine online. And our next speaker is Adam Bean. He conducted the first talk, and now will be his second talk about productivity of different frameworks. Hello. Oh, welcome back, Adam. I was told that we again have some technical issues with your connection, that you are using wrong Zoom link. You are sharing the screen in wrong Zoom. So I will ask you to use the link that was sent by our tech partner, and then we will see your
I used the most recent link. I reconnected even, but I can try to do it again.
Yeah, I'm sorry for this. It's an online event, a lot of Zoom links.
No problem. Which link? From the chat or from?
From the tech partner, not the link to Q&A, but the link to streaming.
Vimix call link? No. The Zoom link, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Can just do it again. Wait a sec.
Yeah, the link was sent by Dennis.
Okay, because
yeah.
I was...
Dear participants, and while we are reconnecting, I invite you to register for our partners' prizes raffles. The partners has prepared interesting quizzes and games, and their prizes will be, the winners of the best prizes will be announced during the closing ceremony at the end of the second day of event. Yeah, Adam, the new link will be sent to you just right away. So we will... Yeah, I'm sorry we don't hear you. Yeah.
Am I right? Is it, I brought a message to the QA stream. No, this is QA.
Now this is a Q&A session where you just answer the questions, and for the online broadcasting we need another link.
Then try another link. Wait a second. Now I got a link.
Yeah, that should be the correct one. Yeah, and while you are connecting, I will just remind the participants the topic of your next talk. It will be web apps productivity without the frameworks.
Yeah.
And it has this surprising hashtag slideless. Does it mean it will be no presentation?
No, not a lot of slides. And now, hopefully, Devoxx Stream 1, Alexander Kravchuk.
Yeah, that should be the correct one.
Okay, so I will say here, hello. Hello. Right now, share screen. I think I'm right. Share. Right link?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm so sorry once again for this.
No idea. We
issues.
probably interrupted, a CEO meeting of Oracle with my presentation right now, because instead of streaming to you, I streamed probably to Oracle headquarters or somewhere else. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm glad to invite you to your second talk. So the mic is yours, please. You're welcome to start.
Okay, thank you. So second session, complete different topic. Let's talk about web. And the idea is to show you what happens if you just, ignore all the frameworks and focus on productivity. Okay, whatever I will do, I will check it into the AirHacks repository again. So all the example from the previous show is already checked in 27 minutes ago. And this is GitHub Adam Bean AirHacks. But if you like to have the samples, clone them after the shows, because I will, I don't know, after the weekend probably deleted everything here. And these are the links regarding this session, native web platform. Okay, now I really like Java still and JavaScript, and actually, funny fact, I started with web at the same time as Java, but back then it was not JavaScript was not fashionable. It was actually somehow disadvantageous to talk about JavaScript, because everyone assumed you are not a programmer, and this changed a little bit. Now I write a blog from time to time. I also deliver workshops a few times a year, online workshops right now, and there are also pre-recorded video courses if you're interested. Okay, and this is the online workshops at Munich Airport. I wanted to say online because of current situation, no workshops at Munich Airport, and probably the microphone that is most similar to this session. So now these are the slides from the SAP keynote. And this is 2019 already, is 1 year ago. And what SAP actually said, the gist of the keynote was they delivering less and less frameworks because the web platform becomes more and more powerful. What I do in my commercial work, I'm working as a developer, consultant, architect, and I get lots of questions from various clients, what they should do in the front end. So in the back end, I mean, is already actually what you do in the backend. You saw in my previous session, we actually using the same boring APIs we use now for 20 years and ship them on modern runtimes. In the front end, it's not as easy because we could use JSF, servlets, whatever, or we can have SPAs in the browser. The question is what to choose. And what SAP did here, it's okay. We actually 2019 we only focus on core business functionality and not on the entire stack, because we use more and more open source technology or open source browser APIs, native functionality like web components, CSS variables, and stuff like that. So in my opinion, what happens is, this is what I believe, and this is, I think, the trend, that frameworks become less and less required, is more an option and not a requirement. And if you like a framework, you can use it, but it's not like without a framework you're not productive. This is a difference to prior to 2015. So this is true from 2015. Whatever I show you today, you should work in all major browsers without any polyfills or transpilation or whatever. And and because this is true, so what it would mean, if this is true over time, in one point of time, you won't need frameworks at all, infrastructural frameworks. You will only pick a framework if you need additional business functionality, like, for instance, you would like to have, I don't know, specific, 3D functionality, charting, or stuff like that. So, okay, now, so what the agenda is going to be, learning curve. Talk about that, because I hear a lot. We need, Angular or whatever, because otherwise it's going to be too hard. We will talk about ES6, is 2015, JavaScript 2015, and we also will talk about ES modules, web components, about data binding, how to implement data binding, and SPAs, PWAs, and micro frontends. So this is what we are going to do. And so as teaser, this is actually a recent event. It was this summer, exactly. This is June 6th. So SpaceX revealed that they actually on the dashboards in the rocket were built with web components. There was one funny comment, like someone said, okay, why they are not using established frameworks? And they say the SpaceX developer says none of that is not established. In fact, it's the opposite. Web components are built into the browser. JavaScript, CSS, and HTML are as well. So and this is also what I advise to my clients, to say, look, if you just focus on the web platform, native web platform, it will never disappear. It will remain mainly compatible. But if you would deliver more the focus on frameworks, chances are very high that the framework will disappear at one point of time, or you will have constantly chased the framework. Okay, so and if you have any questions left, go to AirHacks TV. And this was the last slide. So it was not entirely slideless, but I would say almost slideless. And first, events. So for instance, if we go to my blog and search for here, so Devoxx Ukraine, so this announcement was created with an SPA. And this SPA is part of the course I created. It's just a branch because it comes with my branding, CSS, I mean, from my blog. This is what I meant by branding. What I do, because I'm too lazy, this is actually my tool I use a lot. I start browser sync, and you can see this is the announcement from Devoxx Ukraine with the table, and I can click on preview, and it renders actually the blog entry. I click a copy, and I can copy to my blog, and it works. So the interesting part is this is actually offline app because all the JSON is stored in a local storage, and this is written exactly how I will write it today with the same ideas and technologies without any external framework except one SAP UI5 web component, because it's nice and functional. But I could also get rid of that. I just don't use it at all. And it just works without any NPM even installed. It's a simple app as it was 15 years ago. And this is highly productive. And in some projects, I spend my time right now in some huge projects, and they started with framework, but they didn't manage to deliver because it was too complex. Start without, and they are really happy because now they see at least the light, what exactly to do to deliver the complex functionality. Okay, so my opinion is a little bit opposite. It's not like, for simple stuff, you don't use a framework. You can just go with web standards. I would say for simple stuff, you can actually use a framework because it doesn't matter. But the more complex your application gets, the faster you become just learning the basics, basically. And this is also my opinion. You will need to learn JavaScript anyway. So the question is, why not start to know what the web platform brings, and then think about whether a framework is appropriate or not. This is my thinking. Okay, now let's start with a simple project, set up web standard project, and now call it, of course, Devoxx UA. So, and what happened? It opened a browser with, Visual Studio Code, and this is usually what you need. And I will just rearrange that. And this is what I use a lot, not only on conferences, also as particular in my projects. And what the browser sync does, I mean, this is the only thing you will need. It's just, this is actually the invocation. And by the way, I will just, whatever I will do, I will commit. And what I also would like to do is to add it to the show notes. So you have everything. So this was the only thing, the magical thing. And this was here. So I will just add it. So this is the invocation. And what the invocation means is start the browser from source and use the source as a context root, launch Google Chrome, and please don't send me any notifications. So this is the entire setup you need, to start with web components. Okay, because of time, let's do it a little bit faster. So what I would like to do is instead, of doing the script, I would just activate the modules. And this works with type module. So now what happens is the native modules in browser are activated. This was now a few years ago. We had to use Browserify, which was like a require.js in the browser. You don't need it anymore. You can just go with straight modules. They are available everywhere. And then let's create a simple component. And this is class Devoxx dev UI shorter, and extends HTML element, not embedded element. Custom elements define. The frequent question is dev UI and dev UI. Frequent question is where to learn about these things here, and the answer is easy. So first, if you search for MDN HTML element, you get the right answer. MDN is Mozilla Developer Network, and this is like consortium of different companies which agree that this is the canonical resource for web native standards. And so because this is not very convenient, there's also tools like Devoxx I was confused with Devoxx. Devoxx.io, and I can search here for HTML element as well. And the nice thing is, this is the answer from the cache basically. This tool is offline capable, so you get the information directly from browser, and you can be offline. So as we had to travel, and if I had to work in an airplane or train with no shaky internet connection, I used Devoxx, and everything what I needed was there. This is a nice thing, and it was my feedback from the Java developers. They really appreciate that because it's very similar to Javadoc actually. So now connected callback is very much like post construct in Java, and what I would like to do is to integrate with to write a simple markup, and let's say just hello Devoxx UI H2. So have it, and this is then dev UA, I think. Yeah, Devoxx UA. So this was the first simplest possible web component. The question is only, is it enough, or should you just implement the entire app with that? Or what I hear a lot, the granularity of web components is too fine. You cannot develop, entire app with it, which is not true at all. In my projects, the names of the web components are more like navigation, footer, header, content, pagination, whatever. It's like business names, like Java classes. And we also have at the same time finer grained components, like for instance, if you will, auto suggestion or date picker or more sophisticated tables. Okay, this was the first component, and because of that, I would like to say to commit that first web component. Okay, now we have it, and so what's the next step? So first, this is not very secure, and we don't also have, and very slow, because if we had lots of such components, it will re-render the entire browser window over and over again. And for that reason, what I like to do is to use lit HTML. Lit HTML, and this is the reminder of the Polymer project. And I don't use the lit element. I use just the library standalone because it's good enough. And by the way, I will need this in a second. So I'll show you from scratch what the experience actually is to use that. And what I tend to do is to create outside the application, but because we are now in presentation mode, inside the application, call folder depths, switch to depths. I would like to create a git npm project to download the dependencies. You don't have to, but it's usually the easiest way. Usually you will find here somewhere, get started with the npm code. And what I would like to do here as well, to install a modern build tool, which is also optional today, but if you have incompatible libraries, you can use it. It's called Snowpack. And I would like to install Snowpack as a development dependency. Actually, also doesn't matter. And the thing is, in real-world projects, we don't install that on our developer machines. It happens on Jenkins somewhere. And what we're interested in is the output, like just the web components as JavaScript, and we can download that from a URL. So now this Snowpack is installed. Snowpack is just a modern tool which understands imports, ES6 imports, ES modules. Let's go ahead with lit HTML. So I can install lit HTML. I think this is the right. Yeah. So lit HTML is installed, and how to find that, because we should see here that we have the lit HTML is the only dependency we have, and this is just a helper dependency. Okay, now what I usually do is I create as well here an index.js, and then just say, echo that into index.js. And then we have in the where is my index.js? Here, index.js import HTML render from this. And this is needed or not. It really depends. You can also specify the lit HTML here in the Snowpack. I prefer this because just copy and paste from the website. And why I did it, because, watch this. If I say npx Snowpack, it should recognize it's actually not required at no, there's nothing to install. It is right, it is nothing to install because it was, he's right. So what I will do is lit HTML, wait a second. There's a lit HTML 1.3, this works, Snowpack also works, and our index.js. Let's see whether this was right. This was a typo. Okay, this was a typo. My error, sorry. So we have the lit HTML, which was installed. This was actually also optional because lit HTML comes already with the, as the right format. But if you had a legacy library, you will have to do this. And what happened is we see here one dependency lit HTML, which is one file, which is 1,000, 2,000 lines of code or 1,500 lines of code with lots of JS docs, and there are the exports. So now I can use the lit HTML. So what is the lit HTML? And the lit HTML, so we can use it right now. So let's use the lit HTML. I will switch to source and copy Devoxx web modules, I think, lit HTML to here. So I just copied it over. Again, usually I could just, so with that, I can just say import statement from lit HTML. And what I'm interested here in is render and HTML. So, and in real world, we just import from an URI, and URI, which from a web server, which belongs to us, or a Nexus or something like that. So now we have it. What's the change? So now I can actually use here HTML, and you see the object because what we get back is a template. So let's say template. And then I can invoke render, which is this function here. And I'm rendering the template into the component. So, so now we have it here, the template in the component, inside the component. So now it's faster, but it's also more secure. So more secure means if you would get some data from the server and we would try to inject JavaScript, it will be automatically escaped by lit HTML. And it's faster because lit HTML recognizes, because of the bindings, what actually changed, and it just re-renders parts which changed. So this is like high performance without virtual DOM. Okay, now what we get out of that, some syntactic sugar as well. Now I can say I'm interested in receiving the click events, and then I can just invoke here a method like clicked, and then click me. Wow, big button. Clicked. And say here console log clicked. So, and if we open the browser, the console, you see it is working, and with new date, it will also work. So the common question is about what if I would like to call the server. So for that, let's say here we have devs JSON, dev JSON, so it's a Java developer, and the Java developer is very young, and age is of course no more than 20 usually, and name Devoxian. This is the name. So, okay, now we have it, and how to load the JSON from the web component. So what we can do is the following. We can say here, I would like to do this method is going to be asynchronous. With that trick, I can actually use fetch, which is part of the native platform. And this fetch invokes now dev JSON. And I'm awaiting and resolving the promise. And what I get back is the response. And then I know I'm interested in JSON. So I can call JSON and say await. And this is the payload. And then we are interested in name and age. Name and age. And we get it from the payload. And then I will try to log it out and say, hello, name, you are age. You are age. So let's see. And cannot destruction name, why not? Dev JSON, index, app.js, await payload, because of this. Hello, Devoxx, and you are 20. So this was wrong, and this was visible because, this is grayed out. Okay, my fault. So this was the asynchronous backend communication without any dependencies. Of course, you can set headers and you can manipulate whatever. This is the full power behind. And again, if we switch to Devoxx and search for fetch, we get here the fetch API with lots of examples. So in projects, we are sending bearer tokens back and forth, and you can support cores, whatever, right? So it's a pretty powerful API. And the nice thing about web standards is you learn them once and never again because they are there. So this is lit.html what we are using. And now what happened today morning is I searched for my own presentation web components, and I found something interesting which I would like to share with you. Actually, the very first time I didn't know even that it exists. What turns out is, where is my browser here? What turns out that I already added for you. GitHub also uses web components, and I show you this, and they are actually really useful. So they're called time elements, and what they do is I show you in a second because I would like to use them. So the installation is npm install time elements, so we can absolutely do this. The nice story is they already come with the standard format. So if we just go here and say Devoxx deps, then install the time elements. And then what happens is in the deps folder, node modules, there is a GitHub dist. And whatever you need is already in the right format. This is time elements. And it is like, I don't know, let's see, this is not that long with some exports. And you could just copy it over, or we can do the same trick as before. So I can go to the index.js and let's say I would like to, let's see, what was it? Time elements, this is the last line. Just for fun, say I would like to have everything. So not required at all, just assuming worst possible case, you have a library which is absolutely not compatible. Import from, and this is going to be, what was it, GitHub, I think? GitHub time elements, exactly. So now run the npx snowpack again. And you see the GitHub time elements and lit.html, so both are available. So by the way, it might be a good idea, always go with with Snowpack. The reason being is because Snowpack will find commonalities between the libraries and will extract them, like deduplicating, the commonalities between libraries. So we have the GitHub elements, time element, which is really useful. And this is going to be in the web modules folder, and this is GitHub and time elements, but the namespace doesn't really matter. So I will just copy this over here, and we have the time elements here. So what I could do, switch to app.js and just use this here. Of course, I will have to import again. So I will just import this, and this was time elements directly from GitHub, and I will just load that, so it should be enough. So why this is useful? Because if we just do that, and this is just fallback, so just do this, and we add it here and switch. You see on 2nd April, so this doesn't matter. So what it does is it translates the time into something human readable. So that's actually the power of the web. They are really useful. So actually, I can use it right now in my projects. And let's see here, time until time ago, local time might be interesting. So let's go with that. And local time, and you can specify with the attributes what you really mean. And this is the second one. So this was that. And we can say, today is the 2020th, and I think something like this. And what we get is November. And what I know is you can also say this is Thursday. So I played with that, or at least not played, but I saw that it can actually translate it to, to the literals, Thursday and stuff like that. So I think if you say day, just see what happens. Not a lot, but so this is from GitHub, and this is what you probably see, 100 times a day. This is the web components, very new one. So there are components from, and I'll show you some libraries. The most interesting one are this was the time elements from GitHub, fairly new. It's like 4 years was the repo was created, and there's the one in dist folder. There is one component which is the recent one, standard base, and the legacy component which requires additional tooling. Then Devoxx already covered. Browser sync is the nice tool. UI5 web components from SAP. This is where from the keynote. And what's really nice, we already saw the component was the date picker, which I tend to use from SAP or from Vaadin. It's also another framework. There are also ENG Lion web components, and they are also really interesting because they look just black and white because they are not styled. So you can use Lion web components and adapt them to your needs. Then there are nicer looking components with some styling is from Adobe Spectrum web components. And even Salesforce, in Salesforce environment, you can create applications using web components. Apple delivered Apple Music with web components, and actually in all my web projects right now, we use web components without framework. So the question is only, would you like to ship web components and a framework, or whether web components are just enough? So if we build an application in a project, how this would usually look like is you would start with an app. Actually, we can review. The web components. This application, because it is somehow complex application. So if you take a look how it is structured, so we have everything starts with a main, header, status, navigation, and this is the navigation, and then where the navigation happens, and the app is loaded, and the app is like where the router is loaded, and the router comes from Vaadin router is another web component, and it just loads the application shell, and then we are navigating between preview and a new event, and the preview is one web component. It's called preview. It extends my own element. And what you can do here, you can render different parts, and the and the new component, the creation, new event here is it just creates the form. So the components, web components with lit HTML are very similar to React actually development. This is more how it looks like. And now about data binding. So you see that actually the name of the events that we have the names of the components. They are named, new event. They are named navigation, preview, and status. There are business names. And they can comprise components like button. This is not a web component, but could be. A larger project right now, we are using Vardin buttons, for instance, right? Okay, so now we have it. This was the time elements from GitHub, really useful web component suite. And now let's talk about data binding, because I get a question a lot, what about data binding? And what happened here? I forgot to close the string. So the data binding is actually not used that much in projects. I mean, it is. I'll show you what I mean. What you can do, you can say input and then say on key down or key up. This works. Or let's change. Is maybe better. Or key up. So if you do this, I can receive all the events from the input. On change, I will receive the change from the input. So this is needed, but what usually happens, we use something like Redux, and Redux maintains the state in a central place. And what you're only doing is you are modifying, Redux, the state of the Redux, and on every change, the entire component tree is re-rendered. So what means is that you don't. It's not like you are sticking in one view and you need data binding to to synchronize yourself with the state. Rather than on every change, everything is reloaded and refreshed. You would think this is bad for performance, but actually, if you are using lit HTML automatically recognizes what changed and what didn't. So you get very fast performance, because if you would run it in Internet Explorer, you will see parts of the application flashing and say, okay, this was updated and everything remains the same. And we did some tests with huge tables, and it worked fairly well. Okay, this was still a toy application, but at least larger application with business names. So now at the same note, so I could actually include here whatever component you like for instance, SAP UI5 element with date picker. It's the same process. And with SAP UI5, currently you will actually even have to do this, because SAP UI5 don't come with the ES6 or ES5 fully supported standard yet. So what we, of course, can also do, we can introduce our own classes. So the classes are not implemented on behavior. It's not implemented inside the view, inside the component, but it is implemented outside. So usually we have controls, let's say Devoxx control in our toy application, it doesn't matter. And this is usually collection of methods like export, const, and what we can do is actually we have multiple. We can do it here. Hello, and this hello is a function with no parameters and just returns hello world. Hello world. So with that, I can absolutely import this here and say import statement and import from Devoxx control. And this is hello. And then I can just use it here in the click and say with content. And here say hello and just invoke that. So let's see. And you can see content hello world, which comes from the component Devoxx control here. So and how this is organized, usually web components are just the presentation view, and they delegate to plain old JavaScript methods or plain old JavaScript classes. And these classes actually here, the communication happens with the server, and then they set actions to the Redux store. The state is modified, and then all components are re-rendering themselves. So one thing which is important in larger projects is what could happen is that I will create here H2 Devoxx, hello Devoxx, and then have a style with H2 and say background color is brown. So really nice. And you can see what happens now. I have two H2, so one of the top level and one inside the component. So this might be even good, but what can also happen is that per accident, I could say I'm loading a component from somewhere, and I'm say, okay, style. And the style is H2, the same here. And background, background color is pink. And as you can see, now I'm able, in a component, take an influence on the style of the entire application, which is not desirable because you can load the component, let's say, from SAP, and it will destroy your layout or your look and feel. So what you can do with that is the following. I will just create a constructor, and in JavaScript is just like that. And then you need to use the super. And then I can say, but I can just use a shadow DOM, attach shadow. And this is like high performance iframe. So this is what you can think about. And then we can just say, and we need a mode, and the mode is open. This is the standard. Close doesn't make any sense. It's not safer, but yeah, just use open. And now, instead of doing this, I would say this root. And what happens now, you see that the Devoxx UA is pink, but this is brown. So my component, so the layout of my component or CSS from my component cannot escape and influence the entire page. It just, is local. And what the change here in the browser window is we have a shadow root, and in the shadow root, you can see here, so whatever is inside with the hash is actually private. It cannot escape. And prior to that, there was no shadow root, so there was no private space, so you can very easily escape from the component to outside of the component, right? So this was the difference. Okay, now we have it. So we have here the web components, dev UI with shadow DOM, which means encapsulated area, which we cannot escape. And what you could do, of course, you can define so-called custom properties. And with the custom properties, I can say instead of pink, like Devoxx background color, and then you can actually style from outside all the web components. Okay, so now we created, I think, we included a third-party component. We used lit HTML to improve security and performance from Polymer. We use Snowpack, and the Snowpack is the great tool, which is based on Rollup.js, which also used by Snowpack Dev, exactly. This is this tool we used. This is like, understandable Webpack, I would say. So this is a modern tool which only works best with standards. And Snowpack uses Rollup.js behind the scenes, and all these tools are just marginally needed because you only need them to create from an incompatible JavaScript module something more compatible. Okay, and yeah, I think we are almost over time. So now, any questions?
Thank you, Adam, once again for the talk. Thank you for supporting our event and doing actually 2 talks. So I invite you to join the Q&A Zoom room. You will receive the link right now from our org team. Dear participants, please join the Zoom room with Adam and ask your questions and open the discussion. So I hope you will enjoy it. Thank you once again, and hope to see you next year.
Sure. So I will stop this presentation and rejoin to the latest link.
Yes.
Very good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And in a couple minutes, we will have the presentation from our gold partner, Lunatech company. Hello. Hello, Anton.
Hello.
Hello. We are glad to welcome you at Devoxx Ukraine Online. Thank you once again for supporting our event, for becoming a gold partner this year. And I give you a word to conduct your presentation.
Thank you very much. So welcome everyone. After this quick video, let me introduce Lunatech and what we do. I'm Antoine, marketing manager at Lunatech since 4 years. Lunatech has been around for 27 years. It's a very long time in IT field. And we are working with JVM languages since ages. Using small team at client side, we are able to understand the customer's need. As you can see, we operate in 3 countries for a total of 4 offices. 2 in the Netherlands, Amsterdam and Rotterdam, the main city of the country. 1 in France, close to Paris, and 1 in Belgium. What's interesting about this slide is saying the large percentage of developers among our staff. Let's have a look on the expertise that we offer. Java for sure, and since 2012 we are proud to offer a very strong Scala expertise. More recently with Lunatech Belgium, which opened last year, we had a new range of expertise such as front-end, big data, and machine learning. We also contribute a lot to open source. As a developer, you can have a tour on our GitHub. Here are some technologies and tools that most of you may know, but again, we are not tied in specific technical solution. This is just a few glimpses of the technologies that we use. There are many, many more. In any fields of expertise, I think it's very important to count on valuable and reliable partners. For example, some of our partnership provide us certifications and workshops, which allow us to be on the top of the technical innovation. We have also a partnership with the Scala Center, and we are among the core members involved in the creation of Scala Free. This slide, I think it is the most important slide to understand what we do. So continuous learning, what I mean by that. At Lunatech, we allow 4 hours per week for personal development. So you can work on your project, on side project. On conferences, we love to be part of a community. We participated to Devoxx France, to Scala Days, to Lambda World, to GFall, and to many, many more. We also organize an internal conference, the LunaConf. We also participate to a lot of meetup as a speaker and as host. Sorry. By and for developers. When you know that the CEO himself is a developer, it explains the culture. Therefore, we cherish direct communication via Slack, via Confluence, etc. So 34 nationalities. There are 34 nationalities, but don't worry, we use English, or we try to, for internal communication. So don't hesitate to reach us via social media. We will be more than happy to help you if you have any questions. Go to our GitHub to have a look on our technical assets. And do not hesitate to visit our YouTube channel to see technical presentation. So for this edition of Devoxx Ukraine, Lunatech, together with his partner Lightband, give you a chance to win an official Lightband reactive architect certification. You just have to register on our page, and the 2 winners' name will be disclosed at the raffle, which will be held Saturday around 8 p.m. So you can register yourself at lunatech.nl/devoxxua. Lunatech wish you all a very good conference. We hope to talk to you very soon. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are thankful to Antoine for this presentation, and we also thanks once again to Lentech about for supporting our event. And just in a minute, there will be one more presentation from our another gold partner, InfoPulse company.
Welcome to InfoPulse, the place where we not only get professional experience, but also make friends and share common values. And what's more, InfoPulse is about the company's top management, who is on the same wavelength with everybody and knows each specialist personally. It's about victories in business and in your favorite sport. This is when you feel at home while at the office. And you can combine business with pleasure. For instance, studying foreign languages while watching films. This is when you look for ways of completing the most challenging tasks together. When you can get creative without leaving the office. Where you can find time for improving your physical and mental health. When you understand that most of the time which we spend at the office is not only about business.
Hey!
Hi! Hi guys!
Hi guys, hi.
You have a so exciting atmosphere at the office.
You know, it's so great to be somewhere in the social environment, right?
Yes, in the office.
Yeah, because our company is working remote from March until the end of the year. It's like at least.
That's cool. That's cool. Okay, guys, thank you once again for InfoPulse company for supporting Devoxx Ukraine this year. And I give you a word to present your company.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Devoxx, for this opportunity to be here to present our company to such a crowd. We know that it's like more than or up to 9,000 people around the world watching us. So I'm nervous a lot.
Yes, I'm really nervous.
Yeah, but to be serious, so we're talking today about InfoPulse. InfoPulse, it's one of the biggest IT companies in Ukraine now. It's a part of a big 10 of outsourcing and service IT service providers in Ukraine and even in the world. So it was founded by two friends who are now holding the positions of CEO and president of InfoPulse. And so the history, the international history of InfoPulse started from one little business trip to France, but now it's continued with being a partners in digital transformation for clients in 30 countries all over the world. Among those, well-known Bosch, Microsoft, Citrix, Vion, Vodafone, SAP, and a lot others. I know.
We have offices in Ukraine, Poland, Bulgaria, the USA, and even in Brazil. Our team of 2,000 people is delivering IT services in various directions, such as digital innovation, SAP and Microsoft, cloud and DevOps, and of course, mobile and web development.
Right. So, but InfoPulse is all about people, enthusiastic travelers, long-lasting relationships. Even with quarantine restrictions, InfoPulse don't stop discovering the world, though on a shorter distances. Yeah. By the way, Ainura, do you infopulsers do some work or they only traveling?
We combine. We're multitasking people. We combine those two. By the way, in 29 years, our infopulsers explored almost every single continent, from high in the mountain, deep in the ocean, or even skydived in the blue sky.
Yeah, that's right. But back to our reality. So Infopulse has a lot of opportunities for Java specialists. Again, so starting in Ukraine and ending in other countries in the world. So Ainura will join this list, but in Ukraine, we are hiring and looking for Java specialists for telecommunication area, for CRM ERP development, for our internal Infopulse branch of CMS that we are building for German market, its compliance management system, and a lot more. Yeah, so we have a lot of opportunities for SAP division that we have in Infopulse, and I really will be glad if you just take a little time and go to our website, infopulse.com. You can just find the career join us page and find all the opportunities that we have there. Those are updated. By the way, there are also a lot of vacancies and positions for Poland, as far as
Yes. I'm a representative of international recruitment team, and I encourage you to visit our website as well, infopools.com/careers, and we have a lot of opportunities open for you guys in Poland as well.
Yeah. And by the way, back to our traveling stuff and the adventures of Infopulse. So if you'd like to follow our adventures, to follow the adventures of Infopulsers, and probably a lot of people you know from Infopulse, you can just go to our YouTube page, our YouTube community of Infopulse, and just watch a lot of streams presented by our specialists, by our community, by our friends.
Yes, sure. And make sure to follow us on every other social media where we share useful information, useful links, and some news from the IT world.
Facebook, Telegram, Instagram, Twitter, and a lot more.
Telegram, did you mention it?
Telegram. Yeah. Okay, guys. So hope you are all okay. You hope the COVID just won't come to your home, to the home of your friends and families. Please stay well, stay okay.
Stay safe.
Stay safe. So, and see ya online, and I hope in half a year, see you face to face.
Yes,
So
yes.
come to our office, come to our social media, and hope to meet you
We will be
soon.
waiting. We will be waiting for you on our social media accounts and on our website as well.
Okay. So
Thank you.
have a great day. Have a great conference.
day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your energy for this exciting presentation. And yeah, I encourage, dear participants, I encourage you to participate in prize raffle from Infopulse company. You will find the link at your user page. So thank you, stay safe as well, and we will be back in a couple minutes with announcement of the next speaker.
Bye.
Okay, welcome back, and we continue our Devoxx Ukraine Online. And I would like to welcome our next speaker, Mohammed Taman, Chief Architect from Effortel company. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, how are you today, Mohammed?
I'm fine. I'm excited to join. Maybe this is the 5th year joining Devoxx Ukraine, and
Wow.
it's always a pleasure.
Yeah, we are also very glad that you joined this year. Yeah, where are you connecting from?
I'm originally now I'm based in Serbia, so I'm living and working in Serbia. But originally, before I came from Egypt, but I'm your neighbor now.
Yeah, not far away. Okay, so I welcome you to start. The mic is yours, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I will share my. So you can hear me normally, and you can see. You can see my presentation. Is it okay?
So everything works great.
Okay, great. So now I would like to start with this presentation. I have two presentations, this one and the next one right after when I finish this one, but like by 10 minutes. And because I'm limited for the time, this talk usually take like 1 hour and 1 hour and 10 minutes. I will try to squeeze it because of the time. So I would like to welcome all of you and thank you for attending my presentation. And I hope all of you are safe and stay healthy, please, because nowadays the numbers for coronavirus are increasing crazily. And I don't know, it's scamming me. So I hope every one of you are really healthy and with good health. So my name is Mohammed Taman, as the team just introduced me, and I'm working as a chief solution architect for a company called Effortel. It's based in Belgium. It's telecommunication company, and the R&D center that I'm working with is in Bulgaria. Excuse me because of my voice. 2 days ago I caught a cold, so if you are hearing me coughing, it's not coronavirus, and even we are behind the screen. So today I would like to speak about not every single feature that we have in Java SE 9 until Java 15 or 16, but I picked up some of the most important, and I see it's myself even I use it every day, and it gave me more productivity. And also I would like to share with you some knowledge about what has been done since we introduced the 6 months release cadence and the features of the language and how it changes and the language evolves. So if you would like definitely to follow me, you can follow me on all my communication and social media. I will bring it to you. I'm Java Champion, Groundbreaker Ambassador, and Java E Ambassador. I'm writing for different technology magazines like Java Magazine, Oracle Magazine, FAQ, IBM Developers. And this is why, because every single aspect that I'm speaking about or feature, sometimes I wrote an article about these features. So I put links on each slide referring to the feature. So if you would like to know more about the feature, so this is you will find during this. So you can take a picture of this if you would like to follow me on my GitHub, Twitter, LinkedIn connection, and definitely in Facebook. So you are welcome. Or easier search about my name on Google and you will find me easily. Just connect with me and it would be my pleasure, definitely, my Ukrainian friends. So let's take a picture about Java history in a nutshell. You know that we always, before Java 9, we have like from 3 to 4 years release for Java, which was like really very long period in introducing new features, and it comes usually with a bunch of changes, but it was late. And nowadays, because it's very fast to release another softwares, and the cloud computing era also evolving so quickly, and we have releases of every language that cope with this. Java is very old language and it's very reliable language. One of the biggest problem with Java is to keep background compatibility. This really was making us is very slow in order to introduce new features, and at the same time just keep the notion of Java write once, run anywhere. This is behind not just the bytecode and how it could run on a different operating system. No, if you brought a code written in Java 1 or Java 2 version, it will run in Java 8 and Java 7. It doesn't matter because we preserve background compatibility. This is also, this is very good feature, but also it makes us very slow in this regard. So we decided definitely to introduce the module system in order to have more modular Java 9 and the upcoming releases. And also we would like to introduce more encapsulation and security. All of you knows about that there is some internal APIs that was not intended to be used by public people or IDE releasers. So in order to make use of the internal JDK like libraries, but it wasn't that secured in order to prevent these people. Module system brought this, and this is how we encapsulate internal system in order to move forward. So since 2017, we have this kind of release cadence, 6 months release cadence, which really brought to the Java language a lot of enhancement, and you can find Java coming to you every 6 months. So what is the big change that happens in Java since Java 8? And not everyone using modularity, by the way. And there is one question I have been asked always from my team is about yes, we would like to migrate. This is very big concern, is migration, because modularity, yes, it's introduced by Jigsaw, the project Jigsaw, JIP 209. And I would like also to give you a note that when you click on this link, on any JIP link, it will redirect you to the Java enhancement proposal, and you can read more about it. So modules is the first citizen Java class now. It's become, before it was the package, the packages who does the encapsulation for all our organized code, and now we have module system. Module system introduced not just organization way, also introduce way of securing, unbundling, and hiding your internal APIs and classes. So it introduces, you can bundle together one or more packages, secure them internally, and offer stronger encapsulation. This is why this is allow us to scale down runtime jars. It's very convenient for IoT microservices, embedded systems, and cloud for definitely. And stronger, why it's stronger? Because public is no longer public to others anymore. Because the basic problem is that if we declare the class a public to be accessed from different packages internally, this is what happened. You can access this class. But with module system, if you have a public class inside the module and you would like to access this public class from other module, you cannot. But it's public, man. You cannot, because you don't declare to be exported to outside world. So this is what means public is no longer public to others. So it's public only inside the module for other packages inside the same module. But if you would like to make it accessible outside, you have to declaratively declare it as exported class so other modules can access it, or other jars. So this is how modularity brought for us stronger encapsulation, and also more security. So definitely for more, I will not repeat this anymore. Whenever you find the link below, you can access this link for more information about this concept and migration and everything. So what is the main proposals for Project Jigsaw is to modularize GDK so we can have it modularized, and we did this. And even it happened since Java 8. How? If you read about Java 8, you will notice that Java 8 proposed like compact profile 1, 2, and 3, and they were static. So you cannot change the behavior or the content. They were intended for some purpose of general purpose programming modules, and then you can use them. What is the purpose? Is the footprint for the memory is reduced, and the size of the final GDK or runtime image is reduced. And we would like to take control over and over only, not taking also subset of just static modules. We said, okay, we would like to make to get fine grain control over the modules, so only the modules that your application needs only exported as a runtime images. So if you have trivial public static void main just printing a string, only the base module will be exported with your application, not any other kind of modules, because you don't use it. So your application will tend to be like 2K or 3K. Finally, it's not 164 mega, because you have to have all these kind of resources. So this is the way that we modularize GDK, and definitely modularize Java source code into package modules. In this way, this modularization allows us to modularize runtime images, so we can create our own runtime images based on our application design. And what only needed for our application? Definitely, it's allow us to encapsulate Java internal APIs to not be accessed anymore from outside. And finally, it brought for us Java platform module system, for us as an author of the code to have our own modules in order to separate the concept of OSGI at the beginning. This is the main concept of modularity. It was there from long time, OSGI, and then we brought it in Java in order to make it easy to create this concept. So this is the main goal of Project Jigsaw. So everyone asking me, okay, most of the people using Java 8, and they stuck to it, and now we have Java 16 coming next March, and we already released amazing Java 15, and so we would like to make use of this language, not just features. There's a lot of changes happening behind. It's in terms of GVM enhancement, especially, you know that we have GraalVM, which really can compile your code into native. So it's like C++ when you would like to you gain the speed and the memory footprint, which is really very good for your cloud application, for startup of the application, for some general and critical mission code that really need fast response, fast startup, and also reduced memory footprint and more interaction with the operating system natively. It's become more easier. And also GraalVM introduced for you definitely the polyglot programming concept, so you can integrate many different programming inside this GraalVM, and you can do JavaScript, Ruby, Grail, whatever. It's GVM based language. So I can tell you that you can migrate easily, and you don't have to modularize your software, because modularity, it just came in the way that we can use it for modularizing our APIs or internal code. It's mainly for tooling, and it's mainly for third-party libraries, authors that need to like JUnit or Maven artifacts or something like this. We would like to modularize our code, but if you do microservices, what you're going to modularize? Nothing. It should be normal application, and only I would like to use Java 11, Java 12, Java 13, 15. So go for it. all what you need to do is just to take care of which items or features that we are removing from the GDK in order to just replace it. What's new internal API? If you are using some internal API, what is the alternative to use it? So this could be helpful tools for you. If you'd like to list all the modules that you are using, you can use these flags with Java, with your application. If you'd like to find dependencies, if your application is depending on internal GDK, so you can list all of them, and also sometimes give you solution, what is alternative solution that you can use. And also if you'd like to see the deprecations, so you can use JDepreScan to see what is the API deprecated, because from now on, we don't only deprecate pre-Java 9, or let's say Java 11, we only always announce we have deprecation, and it's nice to not using it. But if you use it, continue using it, nobody will complain about you. Why? Because it's out there. Nowadays, starting from Java 11, we start to clean up, we start to remove. So you have to take care of all of this. So this will help you about what is the deprecated methods, and also will give you insight that when it will be released, when it will be removed from the API or the GDK. This was the big change, which is Java module system, and I can speak a lot about migration. As I told you, you can have in this link all the difficulties and pitfalls of migration from Java 9 or Java 8 to 9+. So you can have this article. So I talked about Java new 6 months release cadence because it's brought for us speed to bring new features. As a community, also we get your feedback, and we will see how this feedback really change the way that we introduce new features. So also there is long debate, but most of you know about this, which is LTS, long-term support. So this is very important for people working for companies, so we cannot migrate for each version of the GDK. We only rely on long-term support in order to get the batches, security enhancement, fixes, only for this long 5 years or 7 years like support. So this is, you can see here that normally this is the support timeline, and GDK 8 also gets supported to 2026. And you can see that we have Oracle GDK and Open GDK, for example, and all of the other provider for GDK. So you find that 18.9, which is the year of the release and the months of the release. So we don't have, this is the internal version scheme for GDK. So you can find 18.3 means Java 11. Java 11 is the first long-term support, and then we have Java 12, then 11, 12, 13, then we have 14, 15, 16, and then 17. So from this diagram, you can imagine that how we are working, and then you can find a gap here between each release support and end of the support. So what does it mean? It means that each 5 years or each 5 versions, we introduce a new long-time support, and also we have like 2-3 years between ending the support for the first one release and the second one. So you can find a gap between migration. And this is very important. Great. Also, I would like to tell you that starting from Java 11, it is the cleaner for the jungle of Java jungle. How we start to remove features, and we are going to see what we removed and what API we are going to remove, and how the schema goes, so you can figure out when you see deprecation for one version for some specific feature, you should know when it will be removed. Usually it takes like 2 releases of the GDK, and then the removal happens. So in order to give you a chance to migrate properly. So what behind the new license schema module? Yes, Java is still free. You can use OpenGDK. OpenGDK, usually it's just the fork. The same development mainstream happens to OpenGDK, and then Oracle GDK fork it from this OpenJDK and introduce all these kind of support and all of the commercial or non-commercial, like Corito from Amazon, Alibaba JDK, Azul, all of them agreeing on the same. So all of these releasers of the JDK confirm to the OpenJDK. So if you are stick to using all the features inside OpenJDK, your code should run on all of these JDK releasers or maintainers. And this is an article we wrote about how Java is still free and how can use it. And also you can find a list of all the JDK maintainers, and because sometimes you need long-term support without paying for it, so you can go for Amazon Corito, for example, and you have Alibaba. But if you would like reliable on more batches support and everything, you have Oracle, definitely, you have Azul, and all of these kind of people. So this is, by the way, this article is written by all Java champions participating in this article to give you the full information. So for also the first time starting from Java 12, we introduced something called preview language features. Wow, what is this? Yes, we would like to release features, and sometime before we took a lot of time enhancing. We don't have feedback from the community, but now because we are 6 months release cadence, it's very easy to introduce a feature and introduce it as a preview feature. Why? It means that you have to enable a specific flag, which there's preview feature, language feature, because enable preview, because you are going to use it in your own risk. You are trying the feature, but it's not meant to be fully for production. So if there is breaking changes or something, it doesn't harm you. But what is the benefit? You can try the features. It's not finished yet, but you can try it. You can give the feedback. We take this feedback in serious way, and I will show you how we did this. So this is for the preview feature, and similar is we have incubator modules for the APIs and code. So the same concept, but incubator modules also the same concept of preview, but preview it's related to Java language specification, but incubator modules, it's intended for the APIs and the language classes and interfaces. So our agenda, as I told you, so we'll see what's new, explore new language features, what's improved for APIs, and what APIs goes forever, and what is the alternative. Let's jump in, and the time is okay. Okay, we still have a little bit, so I will go fast a little. So starting from Java 11, we don't have GRE anymore. So if you are going to download JDK, and you will not find GRE anymore, because no need for GRE. We have JLink, which is part of the module system that allow you to generate your own custom GRE. So we don't have to maintain all these kind of source code of the JDK, and also we don't have to maintain redundant like Java and Java-C and bin folder and all of this kind of structure. So why to have this? You have my application, I have my JDK. I would like only to take the Java interpreter and some of my modules that support my application with third-party libraries, and that's it. So, okay, great, you have GLink, use it, and you will create your own custom GRE. So what is JLink? JLink, in a nutshell and in a quick overview, it's just we can use it to link a set of modules along with their transitive dependencies. Means modules sometimes, if you are using, for example, GDBC or logging or something, it uses internally logging, so it will take this logging alongside in order to make all your application running without any breaking or missing libraries. So it does this magically behind the scene for you, and also to create a custom modular runtime image for you. Great, thanks JLink for this. Now I would like also to give you, I know that a lot of people mention about this, but this is new tools because Java Champion And all of us, not just Java developers, we are teachers. There is a lot of teachers, there is a lot of professors working in universities. They are looking for a way how to enhance Java to make it easy for students to study Java. And also it's for us to prototyping the language, to try new features in easy way without just bringing or fire up your IDE to start to try new stream function or string function or trying some feature of the language. So we definitely have this Java shell, and Java shell brought to us interactive programming through the shell, so you can do all of this statement and it will run for you and you can do all whatever you like. It's like Python, it's like Node, it's like this kind. So we have interactive running. So also we introduced that now all days something, what if we have a class and we would like to run it? In all days we have this public static void main and we have a class and we would like to just print this. We have to compile first in order to have dot class and then run the dot class with Java. But what is nice now, we have starting from Java 11, we can run Java with Java. So this JIB is launch single file source code programs. It's very, very, very useful because it's combined with Shebang, so you can write scripting inside Java now and run in your operating system, Linux or Mac, seamlessly as if it's a normal bash command without any kind of understanding. And it's written fully in Java. This is very great feature. So I don't have to learn bash and more scripting language in order to write my daily scripting. So I use Java, I will still write in Java. So all what we need to do with the previous class is just write Java, hello world.java, and it will print it for you. It's very nice in order to have one single file, try it quickly without compilation and go through all these hassle steps. So I encourage you to try it. So let's now see some language features. And definitely something that I like, which is var, and we can use local variable type inference, and this is JIB 286. So it introduces for us the var. Var is just a synthetic sugar, and at the compile time, it switches to the real type. So var here is very, very, very smart to infer the type of the variable from always the right hand side. So there is glitches and sometimes you have to know when to use var and when you cannot. So you can explore this, my tutorial at MFQ about what you can do with var and what you cannot. But it's generally, for example, if for a string, it will infer this is a string, it will infer this is as also string, it will infer this is of type class. And for example, if we have list of numbers and we do streaming, it will infer the in-terminal and streaming, as you can see. So it's very powerful. Also, it's avoid you very long declaration for variables, so you can shorten var, and it works as long as you can introduce something that it can infer from the right-hand side. So also in Java 11, this is, as you can see, always I'm trying to give you Java 10, so you know when it starts, this feature introduced. And in Java 11, we enhanced var to work with lambda expression. So you know that with lambda, we can write it with explicit declaration of the variable type like this, and easily we can do it like this. But why we need to do it like this? It's very strange, because this is the same like this. You can remove it or state the variable. So why we need var? Because it's very important in some cases, annotations, if you introduce annotations, annotation does need variable type. So in order to make it easy, we can use var. So in this case, if you have annotation in lambda expression, definitely you need to type, because annotation does need it. And then you don't have to write the full declaration, so you can use var. So all of these three are similar, but this is the most important feature, why we need var. So as I told you, remember, run Java with Java. It's very nice. But now combining it with shebang notation, it brings a magic, man, for us. So let's consider this like file, and it's called directory lister, okay? And by the way, we have a tricks here I will show you. And we have to add this shebang notation user bin pointing to your Java interpreter, and then it just and give the source. Source 11 it was at that time, or 12 now, or 13 or 14 or whatever the features that you are using. And then you can write, this is all of this written inside the directory lister, or the file that you are including this kind of code. So you have to put shebang notation and this line at the beginning of the file, then start writing all your Java normally code like this. And then the next step is just, we would like to save this code in a file named directory list, but man, you are now breaking the rules for Java that the source code name should follow the file name, but I will tell you why. No, it shouldn't in this case. And I will just name it dir list without any extension, even .java or something like this. So what does it mean? Yes, because it does. We need names in terms of when we compile our classes and to be used in class path. But in this case, the compilation happens on memory. So it happens in memory, so you don't need the class name. It doesn't matter. You're not going to refer. This is a drawback, so you cannot use this with including many different like third-party libraries or something like this. Inside, if you'd like to modularize your application, you just include all your classes inside the code, the same file, and then you can use modules, yes, and I have tutorial about this. But it's just one class. You can run it with Java. If you are trying to reference different class outside, it will not work because it happens compilation in memory. So we need to make it executable like this. Then what we need to do is just invoke it like this, /dir list, and it will work magically for you. If you'd like to read more about it, you have the JIP number, and definitely you will have the article for it. So we did also enhancement for HTTP and WebSocket. This was incubator module, and we have HTTP client and WebSocket API originally shipped with JDK 9, and it was in under JDK.incubator.http client. We did some enhancement, and we reintroduced it again in Java 11 and Java 10, but finally it becomes standardized and removed from JDK to incubator.http client and graduated to its last package name or module name java.net.http, and brought into the mainstream in Java 11 under this JIP number. So what does this module provide? It provides very simple HTTP client, HTTP request, response, and WebSocket, and they are very reliable and strong, and they support even HTTP version 1.1 and version 2, and low-level client interfacing for WebSocket also, in order to have all of this communication for REST API, or you can use all of this enhancement without referring to third-party language. So if you would like to make a request, it's very easy. HTTP client, new request, like this, and we build this is the client and this is the request, and we can call it sync or async even. So this is in a sync way, so it's asynchronously trying to communicate with this REST endpoint and bringing some information from it, and it has to wait for the result, and you can read more about it. And for WebSocket, it's the same. We implementing the normal callbacks for WebSockets in an interface. And then what we need to do is just create a WebSocket from HTTP client like this, but definitely the URI is starting with WS or WSS for Web Secure Socket. And then you just start sending and receiving. Okay. all of us knows about old switch statement, and we have this ugly, very long statement, and we have to provide break. And if you forget one break, you have two cases will fail through, and you start to go for debugging, cutting your hair, and start, having all of these kind of problems. And then we try to enhance this. And what we introduced in Java 11, definitely using preview language, we reduce it to use arrow token like this, so you don't have to use break. So even there is no fail through. And also, we provide new switch expressions, so you can assign switch statement. So instead of just having, like previously, even after enhancement, that I have to have a string, then I have to return the string, it's very easy to return the data from switch, so you can now use switch as expression in your code or assignment or whatever you like. So, and even you can reduce it to this. And even more, based on, if you would like to have comma separated multiple labels for a single switch statement, which we were doing before like this. No, it's much easier now to do it like just comma separation, and you don't have to make this fail through. So in order just to assign for one, and then you can use it like this, it's much easier.
Hello, Mohammed, do you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you now. And you?
Yeah.
Okay. So
please continue. There were some technical issues. Just please continue your talk.
Okay. I assume that the people missed the text block, or maybe before, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe from the log part.
Okay, let me. Okay, what I was. I'm hearing an echo. So okay, thank you. As I told you, for the text block, instead of if you're writing JavaScript, if you're writing Swagger description, if you're writing long statement for database, especially, and we have to culture all of our code with pluses and new things like this, we made it very easy for you just to write it like this, and all the indentation and new lines implicitly taken care of by these amazing features. So I encourage you to try to use it as much as you can, but first migrate to Java 15 to be final, or Java 11 in order to have it, but you will not have it because we introduced in Java 13. this is why I told you, like, we need to have some more powerful. So, okay. Also, another feature which very interesting is pattern matching. Pattern matching. All days we were doing in order to compare with instance of. We have this kind of instance of, and then we need to cast, and then we can start using it, and then doing this extra step. And now in Java 14 enhancement, we can do this object instance of string and give the variable name, and immediately you can use the variable name. And even in complex statement like this, we can use this. And even after the first declaration, you can start in the second comparison part, you can start using this without just casting, and you start using inside. It's an amazing, even when or and or something like this, you can use it. The use of pattern matching in instance of should dramatically reduce the overall number of explicit casts in Java programming. And this is very nice. And also it gives us more enhancement toward the Java new features we are going to introduce. Lovely also thing that I use always now with as a data carrier usually is record. We introduced record. And you know, when we write like DTOs and data transfer object or something that I would like to assign request from the endpoint to my REST endpoint and these kind of things, we write very long old Java Booj object, and then we write we try to override equals hash code, provide git set and everything like this. We start to use Lombok in order to reduce the code and doing this for us and with some extra care. But now if you would like to have something, for example, like this, and there is definitely for shorten this kind of code, I just omitted all the implementation of equals, hash code, toString, and you can imagine how it goes if we have many instance variables here, and then we can do all of this just in this one line. This is really equivalent, and this you don't have to write. It's normally using give for you. There is no set. It's always get, because the initialization point for it's a mutable type, and also it's final in its original implementation. So it's only it provides the getters, and the getters here, it will not follow the same like traditions and rules that we have get and set. It will always, if we have a name, you will find point.name, not get name. So for here, it will be point.x, point.y. This is like invoking, like instead of get, it will be int x and y normally. And you have implementation of the equal and hash code and toString will happen to you behind the scene for free, and there is no other. Anyway, there is a lot of customization here. It happens, but you can go for the JEP and you can read about it more. Also, this is one of the amazing things we introduced also as a preview feature, which is null pointer exception handling or debugging. So previously, if we have something like this, a.i equal this, and we have a is null, and then we just get like null pointer exception in program line 5, and we would like to figure. But what if we have something like this? We don't know either A or B or C is null. And if we get this, we have to debug. We have to start debugging our code in order to know which. But when enabling this in the preview feature, and then we will get this exception. Okay, exception happen thread main and cannot read field C because A.B is null. And it happens in line 5. So it's very informative in order to just make it easy for debugging and knowing without going for starting your system debugger. Let's say about something. Lastly, we said about sealed classes. So this is allow you to control which classes should be implemented by which interface. So for example, if we have class like this, and we name it as a sealed, and we say that this class only allowed to be implemented only by circle, rectangle, and square. So, and then how can I write the others? I can write them like public plus circle, extended shape. It's allowed, and I can declare it final, so it cannot be subclassed anymore. And I can say also that the rectangle is part of shape, and the rectangle also is sealed, and it's allowed to permits only transparent rectangle and filled rectangle. And also I can say this definition for this new permission, and also I can say non-sealed class square, which extends shape, so you can extend square further with no problem. This is all the shape, so you take control of nobody mistakenly anyone can extend or implement your class. So sometimes when you do frameworking, or you would like to your team to allow only some certain feature to be implemented by some certain classes, no more or no inheritance, you can use this great feature. I think that I have covered all of this for now. A new language API for string, we have repeat, and instead of just doing for loop, you can say no repeat and trim and concatenation Batman. You can have this no Batman. And you have is blank, and if is blank is actually, we usually before we do this trim in order to trim all these kind of spaces, and then try to equalize it with 0. If it's it's a blank, so you have is blank doing the same job. And you have strip leading. It's the same like trim, but only one difference, that strip is Unicode aware. If you apply trim here, this is the end up text. Why? Because we have Unicode space. And if you are developing Unicode aware systems, I encourage you to use stripe. Instead of trim. If you are using just English normal one and you don't have Unicode spaces, you can use trim. We have lines. This is very useful. If you have something like this and you say lines, it will come as a stream, and you say for each, so it will print it like this. Amazing. And we have indentation. You can indent your code. So imagine something like this. We indent 5. We indent with minus, it accepts. So it will end up with 3. I would like to convert it to lines for each, and I'll print all of them indented with 3 lines, 3 dots or 3 spaces. So we have transform. This is very nice. So imagine that we have this text, and then I would like to transfer to do some transformations. So I can say text.transform. I would like to convert it first to uppercase, and the result I would like to transfer it to some specific. I would like to replace all the asterisks with nothing, and then finally I would like to split it. So split, it will return an array, and this is the result. So text without some asterisks. So you can do a lot of transformation on your string in one line. And also this is taking as a lambda expression, so you can have your own functions defined and you can pass it quickly, so it becomes more dynamic. A part of text block also, because we have text block, we have these methods, so you can format. So if you would like, for example, to pass variables to your text block, so you can do it like this. So you can say hello world, and you can dynamically change. So you can say formatted world. And this happens if you are writing SQL statement or JavaScript and would like to substitute with some variables, so you can do it like this. Strip indentation, yes, it's doing stripping for indentation. For the same. And finally we have translate escape, because it's also, it can translate. So this is translate escape is equivalent to new line. Yes, it's true, and you can use it inside your text blocks. And finally, why this warning happens, because as I told you, there is deprecation. There is one new field called for removal equal to true. So it means that we introduced this because text block is preview feature, and if there is any new API introduced in the string, it should be also marked for removal in case of this feature is removed. So all the combining supporters API should be removed as well. So if we did like standardize it, all of this API now is a standard, because text block is a standard from Java 15. Compact number we have now, you don't have to do your own or use your own libraries in order to compact the financing or numbers for you. So you can use compact number for matter. And if you have something like this, you can just give the style, format this, and based on the locale, it will say 10K and 1 million, for example, or 1 billion based on the country that you are working from. So collections, we have teeing. We introduced something called teeing. Teeing is a way that can use result of two comparators. So if you have this stream and I would like to have standard deviation, for example, I don't have to do it in two steps, so I can do it in one step. So I say, okay, I would like to have the collection, I would like to have the sum and the counting, and then do the sum and counting, so I will have the standard deviation immediately in one step. So it's combined two collector. Now you can also compare files binary. So mismatch doing comparison, and it will return return -1 if it match. Otherwise, it will return the location of the first mismatching byte for you. And it's very helpful for images even. So we did a lot of implementation for socket and socket server, and also enhance it in order to make it very aware of project Loom and the concurrent API. And this is very important to have this kind of implementation, and to be ported also for different operating system in order to use Project Loom fibers or virtual threads. And we can use it in the future when this project comes to life. So some security enhancement. Now starting from Java 10, Java can easily work with containers like Docker containers, because before it introduced some problems because it wasn't aware of the container operating system, container memory. So it's always invoking the host operating system memory. So it introduced runtime exception like out of memory. But now with Java 10, it's aware of the container memory. When it gets inquiring for the memory to increase, it will ask the container, not the host operating system. And you can control of this with these flags for GVMs to control the GVM. Definitely, we know that G1 GC is the okay, I have 2 minutes, so you can read about it. But for G1, I told you that you need to migrate, because the improvement. So Java 11 says for us the GC G1 is more faster by 60% than the previous Java 9 and in 8. So this is come out of the box for you. We have a lot of garbage collectors introduced, and there is in Java 15 there is 2 garbage collectors graduated for production: GZC and Shenandoah garbage collectors. Some security improvement, we introduced TLS3, and we have this new Eclipse curved digital signature introduced also in Java 15. And finally, let's say what need to be aware of, that we removed a lot of methods from thread system runtime, and we removed all the methods in security manager, file input streams, file output stream. We removed completely. It's not, and even this class is removed. So you have to take care of this. We removed completely Java SE.EE modules because it becomes part. And for people asking about XML binding and XML notation, and this, it's out there in Maven as an independent library, so you can include it in your BOM file to work with XML. And also we removed JavaFX from Java 11, but it's not deprecated. It becomes under its own GDK and maintained by Glowin, so you can use your JavaFX in your code by invoking dependency from Maven like this, and also you can run it with this configuration starting from Java 12. Finally, removed some tools. We removed policy tools, we removed Java head tools, and you can use this equivalent. We removed the profile, so you can use JMap or Visual VM. We removed definitely Java applet. There is no applet anymore. and we removed WebStart. Natural engine removed in favor of GraalVM or GraalJS. Packaging is removed in favor of JPackager tool that introduced intermittently. Nation also, it was deprecated and now removed, and you can use GraalVM for this if you'd like. RMI activation is deprecated and will be removed in the future. So lastly, and Java benchmarking is very important and nice tool to use because, it can be used to benchmark your algorithms. It's not for system benchmarking, it's just only for algorithm. If you have implementation for algorithm for different implementation, you need to see the benchmark between of them, which best for you in different condition. You can use JMatch. And JMatch is
Yeah, Mohammed, I'm so sorry for interrupting you, but we lost the sound from you. Just 10 seconds, last 10 seconds. Yeah, maybe the headphones just died. Yeah, we still don't hear you. Yeah, you need to update your vMix link, and we will hear you back. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Yeah, and now we hear you.
Okay, this is the last part. So I'm just talking about the new tools that just open sourced. As I told you, Java micro benchmarking is very important tool to benchmark your algorithms, not the overall system. You have JMeter for this. Finally, you can use Visual VM for profiling, and it's open sourced from Oracle, so you can use it for free. And you can read about here more. And lastly, and last part, you can use Flight Recorder in order to do like data collection for your GVM in order to analyze it more and more. And it's open sourced from Oracle, so you can use it for free. Thank you very much for attending the presentation and for this long presentation. If you have any question, anything, you can post it to me. And I'm waiting for the next presentation. Is it going to be in the same link?
Yes. So thank you so much for this first talk. I'm so sorry for these technical issues we were experiencing. And yeah, since we have just 5-7 minutes till the next talk, all the questions, dear participants, all the questions you have to Mohammed, you can ask after the second talk in the Q&A Zoom room. And I remind you to vote for best speaker and best talk using the mobile application. So you can install the application on your iOS or Android phone and vote for best speaker. And just in a minute, we will connect our next gold partner, Luxoft company, and they will do a short presentation about themselves. Thank you.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Hello, Devoxx community. Even though I cannot see you, I can feel you that you are there behind the screen, and it's a great pleasure to know that you're today gathered at this conference. My name is Lesia Manzevich. I'm an employer branding manager at Luxoft Ukraine, and it's a great pleasure for us to support Devoxx throughout the years, especially this year. It makes us even more proud that this year, in times when we are all threatened and many events are cancelled, Devoxx managed to turn from the biggest Java-related Ukrainian event into truly global happening. Way to go, guys. This is beyond amazing. Java is actually one of the most popular technologies in the world, and hundreds of thousands of solutions are being built daily utilizing this technology. At Luxoft, we honor it and use it in many projects as well. If you enter our website and go through it, you will see many vacancies and events dedicated to Java. Please feel free to study more and join us at any event or join our team at any time. When we participate in conferences, we at Luxoft always strive to make new friends and to get to know people. This year, for obvious reasons, we are forced to do it digitally, but nonetheless, we really want to establish that contact with you. So please feel free to join our Telegram channel and to take part in our friendly giveaway, to test your knowledge in Java, and not only in Java, through our Galactic IT quiz. You can find the links in the partnership section of your screen, of your today's screen. We have a lot of presents for you at Devoxx. These are gift certificates, chargers, backpacks, and even a bike. So as the Devoxx is a two-day conference, we will announce our winners tomorrow. That means you have still plenty of time to join and to become a winner at our giveaways and Galactic IT quiz. That's probably, I will wrap up my presentation, but the last but not the least, I would like to mention that Luxoft unites over 3,500 people in Ukraine and over 12,000 people globally. We strive to make difference and to bring excellence to our customers. And we think that it's a great cause That's why we always encourage people to join our team and actually to make a world a better place somehow. So please, don't hesitate, join, participate, take part in the quiz. And at Devoxx, learn, become smarter, and have fun. Enjoy. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. But being stuck in a room with a hungry mosquito is way more appealing than navigating the world of DNS management, until now. DN Simple has solved the problem of needlessly overcomplicated DNS management with automated tools that most people have never even dreamed of using. Want to register a new domain? Enter your information once and you're done. How about selling domains from your app? Integrate your sites with our API to instantly provide more value for your customers. Set up the DNS records needed to connect to services like Heroku, Shopify, and G Suite with one click. And use our automated SSL certificate generation to easily secure all of your websites. It's so user-friendly, everyone from grandma to this super genius can connect their domains to the services they use without ever thinking about DNS. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
Okay, welcome back, guys. And we continue Devoxx Ukraine Online. Our next speaker, Mohamed Taman, will present the second talk. So let's welcome him. Hi, welcome back,
Hi.
Mohamed.
Welcome.
Hope you had 5 minutes break and you are ready to rock on the next talk.
I hope so. Did you miss me?
Of course. Okay.
Thank you. Me too. I missed you, all of you guys. But it's first time virtually. It's a new experience. It's a new experience. We are trying to get used to it, but definitely physically meeting people, talking, engaging, it's much different than just virtually. But what to do?
Yeah.
We have to keep ourselves safe and healthy.
Yeah, that's the most important this year, to stay safe, to stay healthy. And we hope to meet in person next year and meet you in Ukraine
Yes.
back. Okay,
definitely.
so
It will be my
please
pleasure.
start your next talk.
So you can see my presentation?
Just in a second.
Okay.
Yes, we do now. We hear you, we see the presentation. Everything is okay?
And what about full screen? Is it okay?
Yeah, it's full screen.
Great, great. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Again, Devoxian people from Ukraine and people who are joining from the rest of the world. For the people who attended my session previously, we were speaking about Java and a new feature and everything that we have, and how Java is really revolutionize the industry for making Java more coping with the new things that we have, like cloud computing and containerization, everything like this, and how different frameworks make use of this kind of enhancement to start growing more and become more faster startup and memory efficient usage, especially for cloud environment. And definitely one part of using Java is developing APIs, either external APIs, or sometimes you have your layer system inside your application, either Java EE or Spring, which is Jakarta EE now, or you're layering your Spring into a repository, then you have services, then you have REST controller, integration part, event management, whatever it is. We need to make sure sometimes that we are designing this API more safe and also in a correct way. And in Java, since Java 8, we have a class called optional. Optional class is very special class, and its creation is intended to be tended to be the same like other languages. It has a history, and we always study the languages and see what is we need and what we miss in order to make Java more better. And yes, we do. Java does it. So the idea behind introducing optional, it came from Stream. All of us aware of Stream API. So whenever you aggregate or sum or minimum or count or something for normal number-based variables or aggregation, you have something. You have either 0 or the result, right? But what about objects? What about the containers? What about this kind of objects? So either you will have null or something. And we would like to avoid it because we don't need to break the code and also to introduce you a null as a result. We have to have something called, okay, we need to wrap your result, either it exists or not exist. So this is why optional is out there. It's a container that contain your value and give you insight, either this value is exist or not exist. It has many way of doing like interaction with streaming, doing filtration, doing mapping. We are going to see all of this during my revision for the code reviews, the BRs that I review with my people in teams, consultancy. I found sometimes people, yes, they are obsessed using optional, and they usually sometimes doing in wrong way or use it in wrong way. This is why I decided to have all collecting all these repeated problems and give you insight about this in this presentation about what to do or what not to do. So my name is Mohammed Taman, and I'm Chief Solutions Architect at Efortel, Belgium. I'm based in Serbia, and also I'm a Java champion and groundbreaker ambassador for Oracle. I'm author and international speaker, so I'm speaking to you with a pleasure as of now. So this is recent. All my publication goes under Java Magazine recently, Oracle Magazine, IBM Developer Work, and MVQ. And this is my last publication, like JavaFX Essentials 2015, getting started with clean code, Java SE 9, and also hands-on experience in using shell programming with Java. And I have written about this presentation in Java Magazine, and this is the first article, and the second article already published, but I didn't update my, oh my God, I'm lazy, man. So I have to update it. But if you go for Java Magazine, both of them referring to each other. You are welcome definitely to connect with me as I see people following me on Twitter. It's my great pleasure and honor to have you as a followers, and I wish you will get more insight and get useful stuff I share for you. And you are welcome to connect to me or search about my name in Google, as I said before, and you are done contacting me. Let's jump in. And actually, I divided the session into questions, and let's see. The first question says like, how to survive from null pointer exceptions. If we would like to introduce a clean API that relies not to introduce like null pointer exception if something exists or not, how we can make it like this. Second question, okay, we have a values, how to return or set when there is no value. So instead of setting something else or setting null in order to just present that we don't have a value, and we can do something else. And also how to consume optional values effectively. There is a lot of functions optional have, and we would like to know when to use what. And this is the fourth question is how to avoid optional anti-patterns, because as I told you, I have seen a lot of people using optional, but in wrong way. So we have anti-patterns and we're going to address it. And lastly, how to use optional professionally interacting with different APIs like Stream API and Lambda and all of this kind of filtration and doing this. Let's jump in and see. let's address first question, which is someone of my developers told me like, oh man, I'm getting null even when I'm using optional. How could it happen? I'm using optional. How I could get null pointer exception? Yes, you can if you do something like this. So never assign null to an optional variable. So don't do this. In order to repeat, I told you optional exist to give you insight, either the employee inside it exist or not. So you have function to do this. So instead of doing this, which is wrong way, and definitely if you're trying to use optional dot whatever the method is, boom, null pointer exception, which is lovely, and we're trying to get rid of this. So instead of doing this kind of simple line, you just always have to initialize optional as an empty option. This is very important. So if you search the database, so the database either will return optional of employee, or if you don't have it using is present, you can return an empty optional. And if you would like to check this optional, it will not throw null pointer exception, right? It's very simple. And by the way, this optional .empty exists since Java 8. So whenever you see this legend here, it means since when this method exists in which GDK version, okay? So secondly, never call optional.get directly to get the value. Oh, how can I get it, man? So this is intended to call it for get. To optional.get, I would like to get my employee. Yes, we have this call. And in order to do this, what will happen here? Can you imagine it? Maybe if you are interacting, I can hear you saying, man, this you should first check about the presence of the value and then do something. So we should say, if employee.is present, get, else do something else, either return or create an empty or something like this. Why we have to do this? Because get throws an exception if it doesn't have a value. So we didn't make it safe. So we have to check first with is present before we calling get directly, because if you don't this and you don't have a value, even if you make it safe and you have empty optional, you will get no such element exception. Okay, don't use null directly when you have an optional and need a null reference. For example, sometimes, yes, we don't need to have it, but how to do it? And when you do optional like invoking dynamic classes, so you say, okay, you have your invocation. So this method will contain the optional class if it's instance variable or normal. If it's this method is a static or instance method. So how to differentiate is by invoking to know this. So either if we trying to invoke the method and see if it already exists, I can method invoke instance class dot get. Okay, if it's static, so we are calling or trying to get a method from a class, and this class has some declaration for the method. Either the method is the static or normal public instance method. So we would like, if it's a static, we have to call invoked in different way than with instance method. So if it's static, you can call it directly from here, and then it will call the method for you dynamically. If it's not, you pass null, then you pass the method and the class. So, and this is an ugly way. If you would like to get rid of this, and already we have optional, so what to do? It's very easy. We can change this to have this. We have the method, and then we get the method either in my class, and then we can my class.instance or else null. What does it mean? It means that, and here is the class and everything. So it means that invoke it, and if it's really exists, it will return. If it's not, return null. So you use or else in order to provide another different value for the optional. So we can make it easy in one statement to use like this. And this is definitely since Java 8. The second question is what to do when no value is present. Don't rely that using or else just to return null. No, it doesn't. It shouldn't meant to be like that. But in our case, if you have a case like this and you would like to have a null for the method because this is a design of the method, you can use optional in one line as before to do this. But let's see how we can handle most of the non-presence of the values, because I see a lot of boilerplate code I would like to share to you. Yes, is present and get is very easier way to have to do, and it's correct way to check about the presence of the values and then to get the value. If not, we are going to return some other value to make it sure it's satisfied our condition. So if you have public static final for something like this, user status unknown, and they would like to get the user status from the database, and it's sometimes it's prone to have empty optional. So we have to check for the value. If it exists, we return it. If it's not, we would like to return like standard unknown status. I don't know the status of this user. Okay, it's correct. Why I'm saying avoid it? Because it's boilerplate. You how many code here, like lines you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in order to do this. But it's easier to avoid these 4 lines with or else, right? So an elegant way to represent the previous code is to use or else. So if I have empty, so what does it do, or else? First, it checks, do you have a value? Yes, return it. If it's not, or else will return this computed value. And be focused on what I'm saying, computed value. What does it mean? What do you mean, Mo? This is my nickname, Mo, instead of Muhammad. So I will tell you a little bit next, what does it mean? What does I mean with? What do I mean with computed result? So now let's focus. Don't use if else with is present and get, and you can represent it in one line, and you even you can chain it like HR service dot get a user by status dot or else. User status, so you don't have to, but I'm trying to show you here for more clarification so you can see what is the and usually I do this chaining. So this is sometimes I said to you that yes, use or else in order to return something else, but don't use or else for returning a computed value. Do you remember when I told you just use or else with pre-computed value? But what if I have a computed value that should be computed? Okay, there is another thing. So if you do something like, let's see here, in this example, what will happen? We have the same situation, and every time, so imagine that we do some computation trimming and do some like getting some other features or checking the user or doing some stuff in order to return. So there is computation happens here. Every time you have this status and you check about the presence of the value or not and using or else, even if the status is exist, or else will be evaluated. What does it mean? So if you writing here, like for example, returning something, and you can, I can give you an insight about this. It means that every time, just print something inside this method, system.out.println invoked, and just use this. And imagine that status, it has a status. It's not an empty. So it means if it has a status, it shouldn't run or else. But in this case, or else is always running. So always, if there is a value or not, it's running. So it's a waste. If you are doing sensitive computation here, it's a waste. It's like you are searching for a record in the cache. If it's not, go to grab it from the database. But what if it's a cache? Why I have to use or else? No, I should use something else. And they will show it to you. So something like the example that I gave to you, I'm searching for the cache first, then if it's not, go for the database. Don't use or else, because always it will go for database, and even it will return the data from the cache, and then it will invoke the database, which wasting. We opened a connection, we did a query on the database, and we have bandwidth data returned to us. Like, why I have to do this? So this is very hurting for the performance. So the elegant way to do this, and the correct way, is to do is present and get. Nice. Yes, we can do this, but you told me that try to avoid it. Yes, we have. But I'm showing you some people doing it like this, and they are not aware that we have something called or else get. So do the same method, just change this from or else to or else get. And or else get take a supplier argument. So it means it will be invoked only if the status is not present. So if the status is present, this terminal is never gonna run. If you don't have a value inside the optional, it will compute then run. So imagine for caching, if there is immediate result in the cache, it will return, and the get employee from the database will not run. With or else, it will run in either cases. So this is the most powerful to use, or else. So rule of thumb, use or else for pre-computed results. Like you have a string to return, you have something which doesn't need to be computed, or some static values that doesn't need computation. But if you do some computation, just think about it and use or else get. Get it? Great. Let's move to next point. And both of them, you are lucky, they already exist in Java 8. Number 6, don't throw exceptions. No such element exception when there is no value using. Sometimes we need to throw an exception, and we do this in our services in order to indicate I couldn't find the user, I couldn't find something, and then we have like a global exception handler that can take up this exception and just wrap it in a very nice message to the customer or your REST endpoint. So sometimes we would like to use it, and the proper way people doing it, and most, and I assume you're not doing it, but this is what I have seen during revision of the code of my amazing colleagues, is just about use is present to do this, and in order to throw no such element exception or user not found or whatever the exception you like. So in order, if you are using no such element exception, for example, which is standard and optional, and you can do it like this. You have this method, status or else throw. Magically, it will throw no such element exception if the status is empty. Okay, and what if I would like to customize it? I would like to throw something that I would like to control over. Definitely you can. And by the way, or else throw is available since Java 10. Let's see this. Again, don't throw explicit exception when there is no value using is present get, because this is what happened. I would like to legal state exception, user not found, null pointer exception, something that I would like to throw. And in order to do this, I can prevent using these boilerplate codes and using like this or else throw. And it has already a method which takes supplier and this like illegal state exception, or you're just using lambda expression and pass some information to the exception. This is how you can take control over it. So this is very nice and very slim and neat. Question number 3, how to consume optional effectively. Okay, we knew about how to avoid null pointer exception, and we knew about how to return proper values when there is no value. And here, if there is a value, how to consume it. If there is a difference, I will call get, or it will return by or else. No, there is a lot of ways to consume it, because sometimes we can hurt also performance, as you have seen before, but there is a lot of talks going here. Let's see first this example. Don't use is present get normally to do nothing if the value. Sometimes I would like to check is present user exists. For example, I have a check. I would like to see if the user exists in the database. So I use or else get in order just to say system.out print this user is present. So it's nothing. You don't do anything. So don't use this. Avoid it. So what to do? What we would like to do is just use if present to consume optional value if it is present, or do nothing if it's not. So it's very easy to have this status. If it's present, print it, or do some other computation, or whatever you like. So it's one simple statement. So you don't have to use if, else, and check, and then you use get. Why? This is will satisfy your need. If it is present, it will do this action for you. If it's not, nothing will happen. Okay, another way, don't also use, you are repeating this over and over. Yes, because I have seen it over and over. Don't use it to execute an empty based action if the value is not present. So this is like, we have a present, value is present, and I would like to say, no, if it's not present, do something. So we usually are going to use if it is present, get it. If it's not, do something else, status found or something like this. How to do this elegantly? We are going to use if present else to consume optional value if it is present, or execute an empty based action if not. So if present took two action, first one supplier, and it says, okay, you would like to print it. And for example, if you'd like to log, and if you would like to return something else, you can, or do some actions, so you can also do it with this. So if it present, print it. If it's not, print status not found in elegant way. So you don't have to use is present, which as I repeated over and over, then get an else and do all of this. Okay, and this is available since Java 9. Giving you a version here. So if you are revisiting this presentation, so and you take it as a cheat sheet, you can know, yes, I'm using Java 9 or Java 8. Yes, this is my method. And definitely you can find all of this in Java documentation for optional class. So let's also avoid something like this. Use is present again to set and return other optional when no value is present. Sometimes I would like not just printing, not just stating, not like, no, I would like to return something else of optional if there is value is not present. So imagine here, I would like to have a status. If it's not exist, just return the default status, and I see people bending because the batch is running. So I would like to to return it. So you can check the value as an optional, and this is my API how it designed. So I defined an optional of bending normally as, and I check is present. I return the status or return default status. So don't do this. Why do we have to do this? And then we do this. So easily we can combine both of them doing this. So we have optional string get status, you have the status, and you can say status or else get optional of string of bending. Okay, in one line. You don't have to use else get because you are aware of the, and here you can use else or else also because it's pre-computed and nothing will happen. But be aware also that this is wrapping the content inside an option to return another option. And also another one is you use optional, which is more preferable than before, to use optional.or to set and return another option. Instead of wrapping it inside as we did here, as you can see, we already given a wrap over over the status. What if I would like just to pass the status and it should be wrapped automatically for me? So use or, optional or. So we do this okay normally, and we can definitely in one line we can either return it like this or using or optional of bending like this. And this is because without defining. So it deals with optional. Don't use is present get with lambda. Why? Because sometimes, and it does break the flow. And in lambda, we used to chain the variables. So I found something like this. Hey man, get all the products and check for the price. If the price is less than a specific price, just find the first element. And then if it exists, get the name of the product. It's not just say not found. How we can chain. If you're studying find first, you will find that find first already returning an optional, right? So why you have to do this? Also, sometimes I found people doing this. Also, don't you do this, it's breaking the chain again. So you have the product and you have optional product and you get the stream and find first, then product.map, the product name, then or else not found. I just get a void of if else, which is previously. Is there is any more elegant way? Yes, there is more elegant way, which is use optional or else get are perfect with lambdas. So you have this stream filter bending, and you see that the filter is the price, and then you would like to check the first, and then after that you mapped the product, you get the name, and finally if it exists, it will be returned as a value, the name. If it's not, it will return not found. So this is how you don't break the stream without doing a division for checking using if else, or using some other like or else separately. So you can, because find first, find any, find whatever it is, they are always returning kind of optional, and then you can chain normally. And what map here comes from? It's from optional. It's not related to the stream. So we will learn about it in a bit. Don't check for value to throw an exception. What? Yes, as you heard it. Don't throw an exception while you are checking for a value. So I found like this. We have cards and we have product, and I would like to see if the card is present. We have a card, or card.get items that contain specific product. If it doesn't, throw an exception. So how do I do this? So this is normal. I would like to check to throw an exception. Yes, use or else throw with lambdas. So if you have this, you have filter. So you do filtration, okay, and then check about the content, and then or else throw. So with lambda, instead of just doing this, if else, because the card is optional, and optional has filter, so you can filter and checking the content, and also if it's not exist, okay, it will throw an exception, no such element exception for you automatically, without further like defining if and doing this kind of check. So if you would like to check about the value, is it filtration, and check about the value for certain value it exists or not, you can use filter method inside lambda, inside optional, as you can see it amazingly here. And also don't overuse option, because yes, we love optional, but we overusing options. So anything we try to make it optional, but sometimes it's complicated, it's hard to read, it's not clean code. So imagine something like this: status and optional of nullable and status or else bending. So I'm checking about if the value is null, okay? If null, return or else will be called. If not null, the status like. So what is the problem? It's easier just to do it in simple line to do like this. Status equal to null, return burning if it's not return status. It's more clearer and also easier to read. Okay, so sometimes we overuse things because we like it. No, we have to think about the design, the computation, the calling of the methods, and everything that you at your hand. Question number 4. Okay, how can I use optionally while designing my API? Okay, this means that we start to use it and we start to design our API, classes and everything, but this is the wrong way we do it. Don't ever, never declare any field of type optional, instance field. Don't declare it. It's nothing. Don't do this. Because I can assign it, I can assign null to this. It doesn't have any kind of, I would like to check about nullability. I know I would like to be safe. And let's get back to the definition of the optional. Optional is intended to be used as a method return type only. This is why it's used for stream application when it's used as a return type. We don't use it as a container for something because it's not a type. It's a container that says that contain your value and give you expression either yes or no, it exists or not. So never use it for any other purpose because it doesn't. Because first, if you have this kind of employee as an entity, Hypernet entity or GPA entity, first, it doesn't implement serializer, so it will never work with your variable. Okay, this is very important. So it's not intended to be used for property as a Java beans. So normally, preferably, you declare your instance variable like this as a normal way. And don't use option in a constructor argument like this. So you have string and they would like to make the postal code as an optional. You might have it or not. So I wrap it like an option. So it's the same like wrapping postal code. And this is dependency. Also, the caller have to wrap the postal code inside optional in order to give it to you. So it's complication for the caller for your code. And also I can give you a null, pass null, because it's an option. It's an optional. And you do these checks. Instead, you do normally this, and if you'd like to see the value is correctly satisfied or not, you do your checks, require non-null, and you do your checks, and when you get the postal code, if you'd like to know if this value is null or not, you can use optional. So it's a return type of the get post code. So you can use optional of nullable, so it will return either empty optional or the content of the postal code inside option. So it's a safe way to check the returned values. Okay, again, don't use optional in setters in them. Is another anti-pattern. Yes, we don't use it in a method argument, we don't use it in constructor, so definitely we will not use it as a set postal code, and to check about this to make sure that it's we are avoiding, we are complicating actually, we are not avoiding the complexity. And I can pass null here and it's a hell. So instead of doing this, definitely normally we setting the normal data because it's it, and when we need to retrieve the data or call the data and to see whether it exists or not, we just wrap it inside optional. And this is an example. We don't, this is if you need to do this. We don't do this usually. We do it for repository methods, for example, if the user exists to represent something. But if here it's very sensitive to work with, you can do it, but don't overuse it. I'm just giving you insights what developers were doing and how to avoid it, and if there is a need. Also, using optional in a method argument is another common mistake. So if you have something like this and you have optional render and optional string name and you have to check and do this, and imagine that calling this method like this I have to call it, like I have to pass an optional of renderer, of cool renderer, and option. It's very complicated to call. If I don't have value, I have to have optional.empty, or I can pass you a null, as I told you before, and we are going to have problems. It's very complicated for your caller. So how to make it easy? Just state it like this, and just do your things inside. And when it is going to be called, it will be called like this: cart, new call, and then the null pointer exception if it doesn't, and you made your check. Then throw the exceptions to your caller to indicate that it's important or not. Okay, let's continue to the next one. And also, you can also prefer to rely on null pointer exception if you are trying to avoid it. So objects, this is a collection objects. It's a class included in Java 8, since Java 8. So it contains a lot of handy methods, utility method that for requiring, for equaling, for checking if the value is null or is not null or require null. A lot of. I encourage you to visit it. It's very, and it's a standard, so you don't have to use third-party libraries. So sometimes require non-null or else get. So it will check for the name, and if it's null, it will return anonymous. So you handle it without throwing null pointer exception. So you can call this safely. Also, you can avoid null pointer exception and use illegal argument exception or any other exception. So how can I control my exception? It's easily. I can define my objects and here in constructor, and then I define this static method like require non-null or else throw, and then I can pass a supplier, and based on this supplier, I can supply any kind of errors if I don't have this, because we don't have this in objects, so I defined my utility object, and I can use it like this normally. Like I would like here to throw a legal argument exception or null pointer exception or no found exception or whatever it is, so I can design it like this, and the method is still safe to be called, and I have a control over my exception handling or throwing. Okay, don't use optional to return an empty of collections or array, definitely, because already lists, optional collections, they already have methods to check. And instead of doing this list of string, which doesn't have any meaning, because collections already safe to have it or to create, and we can check about the size, we can check about the values, and it's a container in itself. So don't do this, and you get the items, and then you wrap it inside the option. Don't. Okay, I can give you a string that repeat, don't do it, as the previous presentation. So use collections, empty list, or empty map, and empty set to give you this. So if you can use your cart, and then if you'd like to have a safe checking about the content of the list, do this. Check about the nullability. If it's null and you don't have values, just return an empty list. If it's not, you return the original list that you get it. So this is a safer way to return a list, and then you check the list dot size. It will say 0. Thank you. There is nothing. So you avoided the null pointer exception. So avoid using option in collections. Sometimes, okay, I need to make sure that the element in the collection is null pointer safe. So we are wrapping a problem surrounding with a problem. So if it's not nullable, I would like to check. If it's not, it will return an empty. You are returning an empty. Imagine that at first it will consume a memory. It's require more memory space, and you are filling your hash map with a lot of optional that also, I told you, based on the optional holder or generic type, it will consume a memory. If it's an object, it will consume a lot, and and it's without anything. It's nothing. It's just filling. We are trying to wrap the original problem with more problems and hurt the memory. So don't do this. You normally we don't need to introduce another layer into your map, which is costly and also performance hit, as I told you. So only we can use it like this normally, and we can develop get item. So what get item does for us, this get item, it will take the map and string key, and it will check map.get order or default. If it contain null, it will get not found. So it's safe for you, it's not returning null. You can define this only in your class, or just you can also rely on other approaches such as contains key or trivial implementation of extending hash map, or using compute if absent, and also defaulted map in Apache. So even avoid doing this. So as a key or E key, avoid it. I have seen a lot of people doing this, but you have to avoid it. So we have 4 minutes left. This is very nice communication, guys. Thank you. So use optional of nullable instead of optional of, because it's a why. Let's see this example. So fetch item name, and I would like to, this is might throw null pointer exception if item name is null. So if the item name, the item that I would like to check might have, it might be null, don't use of, because of trying to get the item, check it, and it will throw null pointer exception. How to make this? So use of for computed value or static value, and prefer to use of nullable, because there is no risk for throwing null pointer exception. So you can use of nullable, and it will return optional of this item as an empty list. Here it will not return because it will return the value directly if it's not exist. So it will throw null pointer exception. So use optional of instead of optional. So I told you, if I have something like this, it doesn't make any sense. So it doesn't add any value because it's always non-null. So it's always going to return. There is no alternative. So use of for this one. So when we have null, we assume that we could have null, we use of nullable. If we always know that we don't have null and like optional of this, we are going to return use of. So there is no risk for null pointer exception. Avoid optional and choose non-generic. When you are working with numbers like long int, so rely on, don't use this. This is very performance hurt because it involves auto-boxing and unboxing, and also use the not optimized optional for numbers. So what to do is easier to do it like this. To avoid boxing and unboxing and use non-generic optional, use optional int, optional long, and optional double. And you can get the value as a double, as a long. They are designed to be used efficiently with numbers. Like, I like optional. What can we do more? The last question. Let's see. There is no need to unwrap optional for asserting qualities. This is very important. So if I have two optional and I would like to make sure that they are equal, so we don't have to call get. Why? Because they are case sensitive. So the internal implementation of optional get is actually checking not the reference of the optional, they're checking the actual values. So you don't have to call get to get the value. Just do like this. Great. Avoid using identity sensitive operations. So don't use, if you have these two, so and they are definitely are different pointers, so it will return false. We are expecting true, so don't do this. As I told you before, use optional.equal, so it will give you the proper way of handling, because as I told you, they are not a value, they are just normal object. Avoid sensitive identity equality using equal with optional. Use optional.equal method. Avoid rejecting wrapped values based on is present. Do you remember? If I have a password and I would like to check if the password is present, okay. Also password, get the value. If the length greater than 5, return it, yes, the valid password. If it's not, return true. We can enhance this in very elegant way. If you remember, we can use filter, so we can use password.filter if password.length greater than this, and then is present. If it's not present, it will return false. It's present, it will return true, and that's it. It's very easy. Great. We have two more. Returning a Boolean if an optional is empty via is present. Using this, don't do this. So if I have an optional and a card, and I would like to see if the card might be null, so I wrap it inside optional as a string because I'm getting some items, and is empty card, so I'm checking if the card for ID is empty, then I see if it's not present. So it's easier way, just don't do this. To use present, you can use Java 11 provide for us is empty, so it's the same, but you use is empty, more readable, and you don't have if not present or present. So just readability, and it's doing the same. The last two pieces, don't use is present to check the value for first, then transform it. So if we have lowercase, then I would like to transfer the name to uppercase, then this is what I do. Lowercase dot if it present optional of lowercase dot get, transfer it to uppercase, and then else return optional of empty. So don't do this, avoid it using is present. So you can use map or flat map to transform the value easily, and also it will check for nullability or the item exists or not. And for example, if we have this, we can say lower name dot map string dot to uppercase. It does two things here. First, it check about if the name is empty or null. So if it's not, it will return an empty collection. If it exists, it will start to do the transformation and return for you the final result as an optional. This is a map. When to use map to transform values, so imagine this, and sometimes we would like to have a product and we would like to check the filter about the product and then find first, and then we check about the presence, and if it's okay, transfer the name to uppercase. If it's not, say not found, and then we have get method inside the class, and it returns string. Okay, this is very important point. So we can use map in this way, like this product.stream.filter and and find first return the map get name return string. So it map will wrap this value inside another optional, and then we can do another map to uppercase. So we just transform the product into another stream of string. Then this stream should be uppercased, and then if it's not found actually from the first filter or from this find first, it will return not found. But what if get name return different value? Like this. It's return or actually optional string. So what to do? So, and we do this previously. In this case, we have to use flat map. First, we have to flat map this one. Why? Because flat map originally, it returns the value as the same. So it will return optional. If we use map, it will return optional of string. So this is the problem. So if the method returns string, use map safely because it's already wrapped the converted value with optional. If it's not and already returned as an optional of string, use flat map. Okay. Last piece. Do we need to chain the optional API with the stream? Yes, we love to do this. So avoid you doing this. We have get product, and we would like to fetch product by ID, and it return optional product. So we have products, IDs, dot stream, and then we do map this dot get product, filter, map optional dot get, and collect. So prefer to use optional stream because it's make it hooking. It hooks in the stream. So what to do instead of doing this one is used to, in order to use filter and then map and then collect, and we are wrapping here and doing all of this kind of stuff. We use stream to hook it. So what happens? So I'm telling that, okay, product list, the get stream, dot map, map all of this method to fetch product by IDs. Okay, so it will return optional product, and then flat map optional stream. So flat map it. So optional stream, it will return a stream of this optional. So I can also make collect. So it will return a stream of optional. So I can call the stream API, continue calling stream API on this chain. If I don't do this, it will return normally optional of map. So I cannot perform any more aggregate function or collecting or another stream about this. So optional.stream actually return a stream of optional, so I can continue chaining the stream API successfully without breaking my code. Also, we can convert optional to list like this. So we can optional.stream.collect.toList, and we will have the list. So thank you very much for your attendance, and all the questions should be happening now when I join the Q&A. I hope that you find it useful, this presentation and the previous one. So I will try to join. So it's here. Can you send?
Thank you, Mohammed. Yes, the link will be sent to you just right now to the Q&A Zoom room. You will need to reconnect in another Zoom. And dear participants, please join the Zoom room and ask your questions. And if you have any, if you want to have any discussion with Mohammed, he will be glad to have it, I'm sure. So thank you once again. Thank you for supporting Devoxx Ukraine online and for conducting even 2 talks. It was a pleasure to welcome you on this online stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and in a minute we will connect our gold partner, NX company, and they will conduct a short presentation about their company.
Since 2002, NX has been a trusted software development partner for global industry leaders and Fortune 500 companies. NX offers expert solutions in cloud computing, data analytics, machine learning, business intelligence, IoT, and other tech domains covering various sectors, including fintech, telecom, media, healthcare, manufacturing, and more. Numerous industry rankings recognize the company, such as Global Outsourcing 100, Inc. 5000, CRN Fast Growth, Clutch, and Good Firms. Also, NX is a place for professional growth and exciting career opportunities for more than 1,100 experts. The company hires talent remotely across Ukraine and offers a flexible work format to choose between office-based, flexible, and fully remote work. NX is one of the most active employers in Ukraine, according to DOE, as it constantly has around 100 open positions. Join NX. Grow your career with one of the fastest-growing IT companies by your side.
Hello, we are glad to welcome our gold partner NX company and its representative Maxim Polomarenko, Director of Software Development Office. Hello, Maxim.
Hi, nice to meet you. Hi, everyone.
Nice to meet you.
So I'm happy to be at the conference and have a chance to talk to you, share information about our career growth and opportunities at NX. But as I was asked by organizers, just a quick reminder that we are also having a contest and this beautiful toy. So while I'm speaking, you still have a chance to register in your personal cabinet and maybe win this nice prize. So a few words about our company. So today NX is one of the fastest growing IT companies in Europe. Between 2016 and 2019, we grew by 330% and reached 1,000 professionals. In 2020, despite the worsening business climate, we still keep growing and reached 1,100 people. NX has also formed a strategic partnership with a variety of global industry leaders, including such recognized names as Libara, Currency Cloud, Fluke Corporation, GoGo, TuneIn, several Fortune 500 companies, and over 100 medium large-scale businesses. Only a small number of them are currently on this slide. And we hire talents remotely across Ukraine and the world. The company has 7 offices in EU and United States. In Ukraine, we have 2 large offices in Lviv and Kyiv. And for those who used to work office-based, now we have a new system of working, and it proved to work. This flexible working schedule, office-based for those who work 4 days and more and have dedicated place, flexible with shared place, and fully remote for those who enjoy working from home and still have benefits of all company services attached to them. Also, we are building NX hubs across Ukraine, uniting our communities in the cities where we are represented. Our vision for the future is to have 1-floor office space in 5 cities instead of 5 floors in 1 city. So we are starting with Dnipro, Vinnytsia, Zaporizhzhia, Odessa, and going to be represented in other cities of Ukraine, where our community really grows. A few words on how the professional growth is working in our company. I am the man to talk about it because we are responsible for the experience of engineers and the company. So it all starts from the day one when the engineer enters the company, already having assigned the level after the interview, and he or she starts to learn career opportunities. Then they choose core competence from the profiles available, and all the profiles are deeply described within our competence model. They set up their career targets to level up and have the tools for instant and qualified feedbacks. These are performance appraisals from their teams and on-demand technical evaluations, which are conducted by our specialized expert trained for these purposes. The expert goes through the whole detailed competence model and gives feedback on any gaps found out, and also mentions the ways to cover those gaps to speed up growth. And we have lots of tools to speed up that growth. So these are personal development plans, competence model with the links to the best resources to learn new technologies. Also, trainings and mentorships available here, as well as external certifications, which we fully support from global vendors and providers. Those who receive promotions, they actually not only promoted by technological level, but we also invest heavily in leadership skills, because with the new opportunities go some additional responsibilities. So leadership skills is something our engineers also gain with each level up. And once they are promoted, they have opportunity to share their successful experience with internal Tech Talk platform. Also, they contribute to expert services, the same mentorship, expert networks, and also they may participate in R&D, pre-sales, and many other opportunities. That's all works on demand. Going back to Java community at NX, we have quite a few people from Java crowd here. So about 100 engineers by my latest calculations, and this includes web development, backend development, as well as Android. And they are spread across, I think, more than 50 projects with, which have some kind of Java technologies. To name a few prominent names of those projects is a Fluke electronic test tools manufacturer, and they have very interesting technologies there with microservices, microkernels, as well as hexagonal architecture, and they integrate with PLC, SCADA devices, IoT, enterprise mobility. Very interesting tasks and challenges that they solve. Also, I can name Libara, a well-known British telecom, which we have about 12 agile teams working on, and some of them are Java directed. They develop a range of very different solutions, starting from Hybris CMS and also including very complex and challenging integration tasks with messaging payment solutions across different countries of Europe. And to name another prominent name, this is TuneIn, audio streaming platform. Probably you use it also. And our Java team is working with high-load APIs there. So that's definitely interesting to work with our Java projects. But we not only work, we also have fun. So we still have team buildings despite we keep social distance from each other. For example, in August we had company day online. Each of us received small packages with gifts and had an opportunity to raise a glass of wine, beer, or any other drink and stare at eyes of hundreds others simultaneously celebrating online. This was a new and very exciting experience. And we are one of the most active employers in Ukraine, according to the DOE, and we constantly have around 100 open positions. About 20 of them are in Java direction, so stay tuned. And check out our career website to find something interesting for you. Also, you can recommend your friend for an open position at the company and get bonus. All our hot vacancies have special referral bonus or referral bonus labels. And thank you for your attention. Visit our social media channels. Find out more about our lives, work, and here you can see and use the links about our Java NX communities. and hear what people say about Java here and the company. So thank you very much, and have a great days here at the conference.
Thank you, Maxim, and thank you once again, NX company, for supporting Devoxx Ukraine Online this year. Yeah, and dear participants, I just remind once again to register for the prize raffle from NX and be the lucky ones to win their special prizes. Okay, and just in a minute I will invite our next speaker, Brian Vermeer, who will join us from Netherlands. Yeah, welcome, Brian.
Hey.
Hello, hello. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you doing? Devoxx looks amazing, even virtual.
Thank you. Yeah, we are so excited today that we started this conference. So I will not steal more time from your talk because we are a bit behind of the schedule. So please, the mic is yours. Please start.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to talk about a few things today. And the first thing I'm going to talk about with you is this word that you see in your screen right now. Just wait a second till you actually see it. And the word is trust. We need to trust upon something. And I want to take you on a journey I had a couple of months ago. Basically 18 months ago, I went on a journey to buy a new car. And I ended up with a brand new blue Volkswagen Polo. It was straight from the factory. And it looks like this. And I hope you can see my screen at this point. Super new, straight from the factory. And I bought it straight from the factory for a reason. Because I can trust it. I can trust it blindly if I go from A to B on the highway and only have to care about putting enough gasoline in the tank, and I do not have to care about if it would break down or something like that. I can trust it blindly. But say I do not have that much money to spend, or I just want that same car but 20 years older. What happens then? Like, here you've got the same type of car, 20 years old, and it can still be perfectly fine, right? But how much can I trust this car? Think about it. The person I'm selling it, or I'm buying it from, is that the first owner, or the second, the third, maybe the fourth? And can I trust that owner? I don't know anything about cars. So how can I trust that this car is still worry-free? How can I trust it blindly? Maybe if I knew something about the history, or it had enough service levels, or at least some parts were replaced, right? If that is okay and I have proof of that, then a 20-year-old can still be very fine and I can trust it. But as I do not know anything about cars, I have to trust the person that's checking it. Basically, I have to trust the engineers. So let's go into software development, because this type of trust is interesting. How does a software development lifecycle works? Check it out. At first, we're building something small, something like a POC or an MVP. It's a very, very small project, very scoped, and we can get this out. It works perfectly fine in the boundaries that it needs to be. Like this little shed over here. And then your manager comes up to you and says, well, we have a change of site, and can we add this little button on the site? And it's, you know, that's actually out of scope, but as it is still the beginning of it, it's all fine. And you add that little button on the site. Perfect. A little bit out of scope, but it fits actually. It's natural. As this goes into production, because we all know that MVPs and POCs will never just stay an MVP. If it works, they will push it to production. Great. And then your second level manager comes up to you and says, from a business perspective, we have this amazing idea. Why can't we just take this feature and combine it with the stuff that you made? And you're like, yeah, that's possible. But you have to deliver it within a week. And then you're like, oh, but actually this thing is not built. The foundation is not okay for that. However, if I do some trickery and I do some workarounds and I do some spaghetti coding, we can do this. So with a little bit of hacking and a little bit of, well, dirty code solutions, we can make this happen. And again, it works. But you know what happens then? If you give them one finger, they will take the second one and the third one and the fourth one, and they will grab up your whole arm and your leg, and you end up with doing more of that stuff. Because, hey, we already have this, right? Why can we not build this on top of that? And you end up eventually with a very large monolithic application that does everything. It can communicate to space, it can fly helicopters, and actually, again, the foundation was not built for that. Getting back to that trust, would you trust this building? Well, I draw it, so probably not. But would you trust this building if it really exists? Would you trust it enough to live there with your family? Hold that thought. My name is Brian. I am a developer advocate for Sneak, and we do security stuff. And we create security scanning tools and we do security research. And I am a Java developer by trade for the last 15 years. And now a developer advocate. I do a bunch of stuff for the community, like the Utrecht Java user group and the virtual Java user group, which I'm leading both. And it's a lot of fun to do. So visit the virtual Jug if you want to. It's all virtual. However, let's get into a tiny little bit of your application. And we are going to talk about your dependencies. We all know this. As a Java developer, you have seen this screen, right? It is the Spring Initializer. It is a scaffolder, and that scaffolder gives you, well, you can actually just type in which version you want. You can type in what kind of dependencies from Spring you want, and it creates that project for you. It generates a bunch of stuff for you that you can focus on your application layer, on your business layer, which is perfectly fine because, well, that's where we make the difference, right? However, at this point, everything is all brand new. And, well, I would say you can trust this. But if you look at your application in general, this is the binary that you put into production. And how much of that binary is actually the code you wrote? Not the code you generated, the code you wrote. It's probably this. The other yellow part heavily consists of frameworks, libraries, and libraries that contain libraries, and frameworks that contain other libraries, etc., etc., etc. We pull in a bunch of dependencies from other people that other people or other companies or open source maintainers wrote, and we package that in our binary. But in the end, we are responsible for that whole thing that goes into production, because if it breaks, probably your manager comes to your team. If you look at that small yellow or that small purple dot in the middle, we take good care of our own code. We do things, I believe all of you do things like code reviews or pair programming, or we have quality stuff in place that scans your code for all these marvelous things. But do you take care of that big yellow part? So the part that you didn't wrote, that you just blindly took in, if you did that. Think about it. Because in the end, an application can look marvelous, and from the top off, it has all the modern structures that you like. But if you go deep down below, then you see that almost at the bottom, there is that little tiny dependency that is maintained by a random person in Nebraska. And what do you think happens if I accidentally run over that person in Nebraska with my brand new Volkswagen Polo? Then you're probably screwed because no more updates. However, the rest of the structure depends on it. So, some numbers. Spring Service application over here. We made a demo application that contained 222 lines of code. And of course, this is a snippet, but you guessed that already. That application had 5 direct dependencies. And as we know, dependencies, pull-in dependencies, and this is Spring and AWS stuff. And well, you see it on the right-hand side of the screen. So 5 dependencies will end up in 54 dependencies. So at more than 10 times, almost 11 times. Then, how many lines of code did my 222 lines of application with that 5 dependencies that I put into my POM file, how many lines of code did I put into production? Because I am responsible for every single one of them if something goes wrong. Take a guess. It's over 450,000, just a little bit shy of 500,000 lines of code. And how are you treating these lines of code that are not actively visible to you? Well, let's divide this in 3 steps. Step 1, 2, and 3. And we start at step 1. Step 1 is how to pick a dependency. Well, we started off with that Spring initializer, so we already have a bunch, but that's probably not enough for what you actually want. You probably need to pick something more, or you want something different. So how should you pick a dependency? Well, the first question you have to ask yourself, how good is this package? And that seems obvious, but is it? For instance, does it solve your problem? And does it solve your whole problem? Or is it just a package that just a tiny little bit of the problem that you want to solve? Think about it. Maybe we should look for another package that actually solves the whole problem. Do I need that package? Think about it. If you only need something that does something with strings, and you think string utils from Apache is great, but you're only using one function of that, do you need to include the whole binary of Apache Commons? Would that make sense? Because everything you put into your application is there. It's part of that library. It may not be yet loaded, but it's all available for your application to use. It's not yet loaded in heap, but it can be. So do I need it? How many contributors are there? Obvious. And is it still maintained? If it looks good on Stack Overflow, it doesn't mean it's always good for you. If it's still maintained, well, if it's dead, if it's end of life, you probably do not want something to do with it. Because if there is a problem, you need to fix it yourself and not the maintainer of that library. So getting too deeper in it, we can search all these things out, right? We can go to the Maven repository website, and for instance, I looked at the Eclipse collections. Why? Because I'm a contributor to Eclipse collections, so I love these folks. But if you look at this, and I took the screenshot earlier, you see that there are new versions every once in a while. I mean, a couple of times a year, they bring up new versions. In August, there was a new version. In July, there was a version. And in February this year. So it is actively maintained and actively released. So that means that they're working on it, which is a good thing. If you look at the GitHub repository, you can actually see how they pick this up. How many issues are there? Are there actually issues that interest your problem area? And are they picking this up? In this case, you see that the last commit was 15 hours ago. So it's still maintained. Fair point. So far, check marked. Good choice. But then, do I need all of this? Say, for instance, I'm only want to use, because I'm on Java 8, I cannot use records yet, but I want to use a tuple. And a tuple or a triple is part of Eclipse collections. Let's include Eclipse collections. Let's incorporate that jar. But this jar is 9.9 megabytes big. Do I need all of it? Does that make sense? Or not? Maybe it makes more sense to write it yourself, because then you have it specifically for your needs. Think about it. Do I need all of it? Do I need a 10 megabyte jar to solve that one problem? I want to use a tuple or a triple. So we have established for ourselves something like, okay, how do I want to pick this? And this is something you have to work out with your team. I cannot give you the straight answers because all depends on your context. But you have established your set of rules that you want to work on in step 1. Let's all go over to step 2. Once they're in, it's not done. You have to update these things. Just like that car, if you do not update your car, if you do not maintain your car, it will break down. If that car is not maintained, I told you about in the beginning, I have to care. I have to worry about if I will come from A to B. Same holds for your application. Because if you look at dependencies, we need to think of things like dependency health. But what does dependency health actually mean? Well, it means a bunch of things. For instance, again, how many regular releases are there? Is this well maintained? How many active users are there? Are there regular commits? Basically, some of the way the same sort as when you picked it in stage 1. But you need to do this recursively. So it's not a one-time only and get things done. No, it is something you have to keep in mind. But also, are there indirect dependencies? If I'm just updating to newer versions, it can be that it uses other indirect dependencies. So we have to keep in some sort of way, we have to keep track on that. But that is about the health. Is it released? Are issues picked up? That makes sense. But how do I find out? How do I find out if there are new versions of that application or of that dependency available? Well, for instance, in Maven, you can use this command, Maven version display of display dependency updates, and you can see if there are new versions available. Let me show you. So I have an application over here that contains a bunch of dependencies. Well, just a couple, just to show you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dependencies. Right? Okay, so let's do something what I just showed you, Maven versions display dependency updates. And what you see over here, that part of the output is this. The following dependencies in dependencies have newer versions. My H2 database has a version, so all of them have updates. So you don't have to go back to that Maven Central website and look it up look it up manually. No, you can actually use your package manager to do so. And that's fun. If I can do this, I can automate this. And I can put it as part of my pipeline as a report like, hey, there are newer versions. Probably do not want to break your build on that. But it's a nice thing to have. If you automate this, it doesn't take much work afterwards, right? So this is the way you can do this in Maven. Similarly, you can do this in Gradle as well with the following command. And if you do full stack, say you do a background or a backend in Java and a front end in JavaScript, you probably are using NPM. And of course, NPM can do that as well. And I'm certainly that there are a bunch of other package managers that can do the same. Pick your tools that help you to tackle the problem that these updates are there. Because if you take that increment, and that increment is small, it's quite easy to update. If you leave it, and a new update comes up, and a new update comes up, and a new update comes up, the delta between your version and the newest update might be so big that you have to rework your whole application because it breaks API. I had this once when we needed to migrate from, well, let's keep it to Java, from Java 6 to Java 8. And all the other frameworks like Hibernate and Spring and needed to have an upgrade. So that means that broke my whole application. And that was a government application. So we were out for 3 months. That means we're still running, but the new versions, no features for 3 months to get everything fixed. Because you're just postponing the pain you need to take. But more importantly, even if it works and you're fine with that, are there any issues with my dependencies? If we're looking at dependencies and we're looking at, now in this case, let's follow the blue line in Maven and how many vulnerabilities were identified over the last couple of years, it is a lot. There are a bunch of vulnerabilities, no. But are you aware that you're using the version that is vulnerable or not vulnerable? And if you look at it more closely, then in the middle pillar you see Maven Central, most of the security problems are not so much in the direct dependencies, but in the dependencies underneath. So they so-called indirect or transitive dependencies. Let me show you this. So I will show you a problem that can happen when a dependency is not up to date. Yeah, I have to look where my IntelliJ is, and it's one stream here. Let me show you an application. And this application is not very interesting because what it does, it is a Spring Boot application that shows you a grocery list. It has 5 items, and all the items consists of a few things. An ID, a name, and a cost, and some getters and setters. The interesting part is in this. This is what we call the repository. We're using Spring Data, and with Spring Data, I can extend to CRUD repository. So that means by default, I have a bunch of stuff available like find by name and find all because of naming conventions. I do not have to integrate the actual SQL for me. It will do that for me. So I do not have to write it myself. That is amazing because now I can focus on the next step. And I'm using Spring Data REST here as well. And you see the add repository REST resource that I'm using here that instantly create a REST repository from my CRUD repository. So that means I have REST endpoints right away. Let me just fire this one up and let's see what happens. In the meantime, let's pray to the demo gods. That's always a thing with live demos, that it actually works and it runs. So if I go to localhost 8080, you will see my hell browser. And my hell browser is here to show you that I can fire off actually requests to my endpoints. For instance, if I do something like this, /item/1, you will see it will return beans, which is literally the first item in my grocery list. Same holds for 2, 3, 4, and 5. What I can do as well, I can do something like this. Search, find by name, and that was actually my CRUD repository stuff. It's now turned into a REST repository if I give it the parameter beer. So let's do this and you see it will find beer. Amazing. This is how it should work. Great. Let's move on. But wait a minute. Let me get into the right folder. I think it is. Let me just try this one. Yes, this is what I need. Let's just show you this one. And I will just give it again and I will make it a little bit bigger. What I'm doing here is I am firing a curl request and a curl patch request with, well, application JSON, pod JSON, fine, but with a certain body. And this is the exact body I am giving it. And as you can see, as you can figure out, this body is JSON. What happens is in this Spring application, if I do this in my body, I am, for some reason, with a curl patch request, I am allowed to utilize SPEL, the Spring Expression Language. And with that expression language, I can create or I can influence the objects that are there in my system. As I said, I can influence objects like getting with the getters, getting interaction with the setters, but I can also create new objects. And what I'm doing here is I'm getting a runtime. And what I'm doing there is I'm executing a command, in this case, env. And env on a Linux system or a Unix-based system gives you the environment variables of the system, correct? So I route it from an input stream to an output stream to show it to you over here. So I fire it to that item/1, which gives normally only the first item of my grocery list. Interesting. Let's try this one out. So this curl request, if I push it over, you will see that I already see a bunch of stuff, like I'm using SDKman and some weird passwords and names. So you see that I have access to all sorts of things. I can execute a command over here. The point is, if I can execute an environment variable, I can also execute makes, removes, and all that kind of stuff. And that is because I was using the wrong version of Spring Data REST. If I would update to a newer version, that would all be cool. So you should be aware of this. And what you can do with it, for instance, you can scan your application. I scan it already for you. And well, in this case, I see in my CLI, I see a bunch of problems that are already there. And it gives you things like, okay, if you move from this version to this version, you can fix it. I can also connect it to my, in this case, I'm using Sneak, of course, but I can use I connected my GitHub repository to it, and it sees already that it has some problems over here. It's the same way, only from a different part of my software development lifecycle. I'm connecting my GitHub repo. And what you see here is I have a high vulnerable arbitrary code execution, literally in Spring Data REST, what I just did. And it has a priority score of over 800, which means that it's a mature exploit and it already has a fix, but the exploit is actually published. So these kind of things you should be aware of. And there's tooling for that. So both it can help with, are there newer versions, but also you should be aware of, are there new vulnerabilities if you decide not to upgrade. So we had this picking, we had this maintaining, and now we need to remove stuff. So we go to step 3. And when do you remove stuff? Do you remove stuff when your disk is full? Well, probably we're working in the cloud right now, and storage is cheap. So we just pump in a new hard disk. But that's not how it works, because think about it. If I am working on a car and I'm replacing a part of the engine, would I keep the old part? No, right? If I need to replace that engine because, well, it's leaking or whatever, I get rid of the old parts. And you should do that as well. Get rid of the old parts. First of all, it can get collisions, but even though if it's there and it doesn't collide, why should you keep stuff that you're not using anymore? Let's get into that. If you see this is a Maven POM file from an old project I worked on a couple of years ago. It was a monolithic application for a major bank in the Netherlands, and it had 1 trillion dependencies. This is line 977 to 1023. Great. Point is, if you look through that dependency file to that Maven file, what I found out was that it had three different flavors of a XML parser. Yes, it was a couple of years ago, and we needed to interact with I think it was some SOAP units or whatever. But it had 3 different flavors of a library, or 3 different libraries from different vendors that basically did the same thing. What probably happened was the new developer came on, inherited this part of the project, need to do something with XML, and says, I'm not familiar with these tools, or didn't even look at the Maven file, and included a new package. And once it's in, it will never get out. That is how it's supposed to, or that is how it usually works in larger companies. Again, your package manager can help you with it. If you look at Maven, you can do a dependency, you can use the dependency analyze plugin to help you with that. If you look at Maven again, and I have this application here I showed you earlier, and I do Maven dependency analyze. This should be correct. It will help you, and it will show you, it will analyze the dependencies you have, and it will give you, hey, these are unused declared dependencies. However, if you look at these closely, you see that the first one has a test scope and the second one has a provided scope. So these are not interesting for me. These are not the things that go into production, because provided means, well, it's provided, and tested means that I only need it for test purposes. This will not end up in my binary. Let me see how we're doing for time. Well, not so much. However, what I can do is what I showed you on the slide, is do a -d ignore non-compile. So what I want is only the compile dependencies, because I do not want to get interested by the test dependencies. I don't care. It is fuzz. So if I do it like this, you will find out that I have only the compile or only the compile dependencies like here, and you see that I am including common slang, but I'm not using it in my actual code. Of course, this can give false positives. However, by informing you like this, you can keep things clean. And if you can keep things clean, it's easier to scan, and it's easier to get rid of dependencies, and maybe even old dependencies that may or may not contain security issues. So from a security issue, from a security standpoint, it's fine. It's also fine to have a smaller jar because, for instance, if you put it in the cloud, you pay storage by the megabyte, and you pay a lot more because it probably needs to start up, and it's a big jar, so it needs to be unzipped, etc., etc., etc. So all times, it's better to do it like this. Let your package manager help you with the features it has, like I showed you here in Maven. Of course, in Gradle, there's nothing yet natively. However, there are a bunch of plugins, and I believe the Nebula plugin is one of the better ones. I see it a lot, that people are using it a lot around me. Check, this is the version 6.14. Always check for newer versions because they might have solved already some issues that there might are. But there are plugins available that can help you with that. And again, if you're doing front-end stuff as well with npm with the dep check, so you install npm i-g dep check, which installs this dependency checker, and then you call dep check. With dep check, it will scan your dependencies in your package.json, and it will look if there are dependencies that you do not need. So both covered for backend and frontend. So let's get back to that point where we had these three things. We had pick, how should I, well, what should be the criteria for a dependency to get into my system? We have update. When should you update? Why should you update? And should I actually update? And then we have on the last place, remove or dispose. Let's get through all of these one more time. Pick, update, and dispose. First of all, you should include a dependency only for a good reason. Because if it doesn't solve the whole problem and you put in a bunch of stuff that is there, even if you're not using it, you see that with something weird behind the scenes, it can be touched and can become a security issue. Think about that as well. So only include it for a good reason. If there are already 3 flavors of a JSON parser or an XML parser, you do not need it. Or you rewrite the other stuff, or you use the dependency that is already there. Don't include a new one. Check your dependency health, and not only at the beginning in stage 1, but also in stage 2. And if it turns out that a dependency is not maintained anymore, maybe that is your point, that is the cue that you should break it out and look for another vendor. For instance, well, we had this famous circuit breaker from Netflix 5-6 years ago, and it's now out of date. It's not end of life. Hystrix, I'm talking about. And you probably need to move to another one because it's not maintained anymore. If you don't, it is a liability, and if something goes wrong, it's up to you to find out. It's open source, so you can, but are you willing to put that time in that? Or do you want to just use it? Scan for security issues often. So that means on your local machine, oh, that's my microphone, on your local machine, when it goes into your GitHub repository, or Git repository, I should say, every new branch, scan if there are things that bring in new issues, because we want to get better. We do not want to get worse. Of course, in your CI pipeline, but also when it's in production. When it's in production, it can be fine at this moment, but if you keep scanning over and over again, and you can use Sneak Monitor, for instance, for that, and then you get a web interface like I showed you earlier, then you are aware that if there are problems, you will get actively pinged. Like, hey, there is a security issue with this package. Maybe you should upgrade to a newer one. And that is helpful. But you should have this tooling in place in the right way so that it helps you, not harm you. But you should do that not only in the beginning, not only during development, not only in your CI pipeline, but all of them, including going to production. update often to newer version. That's an advice. Sometimes you cannot, I understand. But if you update to newer versions as soon as possible, the delta between, so that means the fixes, it's probably our bug fixes. The changes are small. So that means it doesn't break API probably. If it's a minor version, you can, in most cases, it is trusting the semantic versioning and that the people didn't break API. But most of the time, if it breaks API, you will get a major version and then you need to take care of it. But I know we are all good developers. We have a great testing suite in place. So that should help you already. Of course, don't blindly change the dependency and push it. Remove unused dependencies. If you don't need it, get rid of it. It's as easy as that. Clean up your desk, clean up your car, clean up your house, and clean up your dependency part in your Maven or Gradle file. Because even though it's not touched, it is still available. And if I'm able to run code, if I'm able to do an arbitrary code execution or some serialization or deserialization issues, I might be able to pull it in memory and actually do harm with it if it contains a security vulnerability. So move it. If you don't have it, it cannot harm you. And use automation to pick or to help you with that. Both like tooling like Sneak, what I just showed you, but also like there's a bunch of stuff that's already there in your Maven or Gradle or NPM packages or the package managers. If you can automate it, it doesn't take you as much time. And as you can see, most of these things are relevant for both picking, updating, and removing. The point is, going back to that car, you cannot afford to rewrite applications every year or every month or maybe even every 2 years. Sometimes you have to trust on an older application or you have to maintain an old application. Just like I'm not always allowed or not everybody is allowed, or well, probably I cannot afford to buy a new car every year. So if I want that 20-year-old car or that 20-year-old application, or well, hopefully not 20-year-old, but that old application to run, I still need to trust this as much as that brand new car I just bought straight from the factory. My users want to trust it. My users need to trust it because, well, they trust me. So be responsible. Check your stuff. Know thy neighbors. Know what you're getting into. Thank you so much. If there are any questions, I don't know what the time is at this point, but if there are any questions, feel free to ask them. You can always ping me on Twitter. It's in the bottom corner. So yeah, thank you for your attention. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. Thanks a lot for supporting our event this year in this unusual online format. So, dear participants, if you have any questions to Brian, please join the Q&A Zoom room, and Brian will be glad to answer them, and maybe you will even have a discussion. So, thank you.
Definitely.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Stay safe. Yeah, and in a minute we will have a presentation from our gold partner, Sigma Software Company.
Привіт! Вітаю Sigma Software. Мене звати Оксана, і сьогодні я покажу, як нам живеться у львівському офісі. Ходімте. Знайомтеся, а це Зеник, традиційний житель скандинавських країн і символ нашої компанії. Мініатюрна версія Зеника подорожує з нами по всьому світу. Ми беремо його у відпустки, в бізнес-тріпи і на конференції. Sigma Software – це шведська компанія, яка понад 17 років надає послуги з розробки та IT-консалтингу. Nordic Tradition, Ukrainian Spirit, Superior Software – це про нас, адже нам вдається поєднувати шведські традиції та підходи з українською гнучкістю та самовіддачею. У нас горизонтальна структура. Неважливо, який у тебе тайтл та скільки у тебе досвіду. Чи ти пишеш код, чи ти керуєш департаментом. Усі ми разом працюємо, обідаємо, спілкуємось та відпочиваємо. Запозичили шведську традицію фіка – перерва на каву з запашною випічкою. Проходить вона за участі засновників, а також топ-менеджерів. Разом ми обговорюємо новини компанії, ділимося думками, а також знаходимо відповіді на питання, які нас цікавлять. А зараз я вас познайомлю з одним з власників компанії – Вовою Червою. Вова, привіт!
Привіт, Оксана.
Я вже трішки розповіла про наші шведські традиції. Поділися, будь ласка, нашими цінностями.
Ценности наши основные – это уважение к людям и одинаковое отношение к каждому, вне зависимости, это клиент или сотрудник.
А можеш розповісти трішки про наші бізнес-підходи?
Опять же, то, что делает наш бизнес успешным, это то, что мы уважаем наших клиентов и стараемся строить личные отношения с ними.
Чим, на твою думку, відрізняється львівський офіс від решти офісів Sigma Software?
Львивский офис – это относительно небольшой офис по сравнению, например, с харьковским, и это дает возможность знать людей по именам в офисе, более плотно и тесно общаться друг с другом, помнить, у кого когда день рождения.
Добре, я буду бігти. Рада була тебе бачити. Ще почуємось.
Взаимно.
Нам важливо розвивати IT-екосистему України. Нещодавно ми запустили Sigma Software Labs – лабораторію для стартапів і компаній, які щойно розпочали свій шлях. Наші резиденти мають змогу отримати консультації від бізнес-експертів, технічних експертів, а також доступ до світових фондів. Як і більшість шведських офісів, львівський побудований з урахуванням зелених технологій. Ми стежимо, аби він був озеленений і всім вистачало простору. Сам офіс працює за принципом ресурсозбереження, а ми популяризуємо зменшення використання пластику та паперу. Ми дуже гостинні. Окрім фіки, ми залюбки приймаємо гостей, хостимо мітапи, організовуємо внутрішні події та курси від Sigma Software University. Це наша освітня платформа, яка дозволяє здобути знання як зрілим спеціалістам, так і тим, хто тільки починає свій шлях в ІТ. У нас дуже дружня і затишна компанія. Ми не лише разом працюємо, але й проводимо багато часу теж разом. По п'ятницях взагалі організовуємо спільні сніданки, де можемо поділитися нашими новинами компанії, які відбулися за тиждень. В компанії відбувається стільки цікавого, що важко щось не пропустити. Саме тому виникло дві круті ініціативи. Insiders – подкасти про IT та Sigma On Air – корпоративне радіо, на якому ми з Максом розповідаємо про найгарячіші події компанії. Дякую, що були з нами. Зустрінемось у львівському офісі.
Готова?
Так. Вітаємо на хвилях Sigma On Air.
В студії Оксана Назаркевич
Та Макс Ковтун. Всім привіт!
Hi guys, I'm very delighted to see, maybe not see, but feel all of you here in Kyiv studio and at the Devoxx conference. My name is Kate and I'm PR manager at Sigma Software. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for all who are joining us today and organizers for make it happen. So today, I just will talk a bit about our company missions and possibilities for you at Sigma Software. Try to imagine the place where Nordic traditions meet Ukrainian spirit to create superior software. As you heard in the previous video, it's all about us. And actually this is true because from Sweden we took high demand for quality, minimum hierarchy, attention to details, and freedom in decision making for our team. From Ukrainian culture, we took flexibility and dedication to every customer, every teammate, and every project. With the help of our professional team, we deliver smartest solutions, IT solutions for over 18 years to our customer around the globe. Some of us call the company where company never sets, as our office is located from the Australia to the west coast of United States. In the time of COVID-19, you can work from anywhere. You can work from our offices in Australia, in the United States, in Ukraine, from home, from Bali, anywhere. And the company actually have a lot of possibilities and variety of opportunities for everyone. Here you can work with startups, with product houses, with large enterprises, with different technologies and modern directions. So if you're open for the new opportunities, you're eager for fast professional development, check our Sigma Software career site. I'm sure you will find something interesting there for you. Surely, with the switch online, we face significant transformation and a lot of challenges, and as well as our team. And probably the most complicated challenge for us, it was isolation at homes, and we really care about our health, mental health of our team and their work-life balance. So starting from March, we transform all of our events and activities to the online format. We meet with our teammates, I don't know, in online bars. So we share our thoughts during knowledge sharing sessions. We organize our internal conference, kids' days for teammate with children's, a lot of team buildings, and everything to make our team feel more comfortable. Also, we transform our online traditional fika to the online format. You know, in the time of COVID-19, it's really important to be informed. That's why our top manager share their knowledges, share their news, and our team could ask any questions during online fika. The main direction, one of the main directions in the company, is the healthy lifestyle and sports. So we promote the sport is our main directions. We have gyms in our offices, we have sport clubs, we have online yogas, cycling teams, sport challenges, anything to feel more healthier. So there are actually a lot of that I could say about Sigma software, but there are actually a lot of times. And I want you to remind that we have kind of activities for you during the Devoxx hours. You can check the Devoxx site where you can find the links to our prize draw. It's Amazon Prime subscription for 1 year, and also you can check your knowledge from Java history. So if you are looking for challenging projects, if you are looking for new possibilities and fast-growing development, self-development, join us, and I really hope to see all of you offline next year at the Devoxx conference.
Okay, welcome back, and we continue our Devoxx Ukraine online. I hope you are not tired yet because we have more talks, interesting and exciting talks from our speaker. And I would like to welcome on this online stage our next speaker, Simon Ritter.
Okay.
Hello, Simon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, great. So I'm going to share my screen.
Yeah, so how are you today?
I'm very good. I'm just getting a little bit confused with the two different things that I'm supposed to be using, but hopefully this is going to work now.
Yeah, online experience is new for all of us. So thank you for joining this event in online format. And I would like to give you the word so you can start your speech.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to put that there. Right, so good afternoon. Welcome to this presentation. We're going to be talking about local variable type inference. Is it a friend or is it a foe? And essentially what we're talking about here is that the idea of adding local variable type inference to Java, and what does it mean? Because there are some very good things that you can use it for, but there are also some things where it's not necessarily quite how you expect it to be. So first thing
I'm sorry.
is
I'm so sorry for interrupting you. You need to share your screen in Zoom because we don't see your presentation. We hear and see you perfectly well, but not the screen.
Okay, it says it's sharing, but
yeah.
Let me stop sharing. Okay, let me see if I can share my screen desktop. Can you see that now?
Not yet.
Okay, so I'm
no, not yet.
Okay, hold on. This is difficult. It says it's sharing my screen, so I don't quite.
Yeah, dear participants, I'm sorry once again for these technical issues. Online experience is new for us and some of our speakers. So while we are waiting Simon to connect and share his screen, I would like to remind you that you can vote for the best speaker and the best talk using the mobile application. The link to the mobile application you can find at the users page. And also at the users page you will see the links to raffles from our partners. They prepared interesting quizzes and they will even conduct, some of them will conduct an online Kahoot later today and tomorrow. So join these online quizzes, games, Kahoot challenges, solve some interesting tasks about Java and Java history, and I hope you will be the lucky winners. The winners will be announced at the closing ceremony at the end of the second day of the event. Yeah. Yeah, we are almost ready to get Simon back online.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, great. So we'll start again.
Yeah, so sorry for that.
No, that's fine. Okay, right, yes. So as I was saying, what we're going to talk about today is local variable type inference and some of the details about how you use it and the good places where you can use it, but also quite importantly, some of the situations that you need to be aware of where there are some things that might catch you out with local variable type inference. Okay, so the first thing we need to talk about is just briefly a little bit about how Java actually stores things, and specifically about the way that we use variables and how we then use those to manipulate data in our applications. So we have really two ways that we store things. So the first of those is fields, and fields are part of an object. So when we create a class, we can define fields, instance variables within that. And when we create instances of those objects, the fields are part of it, therefore they exist for the lifetime of an object. The important thing about these is initialization is guaranteed by the compiler, meaning that if you create a field instance of int, then it will be initialized to 0. If you create one of Boolean, it will be initialized to false. The other thing we have, which we use a lot in our methods, are local variables. And these are scoped to a region of code. So they could be scoped across the whole method. They could also be scoped within a particular statement or within a block of code, depending on how you create those variables, where you put them. That's going to determine the scope of those variables. Now, the important thing about these is because they're part of a method, they're created on the stack, and they don't come with guaranteed initialization. So what you need to do in your code is to ensure that you do initialize these variables so that you don't run into problems. They are cheap, they're allocated on the stack, so that's always very good for performance. And often what we find with local variables is that the name that you use is actually more important, and how you use it is more important than the type that you've got. Okay, so in JDK 10, we had local variable type inference introduced. And the question that we really need to ask ourselves is, that was nearly 25 years after Java was first created. So why did we suddenly add the idea of local variable type inference to the Java language? And I came up with a fairly flippant answer to that, which is, well, JavaScript has got it, so it must be good. That probably isn't a good answer to this question. A better answer to this question is the fact that if you look at some of the more modern things that we have in Java, specifically around JDK 8 and the introduction of streams and Lambda expressions, what we see here is a situation where we're processing some data, but we don't actually care about the intermediate types that are being used here. So we're streaming data from an array of objects. We create a stream, then we're doing something like filtering it, then we're doing maps, then we're doing collect into a list. But we don't actually care about the fact that we've got a stream of strings, then we've got a stream of strings, and then we've got a stream of records. The intermediate types are invisible to us. We don't see those in our code. All we're interested in is the fact that we get an array list of type record at the end of that. So what we'd like to do is to extend the way that this is used into more situations where we don't care about the type. We just want to use that variable and we want to do something with it, but we're not too worried about understanding too much about the type of it. The other thing about this is it can make code more concise, but one of the very important things about making code concise is we don't want it to go too far and end up with, well, Perl as a programming language. What we want is to have code that's more concise, but without losing the readability. Readability is most important because if you think about it, you're going to spend more time reading code than you are writing code. Maintenance, changes to code are much more important than the actual creation of the code in the first place. Okay, now let's look at some simple uses of local variables, the things that we would do in Java before we have type inference for them. And this is a very obvious piece of code. So we have an array list of type string, which we're going to call nameList, and then we're going to instantiate a class called ArrayList, and we're going to use a generic type parameter string to say that's the type of the array list that we want to create. Obviously, that's code that will work. Everything is great. Now, the problem with that is there's a lot of duplication in there, because obviously we've got array list of type string on the left-hand side, and we've got array list of type string on the right-hand side. Why do we need that information twice? If we look at Java SE 7, when we had the introduction of the diamond operator, things got slightly simpler, but not completely simple. So now we can do something like this. We can say list of type string, user list equals new array list, and we'll use the diamond operator. that will use type inference for the generic type parameter so that we know that on the left-hand side, it's a list of type string. Therefore, the array list must be of type string as well. So that's easy enough. We get the compiler to infer that, and we don't have to duplicate everything on both sides of the equals of the assignment. But obviously, that's still, still too much. We want to change that and make it better. And obviously, if we do something like taking a stream from our user list, then we have to define that the stream that we're going to create, because it's a generic class, we say stream of type string, stream equals user list.string. Great. And then we can also use local variables within constructs such as the for loop. And we can say for string name over user list and use the for each syntax. And that will obviously iterate over the user list, retrieving the names and then processing them in some way. And we can also use a local variable in a traditional for loop where we say for int I equals 0, I less than 10, I plus plus. If we look at how we can use var and local variable type inference for this, then things become simpler. In the case of our array list, what we now say is var user list equals new array list of type string. We only have to specify that we've got array list of type string once, and the compiler can look at the right-hand side of that assignment. They can say, user list has to be an array list of type string. No problem there. Inference is very simple, straightforward, and we don't have to duplicate the type within our code. Similarly, for the stream, the compiler knows that user list is an array list of type string. Therefore, the stream that we get back from that is going to be a stream of strings. So again, very simple, straightforward. We know that var, in this case, will infer a stream of type string. If we look at our for loop, then we can do the same thing there. We can say for var name over user list. The compiler will know that user list is an array list of strings. Therefore, name is going to be a string. And then lastly, we can use var within our for loop, the traditional for loop, and we say for var I equals 0, I less than 10, I plus plus. Now, this is one of those occasions where I look at that and I say to people, do not use var in this situation. And the reason I say that is because var has 3 letters. Int has 3 letters. You are saving nothing in terms of typing. There's no less code to type, but you're making it slightly harder for people to understand what's actually going on there. So in that case, I would never use var. I would always use int because it's just much clearer as to what's happening in that case. Another good example of where we can use var is to simplify our code and make things easier to read. So try with resources, a good example. What I've done here is I've created a try with resources block, and I've deliberately been fairly verbose in terms of the variable names that I've used. But you can see that if you just look at that piece of code, it's very wordy, it's very difficult to pick out exactly what's going on here. And so you've got to look through it and you've got to see, okay, I've got an input stream, get input stream, I've got input stream reader, new input stream reader from input stream, buffered reader, and it just goes on and on. So you have to look through that code quite carefully to understand what's actually happening. If we were to use var in that case, then we can tidy it up and we can make it a lot simpler and a lot easier to see what's happening there. So now we've got each one on its separate line. You can see it's input stream, get input stream reader is from the new input stream reader, buffered reader from the new buffered reader. So it's just tidying up that code, making it a little bit easier to see what's going on. So that's a good example of where we might want to use local variable type inference. Now, one of the things that we do need to understand here is that unlike in JavaScript, where, as I said, JavaScript has var, we are not changing any of the ideas behind Java from the point of view of how the language is typed. So Java is still very much a statically typed language. If we look at this example here, I've got var name equals Simon. Now, clearly, Simon is a string there, and so the compiler will infer string, and name will be set to be of type string. If I want to, I can then change that. So I could say name equals Dylan. I can assign a different string to that variable, but because the type is the same, there's no problem. The compiler will be quite happy with that. However, if I tried to do something like this, where I said name equals 42, 42 is not a string. And so the compiler will complain about that. It would say incompatible types, int cannot be converted to string. That static typing still working. We haven't introduced any form of dynamic typing, so there isn't the ability to change the type of a variable. Once it's been defined, its type is set and it cannot be changed. Final and non-final. So in this case, what we need to understand is that var, all it does is tell the compiler to infer the type of the variable. It doesn't tell it anything in terms of whether that variable is final or non-final. And as I said, if we have something like this where we say var name equals Simon, we haven't made it final. We've simply said we've got a variable called name, assigned Simon to it, and then if we want to, we can change it later on. Name is Dylan, that's fine. If we want our variable to be final, then we still have to use the explicit modifier and say final var name equals Simon. And that way it's set, we can't change it, well, unless we use reflection. But in normal code, we wouldn't be able to change that because the value has been assigned and that's it. Some languages have an alternative to var. So rather than having final var, they have things like val or let. These are two different ways of doing the same thing. But essentially, it's the idea that you can have either a type inference, which is modifiable, or type inference, which is final. In terms of the way that this language feature was designed, the designers decided not to create a second modifier, so there wasn't the idea of val. And one of the reasons for this, one of the sort of discussions about this, was how often do you make local variables final? Because most of the time when you're using local variables, you're going to be using them to manipulate data within a method and so on. So the majority of the time, certainly when I'm writing code, I don't make my local variables final. So it makes sense to just have var. And if you really do want to make that variable final, then you add the final modifier. So it's just one thing to remember about var, is there is no val. Okay, now action at a distance. This is the idea that we need to be careful about how we use var. And so if we have a situation like this, where I define my array list of type string and I assign it to L, okay, not a particularly descriptive name for my variable, but that's okay. And then I also want a stream there, which I'm going to use, so S, again, not a very descriptive name. If I have lots of complicated code and then I use L further down, then I run into a problem, because I look at that and I go, okay, so var n equals L.get0. How do I know what the type of n is? Now, sure, if I look at that slide there and I can see all those lines of code, then it's easy for me to go, oh, L's above there, it's array list of type string, and so therefore n must be a string. Fine. But if I've got a lot of code between those, because I haven't used a very descriptive name, I've just got L, I don't know what the type of L is because I don't really know what it is, and then I get something from it, because I'm using local variable type inference and the type is not explicit there, I then have no idea of what it is. Sure, if I'm using an IDE, most of the time I can just move my mouse over n, hover it over there, and it will tell me what the type of that is. But we shouldn't rely on that. So this is one of those situations where, in this case, nothing wrong with using var for n, but what you really should be doing there is thinking to yourself, okay, if I want to be able to use L much further down, let's give it a more descriptive name, and therefore, list of names or something like that, so that I know that it's likely to be string, and therefore it's easier to understand the code. Jumping variable names. Again, this is sort of related to what we had with the try with resources block. But again, it's about sort of simplifying code out and making things easier to see what's going on. And again, what I've done here is I've used quite long type names, quite long class names, and so on. And I've got, okay, no, I've got amount increase big decimal, I've got horizontal connection, line of line, I've got constant variable, I've got a list of string. If I use var, then again, I can get a much simpler way of formatting my code, and I simply see, okay, no more jumping variable names, everything's lined up, and it's much easier to see what's going on. Another sort of simple example of where var makes some sense. Okay, now let's get into some of the sort of edge cases where things are not quite as simple as they might seem. In this case, what we've got is an array of ints. I call it first 6 primes, and I'm assigning 6 numbers to it, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13. Okay. To do that, obviously, I use the int primitive type and a set of brackets to indicate it's a one-dimensional array. What you might think to yourself is, well, okay, let's use var for that. So we'll say var first 6 primes equals 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13. However, that's a problem, and that won't compile. So what you'll get there is you'll get error. It says cannot infer type for local variable first 6 primes. Array initializer needs to be explicit target type. And the reason for this is that what we've got there in the sense of the array initialization is actually in Java what's called a poly expression. So Java has 2 types of expression. There's a standalone expression, which is one where the expression, the type of the expression can be determined by the expression without knowing the context in which it's being used. So all of the examples we've seen up until now are standalone expressions because we can see exactly what the type is going to be without where it's being used. The second type is a poly expression, and that's an expression which has different types depending on the context where it's used. And we're going to come back and we're going to see some other examples of this. This is a good example of that. So the problem is, you see that in the case of our first 6 primes, yes, we could infer that it's an array of ints, but that's not the only thing that we could infer from that. We could technically infer it's an array of doubles. We could infer it's an array of integer wrapper class objects. And so that's one of the problems that we have. So the compiler at this point will reject it and say, I can't make an absolute deterministic idea of what the type is, so I won't allow that to pass. What you can do, if you really want to use var, then you can do it this way. So you can say var first 6 primes equals new int array, and then define the values that you want to put in there. So you are giving the compiler enough information to say that this is an array of ints. Similarly, you could do the same thing if you wanted to use integer wrapper classes, and you could say var first 2 primes equals new integer array 2, 3. Both of those will work because the compiler has enough information from the right-hand side to infer the type of the left-hand side. But you can't just use the array in the way that we've done above, so that won't compile. Very important, types are required on both sides. And again, so let's look at this. Var list equals null. Well, you might think to yourself, okay, well, list, I've assigned a null to that. Surely the compiler can infer from that that it's going to be, well, let's say object. Object would be the obvious choice because in terms of our class hierarchy in Java, object is the superclass of all other classes. So surely the only choice we could make there would be to make list an object, assign null to it, and that will work. Well, yes, it will, but there is a gotcha there. So the compiler will reject that. It will say, cannot infer type for local variable list, variable initializer is null. And the reason behind this is quite subtle because, again, thinking about the type hierarchy in Java, you have object at the top and then all other classes inherit from that. Null, you might think, is just null, but it's actually not quite like that. Null is actually at the bottom of our type hierarchy. And by that I mean that null can represent a null reference to any type of object. And by that it means all types of objects. Because of that, the compiler will take it as a very strict interpretation of this and say, well, hang on, null could be any type of object, not just object. So in this case, it will reject it and say, no, I need more information than that. So you can't simply assign a null to it. That won't work. Similarly, you need types on both sides, meaning that you can't do this. You can't say var list without assigning something to it. And then even on the next line, you couldn't say list equals new array list of type string. Although the compiler could look at that code and say, well, yes, okay, you've defined list and then you've assigned it to an array list of type string. Technically, you would think that would work, but no, the compiler will reject that and it will say cannot use var on variable without initializer. So one of the hard and fast rule is you must initialize a variable if you're using var every time. One of the reasons for that is that if we did something like this, because we might have a situation where we say, okay, let's say list equals new array list of string, and then further down we say list equals 42. Okay, now I said earlier on that we're not introducing the idea of dynamic typing, but you could still argue that this is a feasible thing to use with Java, but then the compiler would be troubled because it wouldn't know what type to use. There could be several different things it could try and use. It could use array list of type string and ignore the 42 and generate an error. It could assign it to be an int. It could assign it to be an integer because that was the last thing that was assigned to it. Maybe you hadn't used the array list, so that would give you a working solution. Or you could just simply make it object and then use the idea of the auto boxing for 42 and create an integer object, and that would all work as well. But to make life simpler, the design says that you must assign a value to the variable when you define it. So that's what you've got to do. Literals with var. Now, this is where you do need to be very careful. So the first of these is where these are good uses of literals with var. So I've got 4 different variables here. I've got a Boolean ready. I'm assigning it to be true. A character, ch, assign it to be x. Long, sum, 0 long. I've been explicit about the value there, 0L, and string label equals foo. Fine. If I change those all to var, everything still works exactly as I would expect it to. So I can say var ready equals true. That will infer Boolean. Var ch equals x infers char. Sum equals 0L. So the compiler knows that's explicitly a long, so it will infer long, and label as a string, so it will infer string. However, we do need to be careful when we're using numeric types. In this case, let's say I have 3 variables, byte flags, short mask, long base, and I assign values to those. If I then use those in a particular way, so let's say I'm writing information across a network and I'm relying on the size of these types in order to interpret data at the other end. So I'm writing a byte, which is 8 bits. I'm then writing a short, which is 16 bits, and then I'm writing a long, which is 64 bits. So I can write all those, and I know that when I read the information from the other end, I'm reading 1 byte, 2 bytes, 4 bytes. If I use var, that's going to break all my code. And the reason for that is that if I look at the values I've assigned to flags, mask, and base, all of them will fit in an int. And so the compiler in this case is not going to try and infer the smallest type which will hold that value, but it will simply say if they fit in an int and they are integer, as in not floating point numbers, I'll put them in an int. If they're bigger than an int, I'll put them in a double. But that's what's going to happen. So in that case, if you're then sending this information across your network and you're trying to read things from the other end, you try to read 1 byte, 2 bytes, 4 bytes, you're going to get all sorts of confusion there because you've got 4 bytes, 4 bytes, 4 bytes, sorry, 8 bytes for the long. So you're going to see a bit of confusion happening there. So this is one of those things that you do need to be very careful when you use var for a literal and it's a numeric value, because you might not get what you expect in terms of the inferred type. Beware of multiple type inference. Now this is an interesting thing, because what we've got here is a situation where, okay, I've created a priority queue of type integer called item queue, and I've used a diamond operator to have type inference for the type of the generic parameter. All good. So we've seen this before, we know it works. The problem is if I go through and I refactor my code and I simply say, well, okay, every time I've used a type on the left-hand side, I'll replace it with var, and that's what I'm going to do. So I end up with something like this. I say var item queue equals new priority queue, diamond operator. Problem is we get double type inference. What's happening there is that we initially get type inference of the diamond operator. The compiler will look at the left-hand side and go, okay, well, I don't know what the type of that is. So in this case, the only thing that the compiler can come up with as a type for the generic parameter is object. So the primary type inference infers object for the generic type parameter. Then we have secondary type inference used for var, which will look at the right-hand side and say, oh, we've got a new priority queue of type object. That's what var will then infer item queue to be. As we can see from the code above, item queue needs to be a priority queue of integer, not a priority queue of object. When you try and use item queue and you try and use it as a priority queue of integers, your code will not work. So this is a situation where we've got double type inference and the code is then potentially going to break. I have to say this is one situation where I think that the design of the local variable type inference didn't do the right thing. I think that at the very minimum, the compiler should issue a warning about this. And realistically, it should issue an error because it should say, I can't infer the type of this. Technically, could you be object? But in the same way we've seen other examples that get rejected, this should, I think, be rejected. And so what we need to do, as I say, is what we'll get is priority queue of object. That's not what we want. We want a priority queue of integer. So the code will then change in terms of how it works and most likely break. Programming to an interface. Often what we do when we're writing Java code is to say, okay, we'll use polymorphism. We'll use polymorphism to say that we'll look at an object or represent an object rather than as the concrete type, we'll use an interface that then allows us to pass around different concrete types and process them in the same way. We treat them as a higher level object or higher level type. Good example here. So we say list of type string is a new array list. Very common thing. Then whenever we need to pass a list around or a list of type string, we can do that. And whether we use an array list or whether we use any other form of list, then we can do that. We don't have to worry about what the concrete type is. If we use var, then var will always infer the concrete type. So var will always infer that my list, in this case, is going to be an array list of type string. People often get a little bit confused about this because then they think suddenly, oh, hang on, that's going to break my code because I'm using my list as a list of type string. And in the case of using var, suddenly it's now going to be an array list of type string and something's going to change. But if you think about it, in the first line there, it always is an array list of type string. So it hasn't changed what the actual type is. How we use it is the important thing. So wherever we use my list, polymorphism is still going to work. So although array list of type string is a list, so you can use my list wherever you need a list of type string, nothing changes. The only thing that technically would be different is that you could call methods on my list that are in array list but not in list. But if you're looking at the way that code works, then nothing is going to change, nothing is going to break, because if you're treating it as a list of type string versus an array list of type string, then everything still works. So it's very important to understand this. Using this doesn't change polymorphism. It doesn't affect the way that your code works. You can still use mylist in exactly the same way as you did before, treat it as a list of type string, and everything works in exactly the same way. Lambdas and var. Again, what we can do is we can assign a lambda expression to a variable. And what we have to remember here is that a lambda expression is essentially the implementation of a single abstract method that's in a functional interface. So I can do something like this. I can say predicate of type string, blank line, and I can use a lambda expression, which simply says the parameter is s, and then the body of that method is return s.isBlank. I might think to myself, well, okay, I'll use var there, and I'll say var blank line equals, and my same lambda expression. That will not compile. So that will say lambda expression needs an explicit target type. Reason for that is because it's the same as the example we saw with the array before, where we have a poly expression rather than a standalone expression. This one's more obvious because if you think about this lambda expression, where you use that lambda expression, the context of it, is the important thing that determines the type of that. Clearly, the compiler could look at that code and say, well, hang on, you've got predicate of type string. That would satisfy the type of blank line because predicate of type string has a single abstract method called test. takes an object of the type of the predicate, which in this case would be string, and it returns a Boolean. So that would satisfy that. But the problem is I can create any functional interface I like. And if I create a functional interface called foo, which happens to have a single abstract method that takes an object of the type, generic type of that, and returns a Boolean, then it will also match against the Lambda expression for blank line. So we'd end up with a situation where it's ambiguous. Depending on where it's being used, could change things. Simple answer is the compiler will reject that and say you need an explicit target type. JDK 11 actually extended the syntax for local variables in terms of type inference, and specifically around Lambda parameters. So what does that mean? Okay, well, if we look at this, we've got list.stream, and then we're using map, and we're using a Lambda expression here, s goes to lowercase, fine. What we could do is we could do this, where we could say var s goes to lowercase. And you look at that and go, well, why would I do that? Because s is already using type inference. Lambda expressions use type inference. They know the map is taking a list of type string, and therefore the stream is of type string, so s is a string. Why would we want to put var in there since we already have type inference? And the answer is that there's only one situation where you would want to do that, and that's if you have an annotation. So you could do not null var s and then do it that way. Reason for that is that in order to use an annotation, you have to have a type. So it's simply a tidying up, a very minor thing. Intersection types. This is, again, one of those interesting situations where you can use local variable type inference in a slightly different way. With the introduction of generics way back in Java SE 5, we get code like this, where we can define generic type parameters, and we can say that in this case, we've got a method called getData. It's going to return something of type t, and we say that t is defined as a type which extends, well, actually implements. This is one of those things where the syntax I think is wrong. So t extends or implements both the closable interface and the iterable interface of type e. And this is something that's a little bit different to the way we have definitions already in Java. So we can extend two interfaces by using the ampersand operator to indicate both closable and iterable type e. So that returns something which implements both of those interfaces. Valid Java syntax. Okay, now if we want to use that, we might run into a problem, because let's say I've got a method called firstMatch. It takes a predicate, condition, and then what I want to do is I want to retrieve the data that I'm going to use in terms of this firstMatch. Problem is, what type do I use for the elements returned by getData? Because remember, this is a generic type. And that's difficult because unlike in the generic part of the code that we saw on the previous slide, where we can define that a variable implements two different interfaces, for a local variable definition, we have no way of specifying that. We could specify one interface. We could specify closable elements equals getData, or we could specify iterable elements equals getData, but we can't specify both of them at the same time. So we run into the problem that we need elements to implement closable in order to work with the try resources block, and we need elements to implement iterable of type E in order to work with the splitterator in our stream. But we got no way of defining a type simply for elements. What we end up doing is either creating an interface of our own, which extends both closable and iterable of type E, or we create a concrete class which implements both closable and iterable of type E. Neither of which is good because that's type pollution, and if we're only using this in one place, suddenly we've got a whole class or interface that we've had to create just for one particular instance. To get around that, we can use var. So yeah, XX is closable and iterable. We don't have the ability to say closable and iterable of E as the definition of the type. So the solution is var. We simply say var elements equals getData. And what will happen there is that the compiler will infer the type which is correct for something being returned from getData. So it will infer a type which implements both the closable and the iterable of type E interfaces. What this is the idea of a type which we can't actually define in Java, but we can have represented in terms of bytecodes and used by the JVM. So the technical term for it is a non-denotable type. We can't denote it in Java, but we can use it within the JVM. Another good example of that is inner classes. So this is the kind of like a bit slightly weird code. So I can create this code where I say object fruit equals new object, and then within that definition of my new object, I can actually put a field called name, apple, and I can create a method called in French, which returns pom. All good. Okay, now that code on its own will compile fine, which I do find a little bit odd, but yes, it will compile. However, if I try and reference either the instance variable there or the method, that will not compile. The compiler will reject that because object doesn't have fruit, it doesn't have a name field, it doesn't have an in French method. If I use var, again, the compiler can use a non-denotable type, and I can simply say var fruit equals new object, string name equals apple, string in French, return pom, and then I can use those to either the instance variable or the method, and everything will work quite happily. Now, got to be absolutely honest here and say I don't think this is a good idea. I really don't think this would be great code to write because it would be confusing. But if you're determined to do that, then inner classes will work, and you can use non-denotable types. Last thing about the syntax and so on, var is a reserved type. It is not a keyword. That's very important because if it was a keyword, then what you'd actually end up with is breaking lots of code, because I'm sure many people have used var as a variable name, even though you probably shouldn't. So what you can't do in JDK 10 and later, which you could have done in JDK 9 but never would have done, is create a class called var with a lowercase v. That won't work anymore because it's a reserved type. You can still create a class called var with an uppercase v, and that will work. Which does mean as well that you can do this. You can say var equals new var. Again, I don't recommend that. That's going to be difficult to look at and go, oh, hang on, what's going on here? But you can do it if you really want to. I tried it. Just to finish off then, I've got a couple of puzzlers. Now, normally when I do this presentation in front of an audience, I can get people to put their hands up. That's not going to be possible in this situation, but I'll just go through these puzzlers, and so I'll let you think about it as I talk through them. So the first one is I've got a method here called calc1, takes an int as a mask, returns a boolean. And what I'm doing is I'm setting a temp here, which is 0x1234567 and then I do a complex bit twiddling thing where I do temp, left shifted 6 bits, order with temp, and it with mask, and then return whether the resulting value of that is greater than 0 or not. So my question is, should we use var here? Yes or no? Obviously, if you've got any idea about this, I'm sure you're thinking to yourself, yeah, that's probably not a good idea. And the answer is no, because 0x1234567 fits into an int. And so if we use var, as I said before, this is literals again, it'll infer an int, not a long. And the result of doing that is that if you put a mask of less than 0, that will give you different results. So using a long, so not using var, mask of less than 0 will return true. If you use var and it infers int, the mask of less than 0 will return false. So suddenly you're changing the behavior of your program. That's not a good thing to do. Second one, let's say I've got a method here called create1, takes a boolean, ticks 2 booleans, and returns a list of strings. So I got list of string, new array list, if foo, add list.add foo, if bar, list.add bar, return list. Okay, all good. And what I could do is I could change that to use var. So now I'm saying var list, if foo, add foo, if bar, add bar, return list. So again, should we use var here? And I'm hoping that from what I've said earlier on in the presentation, if you're on the ball, you will have spotted that you shouldn't use var here. The reason being because of multiple type inference. So I didn't change the fact that it was using the diamond operator, and I didn't put the explicit generic parameter in there. So I end up with array list of object, and you can't convert array list, can't be converted to list of type string. So a perfect example of why it really should either issue a warning or should reject that completely. Last puzzler. Okay, this is a slightly convoluted example, but let's say I've got a method called list removal, and that returns a list of integers. Great. So I create a list, a new array list, and I'm passing in some values, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. And what I want to do is remove one of the values from there. So I'm going to use var in this case, and I use value to remove and list.remove v, and then return the list. In a different package, class, or module somewhere far, far away, I've got this method called value to remove, and it's static, integer, so it returns an integer object, and it returns 3. Now that will work. Everything will work fine. There's no problem with that at all. That code is perfect. The problem is what happens with a new intern arriving, for example, and they look at that and they go, well, hang on, why would we return an integer object there? That doesn't make any sense. Let's return int. So I'm going to change that code. I'm going to refactor it so it returns an int rather than integer. The problem is that then results in unexpected change in behavior of your code. And the reason because of that is remove on the list interface has 2 overloaded versions. One takes an int, one takes an object. And so if you remove an element, if you remove an int, you're removing the element at the given index. If you remove the object, then you're removing the first instance of that object. So what you would see is that in the case of using var with the changed value to remove, so using int, you get 1379. And if you use it with the unchanged one, where you're using an integer object, you get 1579. So it changes the behavior of your code. Not a good idea. This is some of those subtle things that you need to be aware of. Okay, just to kind of finish off then, guidelines for the use of var. Reading code is more important than writing it. So use var where it makes sense in terms of, can you see what's going on? Is it obvious what the types are? Code should be clear from local reasoning. You shouldn't depend on the IDE to be able to find out the type of a variable. Choose variable names that give you useful information. I mean, that's just a given anyway. You should be doing that. Minimize the scope of local variables so you're not getting this long stretches of code where you suddenly start using a variable and you've got to try and figure out where it came from. Consider using var when the initializer provides sufficient information, as in you can see what the type is from the right-hand side very easily. Take care when using var with generics, and take care when using var with literals for the obvious reason that we have seen. And using var to break up changed or nested expressions can be useful, where it just makes the code easier to read. Conclusions then, basically, local variable type inference is a useful feature. I think it certainly is very powerful, but remember, with great power comes great responsibility. And consider very carefully the implications of using var in your code as to whether it actually makes sense. Does it make your code easier to read? Does it change the behavior of your code in some slightly unexpected and subtle ways? And with that, I thank you very much for listening. I'm not sure if we have the opportunity for questions. So...
Simon, thank you very much for this talk. And I will remind the participants that Simon will have the second talk as well, just in 15 minutes. And
Right.
he will join the Q&A Zoom room after the second talk, because we don't have enough time right now. And now during this break, we will have a presentation of our another gold partner, Plytica company.
Life needs play. Since the day we are born, we all need play. Through play, we learn. We explore. We stimulate our senses, or we let go. We connect with others, or connect with ourselves. While the need for play is universal, what people play and how people play is an individual choice. And at Playtika, our mission is to entertain the world through infinite ways to play. By smashing art with science, we create the most vibrant and eclectic mix of games, and we do it all with an endless passion. We dare to challenge, and we play to change the game. We are coders and marketers that run with the pack, artists and data scientists that make it count, storytellers and strategists that cut to the chase. We are Playtika. Bringing you infinite ways to play. Playtika.
Okay, welcome. Thank you
Hi,
to
everyone.
our gold partner, Playtika company, and now the representative from Playtika, Alexey Mikhalevich, will conduct a Kahoot. Is it correct, Alexey? Alexey, do you hear us? Yeah, looks like we need a couple more seconds to connect Alexey to our online streaming. Yeah.
Hi everyone, hope
Hello.
all of you hear me well.
Yeah, we
First
do.
of all, I would like to say thank you to the event organizers. We really appreciate the opportunity to visit and sponsor the Devoxx conference in such turbulent time. As always, we prepared for you Kahoot, so if you don't have, please download the Kahoot app or follow the Kahoot link, enter game pin and join our quiz. The first 3 quiz leaders will get nice prizes from Playtika. And while you are checking in, I would like to say several words about Playtika. Playtika is a well-known gaming company with over 30 million monthly active users. And before the speech, I checked that there are around 200 countries in the world which population is less than Playtika monthly active users. The company was founded in 2010 and was among the first to offer free-to-play games on social networks and shortly after on mobile platforms. During 10 years, the company has grown from 2 offices to 19 all around the globe, and Playtika mission is creating infinite ways to play. Me personally, I'm a manager of payment system inside Playtika. By the way, I have been working here for 8 years. It's a really big period of my life. And I value a lot that Playtika is a very agile company. It's constantly changing to become better and better in all aspects, and it's really too cool to be part of it. What is important is that company cares about its employees by creating the best working conditions to achieve common success together and share company's values. And Playtika really loves bright celebration of its achievement. The previous such celebration was in Ibiza Island. I think some of you heard about that, and each employee was invited there. I hope that quarantine will pass and we will travel and party all together again. What is important for me that Playtika is not only about famous games, it's also a tech company that invests lots of resources to use the latest approaches and contribute to the world's developers community. Here are several examples I'm really proud of. First of all, we build a fully automated deployment pipeline that allows us to make thousands of deployments through production per month. And second, we always try new technologies and approaches in practice. For example, we have many reactive services. As many of you know, there was an issue working with relational databases in reactive way. Some time ago, project R2DBC appeared and solved this problem. My friend Igor was the first in Playtika who applied it in real production with high load. He will be really happy to share with you his experience tomorrow at 16:55 here at the conference, so welcome all of you. And as I can see, we have already 66 people join our Kahoot. Maybe I will wait several seconds more and start game. Please mention there is a delay between you see the presentation and you will see the answer options inside your application. So generally you have like 30 seconds after you saw the question on the shared screen to choose right answer. 71. Okay, I will. The first three leaders, please contact Playtika in the channel after the game. Thank you. Let's go. Cool. Oh, I told that. Well, even with the delay, I'm happy there are a lot of people who correctly answers questions. Course department is the department where I'm actually works in. Good. Mm. People advised me to announce questions or maybe code, but code a new array list. No, I will not do it. Sorry. Cool. Julia is skipping first place. Mm. It's English Y and Ukrainian U written here. Mm. I can add some music. I don't know if you hear it. So mysterious music. Cool. It appeared that I'm only one who hears music. Cool. And the last question. Cool, cool. A lot of people knew. So the leaders are cool. Please contact us in our Playtika chat and we will send you very nice prizes. Thank you guys. Have a nice evening and hope we will meet each other next year on a flying conference.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexei. Thank you for this interesting Kahoot quiz. Very funny questions. And dear participants, I encourage you to register for Playtika prize raffles. The guys have a special prize, the big prize for you, a MacBook that they will raffle tomorrow at the closing ceremony. Okay, and we are glad to welcome back Simon Ritter with his second talk, and he will start just in a few seconds. Welcome back, Simon. Hello,
Okay.
do you hear us?
Yeah, you need to unmute me.
Yeah, we hear you well. Yeah, we hear you well.
Okay, that's
yeah.
fine. Okay.
So
Good.
welcome
And can you see me
back.
fine?
I hope you had this 15 minutes break and are ready to rock at the next talk. So the mic is
Yes.
yours. Please start.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Right, so good afternoon, welcome. This session is going to be about Java at speed, building a better JVM. And the idea behind this is to talk about how we can improve the performance of the JVM by doing various different things internally. So the first thing we need to talk about is what we mean by speed in terms of the Java world. And to do that, what I did was I put together a graph which demonstrates the perfect performance profile that we would like from the JVM. Now, this is not talking about the way that the application performs. This is about the way that the JVM performs. Because remember, the JVM is in itself an application. Your application is running on top of it. And the graph that I came up with actually looks pretty simple. So it looks like this. Wow, okay. What we've got there is all we need to do is start our application and have the JVM run at 100% of possible performance and do that for the entire lifetime of the application. So it's as simple as that. That's all we want. That's the perfect world. The problem is that if we look at a typical application, that graph is going to look very different. So it's going to look something like this. Now, if we dig into that in a little bit of detail and see what is actually going on here. Well, the first thing is that when we start our application, obviously we've got bytecodes. We compile into this thing, which is a virtual machine instruction set, hence the Java virtual machine. It's not a set of instructions for an Intel processor. It's not a set of instructions for an ARM processor and so on. That's what gives us the whole write once, run anywhere approach to being able to run applications anywhere we want. But that's a bit of a problem because we're interpreting those bytecodes. Each bytecode is taken by the JVM, it has to be converted into whatever instruction or set of instructions are necessary to make that bytecode work on the platform we're running our application on. That is an inefficient process from the point of view that every time we see a bytecode, we do the same thing. It doesn't matter how many times we see a particular bytecode, we keep doing the same thing. If we go back to the very beginning of Java's history, that was one of the reasons why Java was criticized for being slow compared to natively compiled languages like C and C++. Obviously, things have moved on, and the developers of the JDK looked around and said, how can we improve this? And they came up with something that had been around even before Java, which was just-in-time compilation. What happens there is that as your code runs, the JVM will keep a track of how many times each method is called. Once a method reaches a certain threshold in terms of being called a number of times, the JVM will identify it as being a hotspot of code, hence the name of the JVM. And at that point, the JVM decides to compile that method into native instructions so it will run more quickly. It does that using what's called the C1 JIT, or as it used to be called, the client JIT. Now, C1 JIT is a compiler that compiles code very quickly. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't optimize that code very heavily. So it will compile the code quickly, but not optimize it. In addition to compiling the code, it also puts in some instrumentation so that as that method is used more, the JVM can also keep a track of how the method is used. So it collects profiling information about that method. When we get to a second threshold where that method has been used even more, the JVM will say, right, now it's time to apply more optimizations to this because it's being used a lot. So it then recompiles that method using a different compiler. In this case, it uses the C2 JIT, or as it used to be called, the server JIT. And so that will apply optimizations based on the profiling information collected and generate much better performing code. So we can see that the code gradually warms up, and as methods get compiled with C2, we get to a higher level of performance. But we do see some big dips there, and that's down to what are called de-optimizations. And the reason for that is that the JIT compiler, using that profiling information, will use speculative optimizations. And a speculative optimization essentially says, we've seen how that method has been used up until now. Let's assume that it will be used in the same way in the future. Simple example, you've got an if statement. Every time we've used that if statement, we've gone through the true branch. So we optimize based on that fact. And we, in effect, ignore the false branch. But at some point, we might get to a situation where we do have to go through the false branch. Our optimization is invalid. We have to throw away the code and then recompile based on going through both the true and the false branches. So that's where we see de-optimizations. We've had to throw away code and then recompile it. Eventually, we get to our steady optimized state. That's our 100% performance because all the hot methods are compiled and they're all running with our heavily optimized code. But we still see some dips in performance, and that's due to something else. That's due to garbage collection, because most garbage collection algorithms pause application threads in order to do the work of the collector safely in terms of marking used objects or moving objects around within the heap. So the challenges that we face with the JVM is that it is a managed runtime environment. Now that's really good for us as developers because it means that most of the sort of hard work we have to do in terms of memory management and adaptive compilation and things like that, that's all handled by the JVM itself. But in terms of the garbage collector, we have the problem of it being inherently non-deterministic. We can't predict when the garbage collector is going to run. It's not like every 10 seconds the garbage collector will do some work. It only has to do work when the heap space reaches certain thresholds, when we've created enough garbage or we've allocated enough objects, things like that. And one of the problems with that is that the pause times for most garbage collectors can be quite big. And if you're unlucky, you see hundreds of milliseconds. If you're very unlucky, you see seconds, even maybe minutes. And if you're really, really unlucky, the biggest garbage collection pause I ever saw was 1.5 days. So that's the kind of thing that we can deal with. Thankfully, we don't have to do that very often. Second thing is this idea of bytecodes and not machine codes. And the whole adaptive compilation strategy has a big impact over how performance works. And again, most importantly, this speed of warm-up, the fact that we have to go from interpreted through C1 compiled code, profiling, C2 compiled code, de-optimizations, and so on, before we get to that optimum level. That time is something that we want to reduce. So what if there was a better JVM? Well, we like to think that there is, and we call it Zing. So Zing is our JVM that we've developed. And what I'm going to do for the rest of the presentation is not give you a sales and marketing pitch. I'm going to explain technically what Zing does. First thing about Zing is that it is based on OpenJDK source code. We didn't want to take a completely clean room approach to developing a totally new JVM. That didn't make sense. Lots of the code in the existing JVM in OpenJDK is very, very good, works very, very well. But there were some things we wanted to improve. So we've done that, and then we build Zing as a JVM. Very importantly, it passes all of the Java SE TCK tests. It's about 150,000 tests for the JDK, and we pass all of those. So what you know is that it is a drop-in replacement for other JVMs. You can simply move your code without changing any of the code, without recompiling, change the directory where you find your Java executable from, and everything will work functionally in exactly the same way. Clearly it performs better, but functionally it does exactly the same thing. What we've changed is garbage collection. So we took all the collectors that are in OpenJDK, so the serial collector, the parallel collector, CMS, G1, etc., and we removed them all. And we replaced them with one which we call C4. And I'm going to explain what that is and how it works in a moment. This actually works in conjunction with something we call the Zing system tools. And the important thing about this is it means that Zing will only work on top of Linux. The reason for that is that we looked at how virtual memory system works in Linux, and we decided that because the JVM is a very specific user of the virtual memory system, rather than using the standard Linux kernel one, which is more for general purpose applications, we'd put our own one in there and handle memory allocation and so on directly for the JVM. So because of using that, it's only supported on Linux. Another thing that we've done more recently is replace the C2 JIT compiler with something that we call Falcon. And again, I'll explain what we've done to improve performance using that. And the last thing we've done is to add some technology to the OpenJDK, which is called Ready Now. And that's about how to eliminate as much as possible this time it takes for an application to warm up. So the time it takes to go through all of these different phases before we get to our optimum level of performance. Just say a little bit more about the Zing system tools. Initially, this was our idea of how to improve memory allocation for the JVM and how we could do some clever things. But what we've found is that with the move to microservices architectures and people wanting to deploy into Docker containers and into the cloud, a lot of people don't want the hassle of having to install extra things on the host operating system. So rather than having to do that, we now have a set of memory management that's built into the JVM itself, uses a different set of system calls, more modern ones from Linux, and that allows us then to avoid having to use the Zing system tools as long as you have less than 1 terabyte of heap. Certainly if you're using microservices, then chances are you're not using 1 terabyte or more of heap for your microservices, although I did come across one customer who was doing that. But anyway, most people will not find that to be a problem. Okay, so how does this work? Well, as I said, we have this new garbage collector, or newish replacement garbage collector called C4, and that stands for the Continuous Concurrent Compacting Collector. Essentially, that tells you exactly what it does. So it's a garbage collector that runs continuously, meaning that we do all of the work in the background and we're able to monitor what's going on. So it's always looking at whether certain things need to be done in terms of garbage collection. It is fully concurrent, meaning every phase of the collection happens concurrently with application threads. There is no need to pause application threads in order to do work of the garbage collector. Having said that, we also are a compacting collector because there are concurrent, fully concurrent collectors, but they don't compact. This one does, meaning that we can relocate objects within the heap so that we can eliminate fragmentation, we can make sure that all objects are contiguous in memory, and therefore find it easier to allocate space for new objects and so on. From a fundamental point of view, the basics of C4, we use some of the same approaches that you have with other garbage collection algorithms. So first thing is that we have a generational heap. That means we divide the heap into 2 areas, one called young and one called old. little bit different for C4 is that we use the same algorithm on both the young and the old generation. If you look at like Hotspot, for example, it uses one algorithm on the young generation, different algorithm on the old generation. We use the same one. The reason we do that, the reason we separate the heap, is because of the fact that if you look at how most applications work, there's a thing called the weak generational hypothesis that says that most of the objects you allocate for your application are only going to be used for a very short space of time. If you can collect those objects very quickly within the young generation, then you reduce the stress on the old generation. So you can make that more efficient in terms of its garbage collection. As I said, it is fully concurrent, but it's also fully parallel, meaning we can allocate multiple threads to the different phases and still have compacting. Really, really important compared to pretty much most other algorithms that are out there. There is no stop the world full compacting phase associated with C4. If you look at things like C1, if you look at things like CMS, at some point they will give up and say too much fragmentation, too fast a rate of allocation. We have to pause all the application threads and do full compaction on the old generation. And that's where you see those very big pauses. We do not do that. So we will just continue to do garbage collection whilst your application runs. The algorithm we use is 3 phases. It's mark, relocate, and remap. Now, how can we do this? Because obviously if we're going to move objects around within the heap and we're going to do marking whilst the application threads are working, how do we do that and make sure that it works completely safely? The reason we can do this is using what we call a loaded value barrier. In effect, that's a read barrier. Every time your application code needs to access an object, it references the object header. What we do is we intercept the reference to that object header, and we use some bits in that header to indicate the state of the object relative to garbage collection, and we know the phase that we're in, so we can look at that and determine whether we have to do some work. That allows us to enforce 2 rules on the references to objects, depending on what the phase is that we're in. So the first thing that we can enforce is that if we're in a marking phase, every object reference that you get will be marked as in use. So that way you don't get accidental garbage collection of an object because we missed it and so we didn't mark it and then it gets collected. Second thing is when you in the marking when you're in the relocation or remapping phases, then you will always get the right reference to where that object is so that you can make changes to it and they won't be lost. So you can do changes to an object even though it's being moved around in the heap completely safely. What people obviously say to me is that if you have a situation where you're intercepting every object reference, surely that is going to degrade performance because now you're doing extra work every time you access an object. The answer to that is, well, yes and no. And why I say that is, well, yes, because we do some work, but essentially all we're doing is looking at a bit in the object header and doing a test and jump instruction. Most of the time, because we've already done what needs to be done, then we don't have to jump to a handler to do something. So we just test the bit and move on. The overhead of that, in terms of the underlying architecture and the CPU, is a single micro operation, so less than a nanosecond of overhead. If you look at the overhead associated with accessing any memory, whether it's through L2 cache, L3 cache, main memory, that's far more significant than anything that we do in terms of our test and jump. The only situation where you might see some degradation in performance is if you only had data that was in L1 cache. And I defy anybody to write an application that does that. So you really will not see a problem with that. If we look at the way that these phases work, so the first of them is the concurrent marking phase. So we need to start doing some garbage collection. And again, we use a similar approach to other algorithms. We need to create what's called the root set. And the root set consists of all the objects that are directly accessible from your application code. To create that, we will scan through the stack looking for references to objects. We'll look at the registers, we'll look at static variables and so on, and find all the objects that you have directly accessible. What we then need to do is obviously mark all of those to say that they are still in use. And then we need to trace from each of those objects to any other objects that they might reference. And then from those objects on until we build up a complete graph of objects that are being referenced by the application and therefore do not need to be garbage collected. So to do that, we take our root set and our garbage collection threads will start working through that, and they will mark in the object header a bit to say this is marked. Then we'll trace through from those and we'll mark the bits in the object headers of any objects referenced by there and trace the graph from there. As I said, we can do this in parallel because the root set actually has independent data. There's no contention in terms of being able to have multiple threads accessing individual objects. So we can do that very nicely and separate it out to parallel threads. Our application threads are running at the same time. So there might come a point where one of our application threads references an object, and this object hasn't yet had the bit set to indicate it's still in use. At that point, we go to our test and jump, and the test will say, oh, hang on, that bit's not set. It will jump to the handler, and the handler will then do the work of the garbage collector, a very small amount, in the context of the application thread, and it will mark the object as still in use. Clearly, we then need to trace objects from there, but we don't want to do that in the context of the application thread because technically that's an unbounded task and it might delay the application. So to get around that, what we do is we pass that object then to the garbage collector and say, make that part of the root set and let the garbage collection threads deal with all of the references. Obviously, if the application then references an object from there, it will do the same test and jump and it will then mark the object if it needs to. So we guarantee, as I said, that every object that you get in your application, if we're in the marking phase, will be marked and we won't accidentally garbage collect it. The relocation phase. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to take objects that are spread out through our heap and we're going to copy them, in effect move them to a different place in the heap so that they're contiguous and we can eliminate the fragmentation. I've got 5 objects here, A, B, C, D, E, and we can see that we can very easily move those to a different place in the heap where there's no objects at the moment. So now we have A prime, B prime, and so on, compacting our heap. That's all good. What we then need to do is we need to do that obviously safely. So every time we move one of those objects, we will put a lock around it. Now, sure, that will introduce potentially a very slight pause to the application thread if we're in the process of moving the object whilst it wants to access it. But most objects are very small, and therefore the time it takes to copy an object from one place in the heap to another is going to be very small. So the pause associated with that will be negligible. We then also need to record the information about where these objects have been moved to. And we create a side table for that so that we know that A has been moved to A prime, B has been moved to B prime, and so on. That's the compaction and relocation phase. The other thing that's really nice about what we can do, and this comes back to the idea of the Zing system tools, is we can actually do what's called quick release. And quick release allows us to, in effect, garbage collect the entire heap, no matter how big it is, when we only have one free page of virtual memory for every garbage collection thread that we have in use. The reason we can do that is because obviously in the case of the area that we're moving objects to here, if we look at the bottom part of the diagram, we have our one free page, physical page, mapped to a virtual page, and we can copy the first few objects to that. Having done that, because we keep the information about where those objects have moved to in the side table, we know that from the JVM's point of view, we will never reference object A or B ever again. We've copied it. Whenever the user wants to access it, it's going to go to the new position. So what we do is we can actually steal the physical page from underneath that virtual page and then use that for the next page that we want to copy objects to. And similarly, when we need another page, we can do that. So this is effectively hand-over-hand page reclamation, and so we can use that in a very effective way. Excuse me. So then we need the remapping phase, which is where we need to update the object headers to indicate the new address of the position where we've moved the object to. So again, what's going to happen here is that the garbage collection threads are going to start working their way through the table saying, okay, A has moved to A prime. So we'll update the address in the object header, and then we'll set the bit to indicate that has been updated. So we now know we don't need to do any more work. We can do that in parallel as well. So if we want multiple threads, again, no contention in terms of the object references. Our application threads are running at the same time. They're running concurrently. So at some point, we may get to an object reference which hasn't been updated, but we need to make sure that the application gets the right reference. So again, we'll use our test and jump. In this case, we say, okay, test the bit, bit's not set, jump to a different handler. That handler will then go to the side table. It will take the information, update the reference in the object header, set the bit so we don't need to do it again, and then pass that reference back to the application thread. So it gets the right reference regardless of where the object is in the heap. If we've moved it, we get the right reference. If we haven't moved it, we get the right reference. So what this means is that we can scale up to very big heaps. We can actually scale all the way up to a 20 terabyte heap, and you will not see any degradation in pause times associated with that. So it doesn't matter how big you make the heap, you won't see pause times increase as you make the heap bigger. That's really good because a lot of people, to minimize pause times associated with GC, will actually divide up work into multiple smaller JVMs and smaller heaps, which then adds a lot of complexity in terms of how you coordinate work on data. Having said that, although Zing works really well with big heaps, it doesn't require them. So we have actually, we now have a smallest heap we support is 0.5 gigabyte. Let's talk a little bit about GC tuning, because this is something that people spend an awful lot of time, effort, and cost in trying to do, trying to get the GC to work as well as possible and minimize pause times. Now, the reason that people spend so long on this is because there are so many options that you can change in terms of the JVM. And so this kind of word diagram here shows lots and lots of things that we have. So there's literally dozens, if not hundreds, of command line flags that you can change the way that the garbage collector, or whichever one you choose, works. And if we look at a couple of examples, these are real world examples from customers we've worked with, and I'm sure people will recognize this type of thing in terms of a startup script, where two different companies have set up Java to run a different application. And I won't go into all the details of what they've done here, but I would just highlight one thing. And that thing is that they both set the survivor ratio, and that's the size of part of the heap in terms of the young generation. One of them set the survivor ratio to be 128. The other one set the survivor ratio to be 2. And so you've got to think to yourself, well, hang on, which is right? Is it 128? Is it 2? Is it 64? Is it 17? It's probably not 17 because that's not an even number. But the point is, that's just one variable. And the only way to try and figure that out is really trial and error. So you try 2, you try 128, you try 64, and you see which one gives you the best performance. And that's fine if you've only got one variable that you need to mess about with. But there's lots of these that you can change. So you end up with almost like an n-dimensional space trying to figure out what's the best set of parameters to give you the optimum level of performance. And it is a true black art to do this. If we look at the same thing with Azure, what kind of set of flags would we need to tune Zing? Pretty simple, actually. All we need to do is set the heap size. Now, this is how we start off with our tuning. We basically say, set the heap size, make sure your application runs, and then reduce the heap size. Reduce the heap size until you get to a point where the system can't quite keep up with it and you need a bit more heap. Turn it up a bit, give yourself a bit of headroom, and that's it. There are a couple of other command line flags we can use. So if we want to sort of tweak things and try and get even better performance, then we can do that. But overall, what we tend to see is that, there's about a handful, there's maybe like 5 or 6 that we typically use to improve performance further. But this is really it. When we start doing performance measurements with Zing, all we do is set the heap size. It's as easy as that. How can I show that this actually works? Well, what we've done is create this little open source tool called JHiccup. And JHiccup is designed to measure the latency associated with the JVM and everything below it, operating system, hardware, and so on. It's not measuring the latency of how quickly your application code can process a transaction. It's looking at how quickly can your application use the JVM, and as a consequence, the operating system and the hardware underneath it. So what we do is we set a thread running alongside your application in the same JVM. But we don't want to mess with your application, so we don't have to interact with it in any way. We don't change the code, we don't interact. And to avoid the problems of actually distorting performance by doing something, we spend most of our time asleep. When the thread starts up, it immediately goes to sleep for 1 millisecond. And when it wakes up, it looks at the system clock and says, well, I expected to wake up 1 millisecond later. What time did I actually wake up? That way, if, for example, garbage collection kicks in whilst it's asleep, that garbage collection runs for 20 milliseconds. When it wakes up, it will be able to say, I woke up 20 milliseconds later than I thought I was, and record that delta. By gathering that information over the time the application runs, we can then generate some log files with histogram data in it, and then we can graph that information to show how an application is being affected by the JVM itself. Let's look at a couple of examples. So this is a machine running Elasticsearch, and we've got a reasonable size heap. We've got a 128 gigabyte heap. What we've done is to run the application using Hotspot on the particular test environment, and then all we've done is to rerun the exact same tests on the same hardware, changing where the Java executable is coming from, so moving from Hotspot to Zing. So the test environment is identical, the load that we're testing with is identical. All we're doing is changing the JVM between the two runs. Now what the graph here shows is the latency associated with the JVM itself. And if we look at the left-hand graph, the one from Hotspot, what we see is a very typical profile that you would expect with this type of thing. We've got lots of small spikes along the bottom there, and those are minor GC pauses. So we're collecting the young generation. Then we've got two bigger spikes, and those are major GC pauses, where we're doing some work on the old generation. And as you can see, that happens in a fairly regular way. If we look at Zing on the other side, you might look at that and you might go, oh, that doesn't look very good, because remember, big spikes are bad. So you've got very random looking behavior there. There's no predictable pattern to it. And you've got some quite big spikes there, and it all doesn't look as good as the one on the Hotspot side. But I have been deliberately misleading here, because I've actually set the scale of the graphs to be different. If we look at the Hotspot graph, that's 0 to 8 seconds, meaning most of those minor GC pauses are going to be about half a second, and the major GC pauses are going to be about 5.5, 6.5 seconds. The Zing side of the graph is 0 to 80 milliseconds. And so if I change the scale of the graph to be the same, what you see is the miracle of Zing. And this is how it works. Basically, we eliminate all of those garbage collection pauses. They just disappear. We get a nice flat line where you have to change the scale of the graph to actually see what's going on. And a lot of that noise that you were seeing on that graph will not be down to the JVM. It'll be down to the operating system doing context switching, hardware, and things like that. We can also do things with small heaps. So this is a Hazelcast node running a 1 gigabyte heap. This time I've used the same scale on the graphs, and we can see that on this particular example, Hazelcast, we've got a big spike at the beginning doing some garbage collection, and then a very consistent minor GC pause time that's been running there. I would suspect that's not a particularly well set up machine, but even with that, if we go to Zing, we see that completely eliminates all the problems of garbage collection. You don't have to change anything, you just use Zing and garbage collection pauses just disappear. Okay, next thing is the idea of replacing the C2 JIT compiler. And what we did was we said, okay, there are 3 ways of running bytecodes. As I've already explained, we've got the idea of interpreted mode, where things run very slowly. Then we've got C1 compiled code, where, yes, we get a bit of an improvement in performance, but we're not running with heavily optimized code. So we need to compile to get heavily optimized code based on profiling data. And the problem is that it takes time from getting through interpreted C1, C2. So we looked at that and we said, well, improving interpreted, not going to work. Improving C1, well, it just compiles code quickly. We don't have profiling information, so there's not really much to be gained there. Let's focus on C2. And we replaced C2 with this thing that we call Falcon. And that's based on an open source project called LLVM. LLVM's been around for quite a long time. It's a very well supported project. There's people like Intel, Nvidia, Apple, Sony, Microsoft, all have engineers contributing to this project. And it's primarily designed as a static compiler and the sort of back end, which takes intermediate representation and generates heavily optimized code. So we thought, okay, let's use that. And we integrated that with the JVM. So we made it work with the garbage collector. We made it work as a JIT rather than a static compiler. And that gives us a whole lot of better performance in terms of the way we can use better intrinsics. We can do more inlining, fewer compiler excludes, and all sorts of stuff like that. One of the other things that's really good about LLVM is it's very modular in its design, which means now that we've integrated it into the JVM, we can work on lots of different things to add better performance in terms of doing things like escape analysis and all sorts of stuff like that. And of course, every time we rebase from the open source project, we pick up a whole lot of things that people have done and contributed to that project elsewhere. How does this kind of improve things? Well, let's have a look at an example here. This is a simple piece of code which takes an array of integers and then adds them all up. If you give this piece of code to any modern compiler running on a modern processor, it'll say, let's use vector operations to make this more efficient. A vector operation is where you use a wide register, you load up that register with multiple elements of your array, and then you apply a single instruction to it in one clock cycle. So you can do the add all in one clock cycle to all of the elements. So that's a very efficient way of doing things. It's single instruction, multiple data. Been around for a long time. Great. However, if we make that code even just slightly more complicated and we add the idea of a conditional. So now we're adding two arrays, but only if one of them's even. Got a conditional, makes it a little bit more complicated. And a lot of compilers, when they're faced with that code, will not be able to recognize it as something that can have vector operations applied to it. So it won't be able to use single instruction multiple data to improve the efficiency of it. And as a good example, if we look at that very piece of code and we say, okay, take C2 and what does it generate as the code on a particular machine? Don't need to go into all the details of this, but the red boxes here show the body of the loop. And what the compiler's done here is it hasn't used vector operations. All it's been able to do to improve efficiency is loop unrolling. And that's a common technique that's used. So rather than doing each element of the array with a separate iteration of the loop, it says, well, actually, we can divide that and we can do two elements per iteration of the loop. And that makes things slightly more efficient. Not a great improvement, but it does make it a little bit better. If we look at what Falcon does based on LLVM, it looks very different. Now, you might at first think, well, that looks like a whole lot more code. And technically it is. But what we're now doing is we are using the vector instructions that are available. And on the particular CPU that we had running this example, we're able to use AVX2, which is a 256-bit wide register. What we can also see there, if you look quite carefully, is that there's loop unrolling happening as well, but we're doing 4 elements per iteration. The overall effect of that is that for each iteration of the loop, we're doing 32 elements versus the 2 that it's doing on the C2 code. And many of those being done in parallel. So the overall effectiveness is very much improved. And this is the kind of thing where, in this case, it's a numerically intensive operation, we can get significant improvements in performance. And that's just one example of what we can do with Falcon. As I say, there's other things we're working on around escape analysis, for example, and better intrinsics. Last thing to talk about is ready now and the idea of warm-up elimination. The reason behind this is that, as we saw from the graph, it takes time to go from interpreted to C1 compiled code, profiling, recompile with C2 or Falcon, and then get to our optimized level of performance. And every time you start the application, you have to do the same thing. So you go through the same process each time. What we decided was, okay, how can we minimize that? How can we avoid that problem? And to do that, we create a profile. So you start your application, you let it run for a while, and you say, okay, we're now fully warmed up. All the methods we need are compiled. We've avoided all the de-optimizations and so on. So we've got our optimum level. Record a profile, and that profile consists of 4 things. It's got all the classes that are currently loaded by the JVM, all the classes that are initialized by the JVM, and that isn't necessarily the same set, all the instruction profiling data that was collected from that C1 compiled code that was fed into Falcon, and most importantly, the speculative optimizations which failed, and we then had to throw away code and then recompile it. We can collect that information over a much longer period of time. So we don't have to just wait like a few seconds. We don't have to wait a couple of minutes. You could wait a week. You could wait a month if you really want to before you collect all that information. And the way that will work is it will then allow us to reuse that information when the system restarts, when the application restarts, and we can then take advantage of that. So essentially what we do is when you start the application again, before you get to your main entry point where we start doing any work of the application, we load all the classes that we can load from that list. We initialize all the classes we can initialize from that list. And then we take all the methods that we know need to be compiled, use the profiling information that we had collected as well, and the speculative optimizations that we know were wrong, and we compile that code so that when you get to the main entry point, you're actually running at about 98% of the performance you had when you took the profile. It literally takes about 2 or 3 transactions just to kind of get to that 100% level of performance. So it really does change the way that your application will start running when it starts up again. Obviously, the drawback to that, if you like, is the fact that we have to do all this work before we get to your main entry point. So there's lots of compilation and stuff like that. What we've now introduced to get around that problem is what we call compile stashing. Compile stashing effectively takes a copy of all the compiled code when the profile is recorded. And that way, because we know that the Falcon JIT compiler is fully deterministic, we can actually say that if we've got the same method as input and the same profiling data, we know that what we're going to get out of the compiler is going to be identical. So that way we can simply reuse the code from the previous run, and we can reduce the amount of time it takes to do the compilation by up to 80%. So that then eliminates a large part of the problem as well. So yeah, fully deterministic compiler. Effect of that, again, looking at the latency associated with an application. In terms of the orange line here, this is before using Ready Now, so we can see the warm-up where we're doing compilation, de-optimizations, recompilation, and so on until we get to our steady state performance. And then if we use Ready Now, we've got the blue line at the bottom again, which shows us a nice flat line where we don't have any latency because we don't have to do that compilation. We've already done it, and we've got all our methods ready to run. Just to summarize then, got a couple of minutes left. So the idea behind the Zing JVM is to start fast. So we eliminate the problems of the warm-up phase, go faster so that we can ensure that the application will run with the maximum level of performance, even higher than we would have had with using other JIT compilers. And most importantly, stay fast by eliminating the problems of garbage collection so you don't get those pauses. And that put together gives you the optimum level of performance from the JVM. So you're eliminating a lot of the problems that we saw in the initial graph. It is, as I said, a simple replacement for other JVMs. You don't need to change any of your code. You don't need to recompile your code to make use of it. Just take the same jar files, same class files, and run them with your application. If you're interested in this, you can go to our website. You can get a free 30-day trial. You can install it on your machine. We'll even give you some help in terms of producing some of those graphs, so you can see the before and after effect of the latency, and you can see exactly why Zing makes sense. And so with that, I'm going to say thank you very much. I guess now, hopefully, we've got time for a few questions.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you for 2 talks you did today. That's awesome. And yeah, please don't leave yet. So we welcome you to join the Q&A Zoom rooms. The link was sent to you separately. And dear participants, you can also join the Zoom room with Simon and ask your questions and open the discussion, and just feel free to join and turn on your video and audio. So thank you once again for supporting Devoxx Ukraine Online, and I hope we will meet in person next year.
Yes, that would be very nice.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, dear participants, and just in a few minutes we will have another presentation from our platinum partner, EPAM company. So stay with us, stay tuned, and we will be back soon. Hello, we are back, and I'm glad to welcome Miroslav Harmatei, software engineer from EPAM. Miroslav, do you hear
Hi.
us?
Yeah, hi.
Hi. So, what you will present to us today?
Oh, I will present you the great thing, like the old game, and at the same time the new game. It's called Snake from the EPAM. So let me like show you the stuff, the whole stuff. Okay. So here we have like, do you remember the old game Snake from the 1970s where the people got crazy, like fighting, who got more score on the snake, and they got their Tetris and they played that. But here we have like the same game, the same snakes, but a little bit changed. So here you're able to create your snake, like self-driving snake, which runs the battlefield and collects the apples, collects the points, and the winner actually, as in the different game, is the person who got the more points. So here you have like the battle here, like the different like players, like Alexander, like Metro, and like this is the battlefield number 178. On the right hand, you have like the players, like the old players that are on our server, like here, like DPA, like Victor, someone with A, and their score on the right side. So here also you have like the different fields, like 1, 2. You can also like zoom those stuff and like to look like the bunch of the other fields on our website. You can also like scroll down and you will see like more and more battlefields, so you can like review like different players rule their snake. So here's actually the documentation how to deal with our snake, like how to deal with your snake and how it should work. So like here are the basics of the game. So you write the code and it connects to the server. Like for example, if you have like some here's like the bar from the here you have like the endpoint, like the URL of your current basic field, and you can connect it to your code here. Like for example, you make the variable here to the URL, and it connects to the server, and every second it gets the code you write in the like return function, and the stuff, the code you wrote here rules your snake. Actually, here's like the battlefield, like the smaller part of this, like the different symbols. For example, you have here the wall, like the apple, stone, like the gold, like the parts of the snake, like head or like the body. You have also like different the other things, like also here like is written the battle rules. So the negative impact, for example, if the snake hits the wall, it dies, or if like the snake width is like smaller than 2 cells, so it also dies. Like the positive impact, so we have the pills, like the flying pill, for example, if you take the pill, so it can like fly over the stones or like the other snakes. For example, the fury pill, so it can bite the parts of like the snake for the 10 moves. Exceptional cases, hints how to work with your snake, how to ride it. So actually here's like the link for your snake battle for the like documentation. So you write quickly here and you will be able to read the documentation also. Like for example, to log in to our snake battle, you should go to some URL, like add the valid email address, add the password, or you like should sign in and your name, surname, email address, password, confirm password, and you'll be in our database will be able to compete with other snakes. Let me like time myself on our battles. For example, if I found like Miroslav Hermatis, so I can, if you click on the right side on some person, you can go directly to the battlefield which this person is. So if I go to this field, this is the field where I am, where my snake works, and where's my colleague is also working. So here's my snake. It always goes right. That is because like here I return the thing that makes my snake only go right. But if I, for example, right here like top, oh, right or top, and in our like terminal go like node runner. Oh, there's like the thing. There's the bug. Okay, let me run again. So here in the terminal, you will be able to see every step for the every second, like your snakes made. So here's the battlefield, like the other snakes, like the points, the stones, the other stuff, like the walls here at the stars, and every tick here you are logged some stuff. For example, where's your snake head? Where the other snakes, so you can buy them or you can go over them. So you can also like find the apples, like where the apples are, their coordinates for X and Y. You can also find the gold, the flying pill, for example. There's no flying pill right now on the field, and the furry pill, so there's also no every furry pill on the battlefield. And so here, for example, if we stop, the answer is like the empty string. But if you write here like the same thing, right, and reload our server local, so the answer is right. So our snake will always go to the right. So also here we have different rounds. The round is probably 1 minute. So the winner is the person who got the more score, the bigger score for their one round. Yeah. So you have half day today to train your snake to write some code, and also you have the half day of tomorrow, and from 15 to 18 or 3 p.m. till 8 p.m. you'll be able to fight with different people, to fight and compete with different persons, different snakes, and the winner will get some prizes from our company. So let me for example, discuss the what is going here. Here's the old stuff is going right. Let me okay, so here's the snake super A. So it's written by our developers, and it actually knows where the old stuff, the old apples, the old stones, the old walls, and it makes some things correctly. It's not going only to the right. It's not going to only to the to the bottom or to the top. It buys the walls, and so it's taking the decisions basically on the next step, basically on the other stuff there's on the other battlefield. Yeah, exactly. So here also you will be able to start your snake from some positions here. You have triangles, so there's starting position of your snake, and yeah, that's the whole stuff. Please come here and compete with other people's the other snakes and get some crazy stuff from our company.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you,
thank you.
Miroslav.
Thank you.
That's a very exciting snake battle, and dear participants, I encourage you to join. You will find the link to it at the user page under the EPAM section. Thank you once again, and thank you our platinum partner EPAM for supporting Java Devoxx Online. Thank you. And in a few minutes, we will connect our last speaker for today, Josh Lon, with a keynote talk. So stay with us. We will be back soon. Okay, I'm glad to welcome at our online stage Josh Lon, Spring Developer Advocate, who is connecting from California. Good morning, Josh. Do you hear us? Yeah, we have some technical issues a bit. Yeah. Okay, so while we are connecting Josh, because you know California is very far away, so we need some time to connect him. And while we are connecting Josh, I will remind you that you can vote for the best speaker and the best talk using the mobile application. A link to the mobile applications you will find at our user page. So install them on your iPhone or Android mobile phone and vote for the best speaker and best talk. The results will be announced at the closing ceremony tomorrow at the end of the second day of Devoxx. Yeah, and yeah, while we're still connecting Josh, again, I will remind you that we have some interesting prize raffles from our partners, and some of the partners has prepared very exciting prizes for you, like MacBook, bicycle, and some AirPods, new and a bit old ones, so a variety of prizes you can win. Just find the links at our partners section at the user page. Join fill the registration forms or solve some Java quizzes. And I hope you will be the lucky ones to win. And also we have prepared some prizes from our Devoxx team. You can post the photos with hashtags Devoxx Ukraine and Java 25th anniversary. Post the photo how you watch Devoxx Ukraine online. And the best photos will win the prize from us. It's a 1 year free subscription to any product of JetBrains. So our gift partner JetBrains will provide the licenses for you. So just do the photo, just post it in Facebook or Instagram, and I hope you can win it. Okay, so Josh, welcome.
Morning.
Good morning.
Thank you.
From the sunny California, as we see at your room. The sun is shining.
Yeah, wonderful today.
Yeah,
sorry about the
Sorry?
sorry about the delay.
Yeah, that's no problem. You know, online experience is a new experience for all of us. So I'm glad to welcome you at Devoxx Ukraine Online. We are very thankful to you that you can join our conference. And now the mic is yours, so please start your talk.
Okay, thank you. Let me open my presentation. Okay. Okay, you can hear me. Can you see my screen? I think you can. Let's wait for this to load.
We see your screen. Everything works
Perfect.
fine.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Good evening. I am sorry about the delay. There's a little bit of a mix-up. My fault. Clearly, I will try and make it up to you. I appreciate that you all came to this wonderful show, and thank you so much for having me. And I thank you for coming to my presentation. Obviously, I know there's other things you could do. It's late in the day right now, so I thank you for being here. Since we don't have a lot of time, and since I don't want to waste your time, I always remind people of this slide. This is the most important, right? This slide contains the coordinates where you can find me if you want to reach me for questions. I am on Twitter. I'm on email, so please don't hesitate to reach out. At Starbucks Man, my direct messages are open. My email is josh@joshlong.com. And of course, my code is at github.com, joshlong, rsocket revolution. So please find that, take a screenshot of this for later. We're going to go through a lot of stuff right now, but you don't have to follow along right now. Just, use the code for later, right? You can follow that. A little bit about myself. My name is Josh Long. I work on the Spring team. I'm a Kotlin Google developer expert. I'm a Java champion, and of course, I'm a Spring developer advocate. So I've been serving in that last role for more than 10 years now. And as part of that, I've done, I used to travel before this crazy year. I used to travel a fair bit, and I got to see amazing people in the community. And I did some training videos. These are videos that you can buy on Safari that are out there. I have a book called Cloud Native Java that came out in 2017 that I wrote. I have a podcast called A Beautiful Podcast, which is every Friday. That's today. There's a new episode today, of course, every Friday. And so today's episode was with Thomas Risberg. If you've ever used the JDBC template, then you should know Thomas Risberg. And it's fun. And then every Tuesday, I have a blog every Tuesday since January 2011. I've got a blog called This Week in Spring, where I recap all the news that's fit to reprint in the Spring ecosystem. I have, of course, a screencast series every Wednesday, and I have a book that I've just finished writing called Reactive Spring. And this is now out. You can buy it. It's on reactivespring.io. You can buy it on Leanpub or Amazon as Kindle, EPUB, Mobi, PDF, or actual book, printed book. And reactive programming is a big part of what we're going to talk about, but we don't have a lot of time to go into the details. So I'm going to quickly review that. But what we're going to talk about today is something called RSocket. Now, RSocket is a binary protocol that sort of is the logical next step if you understand reactive programming. So hopefully we'll be able to review reactive programming. But what you need to know is that reactive programming is a way of writing software that gives you a solution for three big things. One, how do I write software that is more resource efficient, right? So I can scale better. I can handle more users, more demand. Two, how do I write software that is more resilient? That is to say, it fails correctly. It does the right thing when there's weirdness in the network, right? If there's errors in one service or another, right? And then three, something that gives me a way to write software that's more composable. So if I have service A and service B, and one service speaks WebSockets, and the other one speaks service end events, and the other one speaks SQL, and the other one speaks HTTP REST, and the other one speaks whatever, gRPC, and if I want to talk to Kafka or RabbitMQ or whatever, without reactive programming, all of these are different APIs. In the world of reactive programming, there's just one. It's called the publisher. It's called a reactive stream. And if you understand how to use reactive streams, suddenly it's much easier to compose data from different sources together, right? So data from my my WebSockets, my service and events, etc. All that stuff composes very easily now. So reactive programming is very valuable. And in order to do all these things that I've just described, it changes the programming model. It says that when you are dealing with data, you are dealing with data that is not here yet. It will be here eventually. It's asynchronous. And so when you write code with reactive APIs, you're dealing with stuff that is asynchronous. You're saying, I want to do this with this data when the data arrives. Not right now, because it's not here yet, right? I'm describing a pipeline through which data can flow. And so this requires a little bit of rethinking about how you write code. But once you get used to it, it's a very functional style, and it's very easy. So in order to see all of that in action, we need to write some software. Now, obviously, we have many ways we could do this. But today, we're going to do this by going to my second favorite place on the internet. My first favorite place on the internet, of course, is production. I love production. You should love production. You should go as early and often as possible. Bring the kids, bring the family. The weather's amazing. It's the happiest place on earth. It is better than Disneyland. But if you haven't been to production, you can begin your journey here at start.spring.io. Now here, we're going to build new software. And we're going to build reactive using RSocket. Now, obviously, there's a lot of good stuff. Most of what we're going to talk about today, in fact, almost all of it, is going to be generally available. It's going to be stuff using 2.3.5, the current generally available released version of Spring Boot, right? But I do want to encourage you to take a moment to explore 2.4.0. You see, there's a lot of other features that we just don't have time for today. Just a lot of stuff that I would love for you to see. There's stuff that's in Spring Boot 2.3 that makes Spring Boot even more relevant, even more natural in the cloud, right? So things like native support for liveness and readiness probes in Kubernetes, things like easy image generation of Docker containers using the Spring Boot Maven plugin, things like graceful shutdown, so that when a pod is killed in Kubernetes, Spring Boot will stop accepting new traffic, wait for the existing traffic to finish, and then shut down, and so on, right? In 2.4, there's two new big features. One is native support for config map as configuration, right? So you can point Spring Boot to config map directly, and it'll just read that from there. And then two, we have support in Spring Boot 2.4 for working with the Spring GraalVM project. Now, the Spring GraalVM project is really nice, right? Like it's a we don't have time to go into all this, but it's a good idea for all of your code. It's just a very interesting thing, and it gives you very, very fast, very, very lightweight binary. So here, if I run this application, you can see I've got an application that starts up. What was that? Oh, that's better. You can see my application starts up in 0.13 seconds, right? So, or 0.128 seconds, whatever. Either way, you can see this is an application that has data, right? It has data in it. It's talking to a SQL database. The reason it takes so long is because this actually embeds a SQL database, so that it's starting up a database and it's starting up the application. It's faster if you just connect to another database that already exists. So it's just really, really interesting opportunity, right? You get applications that start up in no time at all. You get applications that take very little memory, tens of megabytes of RAM instead of hundreds. So all of these are very interesting, but we don't have time for all that. But if you try Spring Boot 2.4, you can experiment with all that stuff, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to build an application today that takes advantage of reactive APIs. We're going to call this a service, and we're going to leave the default version of Spring Boot. We do have some choices down here, friends. We have some choices. There's 3 choices. There's Java 8, 11, and 15. It looks like you have 3 choices, but you don't. You've only got 2 choices, right? 2 choices. Java 11 is the current long-term supported version of Java, and that's okay. It's not great. It's a cowardly version of Java to use. And then there's Java 15. Java 15 is the current supported version of Java. It's not the long-term supported version of Java. So I can choose which Java I want. I will, of course, unless I'm doing GraalVM, I will, of course, choose the current long-term supported version, or the current version, right? So, okay, let's see, here we go. Okay, use Java. Good. So now I have Java 15 specified. Let's go ahead and select that. Okay, now we're going to use the RSocket support. We're going to use Lombok. We're going to use security. And I think that's it for now. I think that's it. Yeah, okay, so I hit generate. And we're going to go ahead and open up this project in our IDE. Oops, not sure what it's doing. Okay. Come on, go faster. People are waiting. Okay, good. So, public static void main application. I need to set up the JDK 15. Thank you. Okay, there's my application. And so what we're going to do is we're going to build an application that demonstrates, first of all, some basic principles in reactive programming. So before we get too far into Spring, let's just take a brief moment to look at some reactive APIs, okay? In the reactive world, you've got these types called the reactive streams types. So there's 4 types. The first one is called a publisher. A publisher broadcasts data. It publishes it asynchronously to a subscriber. The subscriber, when it first subscribes, is given a subscription. This subscription is super important. We're going to come back to that in just a second. When the publisher sends new records, they are broadcast in the onNext method. When there are errors, they are broadcast in the onError method. And when the processing is done, it's signaled here using the onComplete method. Now, I said that the subscriber gets a subscription, and the subscription is super important. The subscription is what the subscriber uses to ask for more or less data. The subscriber can say, I want to request 10 records or 15 records. And it can also cancel the production of data if it wants, right? So both of these are very convenient, right? This is how the subscriber controls the rate of consumption. The subscriber says, I want only 10 more records, not 1,000, not 1 billion, whatever, right? It's up to the subscriber to decide how much it can handle. And this way, you create more resilient services because you can push back against the producer. You can stop it from overwhelming you, right? This is very useful because it creates stable services in the same way that a message bus in an architecture helps protect a consumer because it allows it to absorb the extra data. That ability to push back, to say, I can't handle this right now, is called back pressure or flow control, right? Very, very useful thing. It's a foundational API. Org reactive streams. This came out of the joint collaboration between the Spring team, Netflix, the Eclipse Foundation, and Lightbend, nay TypeSafe, right? So all these different organizations got together and extracted out these common interfaces. There's a fourth one called a processor. And a processor is a source and a sink, a bridge, a producer and a consumer, right? So let's see. So we've got now those 4 foundational types. They're very useful. They're obviously foundational. They're so useful that they're now in the JDK itself as well. So Java util concurrent, subscription, subscriber, publisher, and processor. And these are very basic types. So we have 2 specialized types that provide rich operators that come from Reactor. Reactor is our library on the Spring team. It helps build on top of the regular foundational types. And so we have two specializations, one of which is called a Flux. Flux is a publisher that produces 0 or more records, right? So 0, 1, 2, 5, a billion, 1,000, whatever, infinite, right? There's also a Mono. A Mono is a publisher that produces 0 or 1 record. So 1, 2, 0 or 1, but not 2, 3, 4, 5. Both of these types, both Flux and Mono, have lots and lots and lots of operators. Look at all these operators. Things that we can use to make it easy to consume more or less data. So very, very useful types. And now that we understand that, let's use them. What we want to do is we want to create an RSocket endpoint, an RSocket service. You see, one of the things about RSocket that's so nice is that it's natively reactive. It's a binary protocol that was designed to support our use cases in a production environment. It was originally developed by people who worked at Netflix, who then went to Facebook. And these people knew about HTTP2, they knew about gRPC, they knew about those options, but there were certain things that were still missing. HTTP, for example, has a lot of good things, right? It has a stateful connection, just like RSocket. It has binary data, right? So the payload is no longer text, just like RSocket. But it still also basically request response, right? That's the first issue. You can use gRPC, but gRPC requires code generation, and everything must be using Google Protocol Buff's IDL, very inflexible, right? So RSocket gets around all that as well. And RSocket goes further by also making it natively reactive. So it's in the wire protocol itself. The protocol gives you a way to say, hey, I am too busy. I can't handle any more data. I'm going to push back. It can apply back pressure in the protocol itself. Remember, from the perspective of HTTP, there's no such thing as back pressure, right? The only thing you can do if you're being given too much data from an HTTP producer is just disconnect. That's all. But wouldn't it be nice just to say, I only want 10 records, then you can process them, and then you ask for another 10 records, and then etc., or 1,000 or whatever, right? And what if you asked for 10, and then you stopped asking for anything for an hour? Wouldn't it be nice if you could just pick up where you left off, right? That's built into RSocket. The other thing that's nice about RSocket is that it's built for production. So if you've ever used Spring Boot, then you know that Spring Boot has a set of management endpoints called the actuator. Actuator gives you information about the services that you've deployed. Things like the health, the uptime, the runtime, the metrics, etc. Wouldn't it be nice if that was a convention for all HTTP services, not just Spring Boot-based ones? Well, in RSocket, it's built into the protocol. There's information about the service health in the service itself, built in. So every service can do this. This makes it much easier. So now that we understand the benefits of reactive and the benefits of RSocket, let's actually build an endpoint. You see, when the engineers that developed the initial implementation built RSocket, they built the clients for different languages in C++, JavaScript, etc., and in Java. In Java, they used Reactor. So the same Reactor that powers the reactive support in Spring also powers Facebook's RSocket implementations, right, for Java. So we can use it as well. It's very easy to embed in our Spring application. In fact, we even built on top of that low-level integration in Spring Framework to make it even easier. So we can build a controller, so class controller. And what I want to do is I want to build a service that sends a lot of, a fair amount of data, but I want to do it asynchronously. I want to have a heartbeat. I want to send a new message every second. So I'm going to create a greetings service, okay? And I want this service to send back data of type greeting response, right? So here we are. Private string message at data at all constructor, or constructor. And given that we get a request, we'll see the response. So private string name. Okay. So Given those, say greetings request, and I'm going to return an infinite stream, or not an infinite, we'll just return 100 records, okay? So from stream.generate, new supplier, new greetings response, hello, request, get name, and that now, okay? There's our basic stream. I did say I want to limit it. I don't want it to be infinite. It could be, but I don't want it to. I just want to have data. So we'll say delay elements, duration of seconds. We're going to slow down the data. We'll take, let's say, whatever, 10 records. And once we've got this service, what I've done is I've created a stream. It's going to give us just 100 records, and then we're going to see those 100 records one every second. Okay, so there's going to be a little bit of a heartbeat. Just take 10. Now I want to create this as an RSocket endpoint. So greeting controller, and here greeting service at message mapping. Publisher of greetings response. Greet. And we'll say greetings request is the required parameter. We'll say this.greetingservice.greet request. Okay. So there we go. There's our existing API. There's our new RSocket endpoint. The only thing we need to do to make this work is we need to configure a port. So we say RSocket server port equals 8888. All right. So there we go. There's our endpoint. Now we can start this up. Look, see how easy this was, by the way? We didn't have to do anything special here to get that to work. It just worked, right? Good, so there's our application. Oh, I should not forget the Spring security dependencies. Let's comment these out for now. Okay. Looks like that's all taken care of. Maven reload project. Okay, so there's our service. Now we can talk to that service using a number of different things. First of all, we could use RSC. RSC is a very convenient command line interface for RSocket. It's like the curl for RSocket. So I can say RSC TCP localhost 8888. We're going to specify a route. The route is greetings. And the type of exchange, the interaction model that we're going to support is a streaming interaction. So we're going to send in one record and we'll get back multiple records. You could also do request response, so one record in, one record out. You could do channel, where you send in multiple records and get back multiple records. And you could also do fire and forget, where you send in one record and you get no records. This is actually a very useful part. I love fire and forget. There are so many different protocols where I don't care about acknowledging the response. I don't need to, I don't have to, and it doesn't help my service if I do, and it just slows everything down. I think about StatsD, right? StatsD is a protocol where you emit metrics, and it's sort of, obviously it's good if you have every metric, but you know, if you lose a metric here and there, it doesn't matter, right? As long as the service is basically healthy. And so it's a shame that we have to wait for the acknowledgement if you were to use something like HTTP. You don't have to do that with messaging buses, right? You don't have to wait for the response if you don't want to. You can in a lot of cases, but you don't have to. So that's another very useful protocol is to support fire and forget. Just send the data out, broadcast it to whoever wants it, but move on because you don't have time to wait. Okay, so there's the data, and the data that we're going to send in is, and by the way, we can do content negotiation. So I'm going to do name Devoxx. Okay, whoops, no handler for greetings. Whoops, greetings, silly me. Compiling. There we go. There's our data. One record every second. Okay, so we've got some asynchronous data. Now, of course, that's one way to get the data. Another way to get the data that I really like is to actually build an integration pipeline, right? So I'm showing you how to use the service from a command line, but a lot of times when people are using something like RSocket, they want to integrate with the rest of the ecosystem. One of the nice things about our reactive programming is that if you are in an all reactive environment, everything is reactive. Your database, if you're using something like R2DBC, then it's reactive. If you're using something like Spring Webflux, it's reactive for service-socket events and service and events and WebSockets and all that. That's wonderful. But sometimes people want to integrate, right? They want to take non-reactive and reactive things and mix them together. And so for this, we have Spring integration, right? Spring integration is a framework for building integration flows. So I'm going to bring in Spring integration, and I'm going to bring in an RSocket. We're going to call this integration. And we'll hit generate. Now, Spring integration is a pipes and filters messaging technology. It's an enterprise application integration framework. Okay, it's been around for a long time. It's not only reactive. You can use it to write code that talks to anything really. I mean, you can talk to file systems. You can talk to JMS. You can talk to Kafka, RabbitMQ. I mean, all sorts of different things, even if they are not reactive, right? And so it'll help you write very easy glue code to make these things work together, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Spring Integration's file support, and I'll use their RSocket support. Okay. Okay. So I'm just the two different dependencies here. Good. 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 So there's this. Now, what was that? Oh, okay. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to build a Spring Integration bean that responds to any issues. Okay. Sorry. Forgive me, friends. So what we want to do is we're going to build an application that responds to changes in a local file system, and we're going to do that by, first of all, creating an integration flow. So an integration flow is just a way to describe a pipeline. This book, this technology, borrows from the patterns from the amazing book called Enterprise Integration Patterns by Gregor Hope and Bobby Wolf. Okay, so great book if you get a chance. This framework supports these patterns, and so we create an integration flow to describe how data connects together. We do that by describing how data comes into the system, where it's originating from, and we describe the transformations on the data, and we describe the destination for the data, the output of the data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a pipeline where I read data from a file inbound adapter. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I want to take a regular thing like a file system, file inbound adapter equals files. That inbound adapter. I'm going to create a new file here. File, new file. I'm going to inject a reference here to the home directory. Home. Okay. Desktop. File. and new directory will be actually here, let's just do that in. Okay, so we're going to say whenever data comes in to that directory in, then we want to make sure that the directory gets created. We're going to use this inbound adapter here. So we'll say file inbound adapter. And remember, file systems don't tell us when something has changed. So we have to poll. We have to constantly re-ask the question. And we can do that by specifying a poller. So p.poller pm dot fixed rate 1000 milliseconds, 1 second. And once the data comes in, it's going to give us we can chain together transformation. So I can provide another operator here that it provides a transformer, a spring integration transformer. And here I can read the current message that I'm being given from the inbound adapter. I can take the message, do some work on it, and return another message. This is a Spring Framework message, okay? It's in Spring Framework itself. So you have headers and you have a payload. This is the basis of the integration patterns, is I have the ability to do lots of little transformations like this. This is kind of like reactive programming, right? So it's very convenient, very natural. And what I want to do is I want to take this message, I want to get the payload, and I know that the result is a file because I know that the output of the inbound adapter is a file, right? So I could do that if I wanted, but what I want to do is I want to take the data and turn it into a string. I want to read the data from the file and just convert it into a string. So in this case, the thing I'm going to have from the file will be a name. Once I've done that, I want to transform it again. So remember, the output of this is a string, right? So I have a string now. So I want to take that string here as the input of the next thing and turn it into a new greetings request. So I'm going to go back to my code and adapt these types. Okay. Okay, so I need to add Lumbuk again. Okay, so come on. Okay, from there, greetings request, new. Okay, so I'm transforming it from a string to a greetings request. And then I want to send that string. No, actually I want to take that string, I want to transform it first. One more time. String class s.trim. I'm just trimming it, and then I'm going to send it here as a greetings request. And then I'm going to send it out to my RSocket endpoint. So I've got a message coming in from the file system. I'm going to send the message out to my RSocket service using something called a gateway. Now, usually when you adapt data, the data comes in and you take it from the outside world and you turn it into a framework message, or you can take a framework message and send it out to the outside world. So one message in, one message out, but it's one direction, right? With a gateway, the message comes in, you transform it, produce a response, and send a response back out. So gateway is in and out, or it's out and in. So it comes in from the outside, it gives you a response, and then you respond backwards, right? So I want to create an RSocket gateway to make a request of our RSocket endpoint, right? I'll use the RSocket gateway here. RSocket. Come on. RSocket. Outbound gateway. RSocket. Is this not here? There it is. Okay, good. So it's here. So RSockets. Outbound gateway. Greetings. Right. Let's see here. Is this not compiling? I am very confused. Integration DSL. Okay, let's go up here and see what we got. Spring integration R socket. Is this not real? It's right there. So why? Org Spring Framework integration. Yeah, that looks right. So let's see here. Maybe I just delete the local one. Org Spring Framework integration. Spring integration R socket. Find out. Flush it out. Okay, good. Maven reload. Compilation failure. Yeah, I get it. Okay, let's see. What's the issue now, I wonder? Expected a semicolon. Of course. Now. Okay, don't care about that. Okay. Now, R sockets. Maven integration. R socket. Integration R socket DSL. R sockets. Integration R socket DSL. Feels like that should be there, right? I think we can agree. Let's see. Maven re-import. Spring integration R socket. There's this. What is happening? Okay, we're going to try this again. Something is very strange about this. Maven reload projects. See if that compiles, even if it doesn't work in IntelliJ. Okay, there we go. See, it does compile. That's weird. Okay, so it's IntelliJ that's having the issue. IntelliJ doesn't think that library exists for some reason. So we close it and we start again. Spring integration, RMRF target, RMRF integration.iml, RMRF.idea, idea pom.xml, etc. Okay. Set the SDK. There it is. There it is. What is that about? Do you understand? That was so weird. Okay, so we got it. Get rid of that. Return this. Good. We'll come back to this in a second. Okay, that's good for now, but we'll come back. And this and that. There we go. Okay, there's our outbound gateway, and so the outbound gateway is going to it's going to send a request to the RSocket service that we've already got running on port 8888. In order to do that, we need to create some way for the service, the client rather, to connect to that. So we use a client RSocket connector. So var crc client RSocket connector, localhost 8888, crc.set request strategies, and here we're going to inject the RSocket strategies. Okay, we'll say strategies, return crc, and then crc dot, and actually that's it. I think that's all we need. So that's going to describe how to connect to that service. We can inject this here, crc, and we provide that as the outbound bit there. So crc, and then finally we want to connect. We want to describe the streaming type. So remember I told you about the interaction model. So RSocket interaction model dot streaming, right? Request stream. And then finally, we want to describe what kind of data we want back. So we want a greetings response, right? So greetings response dot class. Okay. Oh, interaction model. There we go. So there's our basic interaction, our pipeline there. So we're going to say, okay, handle the message by sending it to the RSocket outbound gateway. Now the data that comes back might be, there's going to be multiple records, and I don't want to process, like if I wrote code at this point right here to transform the result, for example, I would say new transformer, and the data that I would get here from each message in this case would be a publisher of greetings response, right? So I'd have to cast that to a publisher of greetings response, and I would get back the payload, and that would be the right type. But I don't want a publisher of each one. I want just a single greetings response. I want to have a different message flow for each one. So what I'll do is I'll split. Okay, I'll split the data, and what that gives me is now I've got each new message has only a greetings response, not a stream of greetings response. The problem is, of course, that once I've split the data, I'm on this side for this component. I need to deal with back pressure, right? I might have too much. I need to be able to push back. And so we want some way to communicate back pressure. And one way you can do that is to use a flux message channel. So behind the scenes, Spring integration uses something called a channel to separate messaging components from one another. And you don't normally need to worry about it unless you want to. It's a great way to explicitly say this component communicates to a message channel, and that decouples one integration flow from the other one, right? So I can use that here. I can say channel, and now I have back pressure built in, and now I can actually just process the data. I can actually say, okay, I want to handle the results just to log something out, right? Generic handler. And the data that I'm getting here is the greetings response. Okay, good. Good. So I can process the data. I can say, okay, system out new message o dot string, etc. Okay, so I'm just logging out the results, and there's my integration flow. Run this. And so we create a file, echo Devoxx desktop in hello. There you go. Hello Devoxx every second, right? So that's an integration flow using regular reactive things and showing you how you can adapt them to work with something as awesome as RSocket. This is just one way. There's lots of other things you can do. Now this is great for if you have some other stuff you want to connect to. But if you just have a regular service and you want to connect to an RSocket endpoint, then of course you can go there and create a client, right? So we'll do that as well. We'll create RSocket security Lombok. We're going to hit generate, and we'll do UAO client.zip, CD client, Maven installed. Everything's there. Okay, so now we have a client, and what we want to do is we want to talk to our application. So we create an RSocket requester. This is the native non-blocking reactive client that we can use to talk to that endpoint. So RSocket requester builder. Okay. And notice that when you create a client, you connect at one time, right? When the application starts up, you connect at the very beginning of the life cycle of the application. RSocket services, once they start up, they can connect to each other. They're not client and service, they're requester responder, right? A requester can ask a responder for information. But the thing that's interesting in RSocket is that that responder can also be a requester. Both sides can ask questions of either side at any time. It doesn't matter who first connected to who, the other one can make the request. So here, RSocket requester, and I want to actually create a little bean to listen for that data. I'll say application ready, and RSocket requester. I'm going to log the result out. I'll say dot route greetings. And I want to get the data, right? I want to send the data that I'm expecting to come back. I'll say I want a stream of greetings responses. We'll go to the service, get all this stuff here, paste. Okay, so I'm going to say I'm expecting to send some data in. The data I'm sending in is a new greetings request, Devoxx, right? And I expect a stream of responses back, and I'm going to log out those results. Okay, so system out print line, and voila. Okay, there's this. Now, run this if I want. Oops. One of the things is that the application is asynchronous, right? I'm starting up the connection, I'm making the request, and there's nothing to keep the socket open because it's not an RSocket server, it's a client in this case. There's no process serving anything yet. So I need to keep the thread open by squatting on system in. Okay, so there you go. You can see we're getting the records back one by one from the service downstream. And that's great, right? That's exactly what we wanted. So now we have a very simple interaction model. You can see we create the RSocket requester. Once the application starts up, it connects. It stays connected. That's a benefit because it means you're not constantly reconnecting each time. It's very efficient this way. I'm using the RSocket requester. I like the RSocket requester. But some people asked about, would it be possible to have a more RPC style model, right? So I actually went out and built one. That you can try. It's experimental. It's definitely not GA, but it works. Maybe you appreciate this. So here's how you get started. It's called RetroSocket. Okay, and you can easily add it to your code base. You just pick the version of the dependency here. And the version, of course, is 001 snapshot. It's GA, not yet finished, not real. Add the snapshot repository, so I'm going to add that here. Okay. Maven, reimport. Hopefully this doesn't go worse than last time. Let's first do the build. Maven install. Okay, so now Maven reload. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to describe an RPC-like experience for that service. I'll say, this is OpenFeign or retrofit, right? So it'll be a greetings client, RSocket client, okay, and then publisher of greetings response, greetings request. There you go. So there's that. I'm going to do message mapping, greetings. Okay, so this is my client. I need to enable RSocket clients. Okay, and now I can build another client. I can actually just build another bean to listen to that. And this will be this is a RSocket requester listener. And this will be RetroSocket. listener. Okay, so here, I just need to inject that interface. There's no code required really, right? So I'm just going to say greetings client dot greet new greetings request Devoxx from RetroSocket dot subscribe system out print line. Cool, right? We got the experience now, so we can run this. Let's comment this one out so we don't get redundant data. Okay, there you go. So that's working as well, right? So either way works just fine. The problem with Spring RetroSocket, even though I like it, the problem is that it is a client that's built in, right? It's for RPC. It's for acting as a client to a service. But remember what I said before. RSocket endpoints aren't necessarily client or service. They can be bidirectional. And that's really powerful if you think about it, right? Because that gives you the ability to write a service that asks questions of the client. The client, in turn, is its own kind of service. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at how to use that functionality to expose information from the client that the service can use in determining what to do next. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a simple endpoint here. Okay, let's say that my service, let's say that my client rather, has some health data, some telemetry data, something like that, right? That tells the service whether it's healthy or not. And if it's healthy, then the service will keep giving us data. If it's not healthy, it'll cancel, right? We'll say data, all args, no args, instructor. Okay, so it's like a heartbeat. So I'll say health controller, message mapping, health, publisher of client health state. Okay. Return publisher of new supplier. Return new client health state. Okay. Math.random greater than 0.5. So we're randomly determining whether we're healthy or not. Okay. So there's that. The elements. I'll say get a new record every second. Okay. And there's my controller. And the benefit there is I want to create that controller and expose it to the service, so the service can ask me as a client once I've connected for information. Okay. In order to do that, I need to configure my RSocket requester a little bit here. So I've got my RSocket requester. I need to configure a bean, a socket acceptor, and in order to do that, I'll create a RSocket message handler responder client. Okay, so we'll say RSocket strategies, and then I'm going to return the client health controller, right? The health controller. Good. So there's my socket acceptor. I can inject this here. Okay. And we actually can just configure it. Sorry, wrong side. Over here. Okay, so we're gonna configure this. There you go. So now we're actually, when the client connects, it will say to the service, hey service, I can also answer questions if you send a message to my health endpoint. Okay, so now it's bi-directional. So now what I want to do is I want to take that data here, and this is an example where we can use the really, the bi-directional capabilities. Or we can say on the service side that you want to inject the client socket, okay, client socket, and then we want to ask it questions, right? And I can do that. I can say, okay, health, and what that gets me is a stream of health information, right? So I get this, take that, Command C, paste that there. So I'm going to call the service, the health service, and once I've got the service, I want to get back a stream of client health state class, and then I want to filter it. I want to say, okay, if I get a certain kind of data then I want to send back, if I get back information that says that the client is healthy, then I want to continue sending more greetings. But if it's not healthy, there's no need to send more greetings, right? The 10 greetings or whatever. And this is very common. You have like a video game where if the client disconnects, there's no reason to keep sending data back and forth from the server because it's a waste of resources, right? And so we can actually describe that kind of flow here pretty easily. We can say client socket.route retrieve flux. We want to filter the data, CHS. CHS is healthy. So basically, this will give us a stream of client health objects. But we don't want all of the health, because if there is no problem, then we don't care. Everything is fine. We want to filter it. We want to drop all the messages, all the responses that are healthy. If they're healthy, then no problem. Don't worry about it. But if they're not healthy, then we want to keep it. So for most of the life of the application, health is going to be empty, right? But as soon as it's not empty, as soon as there's one record, then I want to stop producing the response, okay? So we say, here's my greetings, my response. And what I want to do is I want to say return response take until other health, right? So this gives me a way to say, keep producing this stream as long as this is empty. As soon as it's empty, though, don't send more data, okay? So an example of, I'm injecting the client's socket. I'm using the client socket to ask questions. I'm going to use that information to determine how I respond in the service. So it's a conversation. The state of one thing, what I'm doing over here on the client, affects what's happening here on the service. Isn't that cool? So let's go ahead and run this. There you go. Looks like we got 3 records in, and then we ran into a bad health. It stopped sending the data. My friends, we've just looked at the very beginnings of RSocket. We've looked at reactive programming. We've looked at integration. We've looked at different ways to do clients, including RSC, including RetroSocket, including the RSocket requester. And we also looked at one of the most powerful features, which is the ability to do bidirectional communication. We also saw, thanks to reactive APIs like Flux, that we have this very easy ability to compose different reactive streams, right? So I'm dealing with publishers all the way around. Everything I've showed you so far, except for the Spring GraalVM native support back in the very beginning of the talk, is already GA, so you can try this out and so on. Unfortunately, it looks like we didn't have enough time to cover Spring Security and RSocket, but it's really nice. You can use JWT tokens, or you can do something like a username and password based very easily. So you can encrypt, you can secure your RSocket streams. We've only begun to look at RSocket. RSocket is the first project that the Spring team and Lightbend and Facebook and Alibaba and others, it's the first project that we all donated to the Reactive Foundation. We're all founding members of the Reactive Foundation. So all of us have gotten together and we are working on RSocket, all these different organizations. I spend a lot of time traveling from one place to another. I used to be before this year, I would go and spend several days, maybe a week in China with Alibaba. Every year I would talk to them about different things. I'd say, oh, look, back in 2014, I'd say, look, we have this thing called Spring Boot. You will like it, right? And then they tried it out, and of course they were already using Spring, so they loved Spring Boot. And then I showed them Spring Cloud, and then I showed them all the sort of new stuff, and then reactive programming. And then 3 years ago, I finally got to show them RSocket. Now RSocket is becoming an organizational standard, right? And so they're heavily invested in this use for their applications. It allows them to go faster. They even built a broker, but they're not the only ones. We also built a broker. And the idea behind the broker is pretty simple. Imagine if you have a broker where requests come into the broker, and then the clients, they connect to the broker, the clients stay connected, and the broker can act as a hub. Other services contact the hub. The hub has all the different live client connections from all the other services, and it says, oh, your health is very good, you can handle this, and it load balances the request to that socket that it's got, right? The best part about this, of course, is that since there's bi-directional communication, all the clients that connect to the hub, they can be completely black box, right? They don't have to have open IP firewall rules. They can have no ingress, no inbound requests. That's easy, right? It's very secure that way. They stay connected. The clients connect to the hub. They stay connected. The hub gets data from the outside world, from HTTP or something. It transforms the request, load balances it to a particular service. If there are no instances of the service, because we have session resumption and we have true back pressure, the hub can apply back pressure to the client, wait for something to come online, and as soon as it comes online, it doesn't apply back pressure. It forwards the request to the downstream service. So there's some really amazing possibilities here with this broker that we're all working on together. I hope you'll investigate. I hope you'll get a chance to try it out. You're certainly not alone. Everything I've showed you here for RSocket, except for RetroSocket, is GA. So this is in Spring Framework, it's in Spring Boot, in Spring Security, Spring Integration, etc. Right? It's all over the place. Thank you so much for your time. I hope that you're all healthy, happy, and safe. And as always, I encourage you to find me online, josh@joshlong.com or at Starbucks.net.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you very much for connecting this morning from California and conducting this talk. Dear participants, you can join the Q&A Zoom room with Josh and ask your questions. Maybe you will even have some time to discuss the security in Spring, the topic that we didn't have time to cover right now. But again, I'm very thankful to you for supporting Devoxx Ukraine online. Stay safe, stay healthy, and hope we see each other next year.
Me too.
Thank you. Okay, dear participants, our first day of the conference is over. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did, together with our speakers and with you and with our partners. And tomorrow the conference will start at 10 o'clock GMT +2, so join us. And we will be back with even more interesting talks and quizzes and challenges for you. See you tomorrow.